Kia mai tātou. Tutahi mā kui mi ana ki koutou ko tai mai nei tēnei rā. I mihi kawana ki takau haukainga, tira ko Ngāti Te Piti o Te Awa, e ngā karangatanga ka wainganui o koutou. Nō reira nau mai ara mai ki tēnei o tātou wahanga, ki te whakawhitiwhiti ngā kōrero e pāna, ki tēnei o tātou kaupapa, ko energy, ko contaminated land, ko hazardous substances. Nō reira, e mihi kawana ko koutou i tēnei wā. Hui anō, i timata i tātou hui e runga ngā kupu karakia. Nō reira, just seeing if people are comfortable for me to start the meeting today. I'm just noting we've got a couple of our iwi members who have joined us today. If you're happy for me to start, just give me a little thumbs up. That was awkward. Kia ora mai tātou. Korori haere ka iho ngā mano mātua tama wairo tapu meno pono me te maangai. Tātū ki te kauri ki wairo te ara pachama ki paruri tua hāmara te tīmatanga mōtinga mātua tumatanei ko te māngai no hei tūtuku mai aini a kini ai. Ai te māngai no pono to tokotora tapu ki a tātu mai anō koutou ko waina nui ki tēnei whakamimutia mātou. Hei tātaringa kupu kātua whakapua ki nana mātou rau te koutou korori atanga ko te māngai no hei tūtuku mai aini a kini ai. Ai te māngai no pono to tokotora tapu ko tēnei mātou. Whānau e hui mai nei raro te tūri o tēnei whare, ki te whakawhitiwhiti ngā kōrero i pāna ki te kaupapa i mui a tātou. Nō reira mana ki tia mai mātou i roto te ara nō pai heri tia ki tarangi maringa wā katoa ai anei ākane āmane. Kia ora tātou. Hey, welcome everybody. We're doing a bit of a hybrid, this is a hybrid hearing we're doing this week. Some of us are in person, including commissioners. And some of us, some are joining us online. So to everybody, welcome. As I just mentioned earlier, this is hearing 12, considering energy, hazardous substances and contaminated land. We were originally scheduled to be all week. And now we're just hearing from Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday. I'm not sure exactly what time on Wednesday we're finishing, but we have our iwi submitters in the morning, so I'm expecting we'll be finished mid-afternoon, depending on how much time we need for Section 42A or writers to have a joint, just for you to consider that those matters, so we can just work in terms of when we might hear that. In terms of our introductions today, I think most will be familiar with us, but we'll make sure we introduce ourselves properly anyway. That's sure.
Excuse me, thank you. My name is David McMahon. I think I'm known to most people. I know that I've met Holly before. Holly, and you look like a new face to me.
Yes, Sarah Shepherd.
Yeah, good. I think everyone else in the room I'm known to. For those that don't know me, I'm a planning practitioner based in Wellington. I've been in this game for a while now. Started commissioner work in 2001 at Christchurch, and been undertaking sort of commissioner hearings, resource consents, designations, land changes, regional plan reviews, board of inquiries, EEZ, fast track. So it makes up about a third of my practice, and the rest making my teeth into developments and policy development and consent processing. So I'd like to think I bring a sort of a 360-degree approach to these sort of hearings, having worked on all sides of the fence. So what else can I tell you? This is my last hearing for the year. Very happy about that. And been a long year, and yeah, in terms of my style, I am quite inquisitorial. I don't want you to take anything for granted, particularly reporting officers, in terms of what we know. Very keen this morning to understand the mechanics of the 3 chapters, how they work, and that will determine what sort of questions we pose to officers during the morning session. So that's me.
Ko e toku nei ngō, ko tauranga te moana, ko maua te maunga, ko mai tirangi nui, ai tirangi mea raukawa o kuiwi. I'm from Tauranga. I've been Commissioner for, I can't remember how long now it is, but it was since the university used to run the certificate course.
When that was 2005.
2005, so I've been Commissioner at 2005, but I didn't actually start doing hearings until probably in the last 10 years, because I actually liked sitting on the other side. And I just wanted to know more about decision making, but I fell into decision making and I've done about 35, 40, I can't remember now, it's 40 something hearings, but I mostly do hearings at a regional level, mostly in the freshwater space, but this is my third lot of district plan hearings that I've done, so I don't do these that often, but it's quite an interesting area, particularly in terms of the role of the district plan and placemaking, so it's quite important. Obviously, I have background in Māori resource management for about 25, 30 years, with some, during that time, spent time overseas working in museums, Melbourne, France, United States, and also here at Upper and Auckland Museum, and involved in a number of research projects for Māori organisations around the country. I think that's so there's 4 hearing commissioners for those who have been at some of our hearings. Commissioner Daish and Commissioner Littlejohn won't be joining us for this particular hearing, but you may see guest appearances of them at later hearings. This is my last hearing for the year, so I'm quite excited about that. Good to see everybody. Health and safety.
So you're all familiar with where the toilets are out of the left, cafeteria upstairs. Just noting that under the orange level, you will require a vaccine pass to access the cafeteria. So if that causes you any issues and you need some kai or some coffee, you could just let me know and we can sort something out for you.
And I'll just check in. Maria put her hand up for to give us the thumbs up. I just want to check with you. Can you hear the sound okay online? Yep, there's excellent. That's great. So we have at least 3 can hear us. Just let us know if we've got any technical difficulties. We want to make sure that everybody who's joined us online can hear everything that's going on. Thanks, everyone. In terms of this morning,
No, sometimes we do an introduction.
we do a quick introduction. We might just go around and do introductions.
Kia ora koutou, Julie Striker, hearing administrator. I've been doing hearings since the mid to late 90s, so I have no idea how many I've done. So
You win.
Good morning, all. Hamish Wesley, reporting officer for New Plymouth District Council.
Kia ora everyone, I'm Holly Gardner, also reporting officer for New Plymouth District Council. This is my first district plan review hearing in person. So I was on the topic for the noise hearing, which was all on Zoom. So that was an experience in itself, which we've all lived through. So looking forward to this.
Sarah Shepard, I'm the I suppose hazardous substance expert for the council. This is also my first hearing, district plan hearing in person. I've done quite a number of resource consent related work.
Thank you.
Kia ora koutou. I'm Jake Skinner. I'm a policy advisor with the district planning team here at council. I am the reporting officer in relation to Transpower submissions on the hazardous substances chapter. So part of the reporting team, but I will probably just be here for this morning session and then available as needed. There's no matters of contention in relation to Transpower submissions.
Morning everyone, my name is Sarah Edwards and I'm the District Plan Lead at New Plymouth District Council.
Kia ora everybody, Nick Posman, Field Energy Environmental Manager. Just a listening brief here today. We'll get through any evidence tomorrow.
Excellent, welcome. Okay, thank you everybody. We might start off with our section 42A report writers. And in terms of order, I think we're going to do energy, is that right, first, and then hazardous substances and then contaminated land, in that order?
Yes, that's right.
Thank you.
Good morning. And so we'll presentations based on previous directions from the commissioners in terms of background to the provisions, both provisions and then the matters in contention. And while there's some relationship between these 3 chapters and integration here, what we've done is basically broken it down into kept them into the 3 chapters and 3 topics. So we'll work you through each of those presentations in order.
Just before you do, Hamish, in terms of Appendix 1 to the report, how many pages are there on that document?
For the energy chapter?
Yes.
The
21.
Oh,
So that's the actual chapter itself.
chapter with at the last 3 pages, interpretations, the definitions.
Yes. Okay. So there's an issue there. I've only got the first 5 pages, ending at Energy P18A on page 5.
We're definitely missing the last
Yes.
11, 5 pages.
Thank you. Probably even more reason, Hamish, to just take us through the mechanics and no rapid speed, just very slowly.
In terms of the context for energy in the district, as commissioners will be well aware, the oil and gas sector is a significant and long-established sector in the Waitangi area, and that sector is subject to a range of regulations. What's the district plan and resource management one of those. So what I thought I'd do just to set the scene today, and others more qualified and experienced in this area around petroleum industry than me, but I thought just helpful to go through the different phases of petroleum activities and how that then relates to the district plan provisions, because there is a correlation. So Judy, just on a couple of slides, the context one. So for petroleum activities, the first phase is prospecting, and so prospecting generally covers a wide and large areas to find the petroleum accumulations. From a land use planning perspective, the activity of interest at the prospecting phase is seismic surveys, in particular, which the type of geophysical survey. And then more particularly, some seismic surveys use explosives, which are used to create sound waves for the geophysical survey. And it's the use of these explosives that can result in adverse effects such as disturbance to people and pose a safety risk if not appropriately managed. So that's the context when we get into the provisions around prospecting, generally permitted apart from controls around explosives.
And there'll be other aspects of seismic survey that are more or less obtrusive and involving surveying itself and marking out sites, pegging.
Exactly, placing sensors and doing all that fairly benign activities from a land use planning perspective.
Probably one of the things I didn't really have a clear sense of was the practice of seismic surveys and what was the appropriate use of. I try not to use the word explosives, but explosive methodologies as opposed to others. I didn't necessarily get a sense of in which situations the different methodologies use. It's something I'll probably pick up those experts in the next sector. It said from the current reader, it's either this or it's this. I didn't get a sense of it. There's lots of different ways and different circumstances required, and then what might be the different types of effects of those types of surveys in different situations, depending on what the ground material is like.
I think it was placed to ask the experts tomorrow on that one. So then the second stage is exploration. So that involves gathering raw data and modelling, generally over a smaller, more concentrated area, and involves the drilling of exploration wells. Again, from a land use planning perspective, the primary activity of interest is the well drilling and the associated equipment that's used and activities that are used for that well drilling. That process generally involves establishing a drilling rig on site and managing the effects from the drilling process itself. We've read in evidence that multiple wells can be drilled at a single well site, and that in addition to the drilling activities themselves, in terms of the period of time, my understanding they can range from a few months through to a number of years, and that that there's a number of factors that influence that in terms of the availability of equipment, what's been found, and the analysis of that information. And from an effects perspective, there can be a wide range of effects from drilling activities such as visual, noise, light, and traffic. The next phase is if during exploration that there is a commercially viable accumulation, that they move into production. Again, from a land use planning perspective, this production activity processes raw material into some saleable material, and that the production stations, as you're probably familiar, they can range in a variety of scales and in nature, from some small buildings to substantial activities, and they generally operate 24 hours a day. And in terms of their life cycle, they are generally around for a number of years or a number of decades, as can be seen by the existing facilities in the New Plymouth district. And similar to the exploration phase, the effects can be wide-ranging, depending on the nature and scale of the activity. So those effects, again, similar: visual, noise, light, traffic. And I've got a map shortly just showing you the existing facilities in the New Plymouth district. And then from the other probably context perspective, and it's more detailed information in the Section 32 report about the number of resource consents processed in the last 12 years for energy activities. So most of those have related to establishing new well sites or expansion of existing well sites. They are predominantly located in rural areas, particularly up towards Tikaringi and southwest of Inglewood. And I'll elaborate in a couple more slides around some of the specifics about those consents from an operative land perspective. Next type of energy activities that are summarised is renewable and non-renewable electricity generation. So in the New Plymouth district, there's many similarities to other activities of this type around New Zealand. So in the New Plymouth district, we currently have 2 small-scale hydroelectricity stations and 2 gas-powered electricity generation facilities. And the submitters for who operate both those activities will be attending this hearing. There's also numerous small-scale and domestic-scale wind turbines and solar panels that you see around urban and rural areas. And for both the renewable and non-renewable electricity generation, there's still potential for further expansion or development of new facilities based on the existing resources in the district. And some of those could be in new areas which don't exist. So there's evidence and submissions from the hydrogen sector, for example, and operators. But there could also be biomass, tidal wave, and so on, and the facilities that may be needed to support that generation in years to come. So in terms of the existing energy activities, so just on the screen, I've got a map of where they are. So you can see that concentration I referred to earlier in terms of the red triangles and squares around the oil and gas activities southwest of Inglewood, and then out at Tikaringi as well, in terms of where that activity has been occurring, and the 2 existing hydro stations and the 2 existing electricity, gas-powered electricity stations with the orange dots.
Just for your information, Commissioner Dace and I visited 2 of the Greymouth sites, Ko-Fi production station being their main station, I think, and also a much smaller one, not too far away from there, that was undertaken last month.
So in terms of the operative plan, so I'm sure the Commissioner has heard this a number of times, it's an effects-based plan, and that there's a range of standards in the plan that manage the effects of whatever the activity type is. And where not compliance with those effects standards occurs, then it's an assessment of resource consent, and that case-by-case assessment looks at the particular context and circumstances for the proposal. One thing to note regarding energy, there was a plan change in 2013 and 2014, and that was to implement the National Policy Statement for Renewable Electricity Generation, and that added specific policies around national policy statement to give effect to that, and which provided for the operation, development and maintenance of renewable electricity generation activities. And it also introduced some specific requirements around noise standards for wind farms, which again was based on that. One interesting observation I made with the operative district plan, it's completely silent on oil and gas activities. There's no reference to oil and gas activities as an issue or as an activity in the district. But obviously it was, the operative plan was prepared to provide the effect standards to manage the activity. So just got on the screen a list of the relevant policies, rules and standards that manage the effects from under the operative plan from the energy activities. And these are not specific to the energy activities. They are, as you've heard on a number of topics, they apply to a range of different activities. So then in preparing the proposed plan, a little bit of analysis was done as to what was triggering the resource consents for energy related activities, particularly, as I said earlier, the oil and gas activities. And as you see on the screen, the particular rules that are triggered by resource consents for oil and gas activities. With the hazardous substances rules being one and four of the applications, is triggers resource consent for hazardous substances. The most common one is the traffic generation standard. So for well sites, and Mr. Stenner can elaborate on this if you've got questions around the operative plan. The traffic generation rule is the primary one that triggers most of the consent. So it could otherwise be a permitted activity apart from traffic effects. So when they're doing an effects assessment for a new well site, for example, they're just assessing the effects of the traffic movements, not any other ones because of the effect standard and complying as a permitted activity. One of the last issues just comment on around the existing framework is the cumulative effects. That's proved to be a particularly challenging issue to assess because of the construct of the current operative plan. Last point on the operative plan, reverse sensitivity matters. They are not considered or identified as an issue in the operative plan, so therefore there's no particular provisions in the operative plan around reverse sensitivity for energy related activities.
I've just got a couple of questions through you, Hamish. So just going back to the three phases that you talked about earlier, prospecting, exploration and production. The operative district plan doesn't recognise those phases as such. It's the effects associated with those phases that would trigger a consent in terms of the table that's on the screen.
Yes, that's right.
Okay, so prospecting, for example, you would expect that to be permitted in most zones in the operative plan.
Yes, it is.
And it would probably be, except where there was explosives, presumably, probably complying with any standards that are relevant in the operative plan.
So, for example, the traffic standard has come up a few times.
Yes.
Depending on the location and the nature of the prospecting.
But you'd expect the traffic standard to be challenged more by production than prospecting, presumably. Yes. Are there any of the zones, is there an entry level other than permitted or for any of the three phases of oil and gas?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Again, it's solely whether you trigger one of those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 or 7 effect standards. Okay. I think you mentioned there was some 34 consents processed. Were any of those consents declined?
Yes, need to check, but yes, from my memory, no.
And presumably they were approved subject to a reasonably standard set of conditions.
Yes, yes. So for understanding over the number of years that there has been the applications process, there has been the conditions have been refined, let's say, as they go, but they are a lot of similarity between the conditions on the consent.
Be interested to know whether any of those applications went to hearing also.
In my experience over the last 5 years or so, I'm not aware of any, but I'm sure that there are, but I'll come back. I can look into that and come back to you on that.
Typical example of a typical decision issued under the provisions for prospecting, exploration and production would be useful.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, the officers will be aware from previous hearings that I do like to get an understanding of how the current plan's working or not working, then to understand how the new provisions might address those issues in a more effective manner. So, hence those questions.
Just in a similar vein, I just noted that there's a bullet point, highly detailed and sometimes long consenting processes, and it makes sense there'd be a lot of detail because those are technical matters. But in terms of long consenting processes, could you just explain what that means? Like, I've got in my head what a long consenting process, but it might be different to
From my understanding, it's around information requirements.
Okay.
And that could be in terms of traffic assessments or hazardous substances effects assessment, cultural considerations.
So in the preparation of the applications rather than once it's been applied for.
That's my, but also once it's been applied for, in terms of providing with information to council, responding to further information requests and so on.
Okay.
Moving into the proposed plan. So, and with that context, effectively that was the plan effectiveness review of the current provisions. It was recognised that there was a specific need for an energy chapter in the New Plymouth district plan because of the significance of the sector and activities in the district. So it's actually quite clear policy framework for the energy activities in the district. So the plan in reviewing it, there were 5 key resource management issues that were identified. One was firstly that recognition I just spoke about. Secondly was recognising that there are national, regional and local benefits derived from the energy activities. The third issue was that there was a need to manage the adverse effects of those activities on the environment. And as I was highlighted earlier, there could be a range of effects from these activities. The fourth issue was that there was potential for incompatibility or reverse sensitivity between sensitive activities coming closer to the established energy activities. And then the fifth issue was that there was a desire for greater regional consistency around managing energy activities. And that was driven by the operators of energy activities, which have interests across the region, and also from the council and other professionals involved in the sector that have a consistent framework would provide some efficiencies for everyone concerned.
So you're talking South Taranaki, Stratford,
Yes.
New Plymouth.
Yeah, all 3.
Yeah. What about regional plan?
Yes, and that consistency is mostly in the form of avoiding duplication.
Yes.
On the next few slides, what is similar to what we're not other ones, and hopefully you've got of what's on the slides. So probably a little bit hard to read on the screen.
Oh, that's better.
Yes, much better.
Thank you.
It might still be a little small to read, but
This is good.
so what that does is for the energy one, as the rules. You'll see this when you've got the full version of Appendix 1,
Which I have now.
Good. Okay. So there's three groupings in the rules for energy related activities. So the first one relates to oil and gas activities. The second one relates to renewable electricity generation, and then the third one relates to non-renewable. So first page in front of you is the oil and gas activities. Down the far left-hand column is a summary of the different activities as they're described in the rules, and then across the page the different zones, and then what the activity status is for each of the activities according to the zone. So you can just see the first row, petroleum and prospecting, which doesn't use explosives. That's permitted in all zones, and that doesn't comply with the effects standard for the underlying zone. It's restricted discretionary in all zones. So I can take you through each table in turn, or it's just there for your reference to help you understand.
I think we've got time to do that, and it might save me asking some embarrassing questions that are not necessary later on. So, and I've got the rule framework open in front of me now too, so I can cross reference back to that.
So the next row is
So let's just stay with petroleum and prospecting on R1. So essentially permitted, and it's the energy effect standards, or one of them, S5, needs to be complied with. And then I see a reference back to the underlying zone effect standards.
So if there are any particular activities associated with prospecting which may be managed by the underlying zones. So we haven't identified any use of explosives. We haven't identified any other activities that are specific to prospecting that require management in the energy chapter. So that's where we're referring back to the zone standards to ensure they comply with any of the underlying zone requirements.
I imagine many of those underlying zone standards won't be relevant though.
Yes, yes, but there could be, depending on the nature of the prospecting, there could be something that is relevant.
And as far as that goes down the activity chain, restricted discretionary is the end of the matter.
Yes.
And is that just remind me, that's the general approach with non-compliance with effect standards in the zones
as well.
There might be a couple of some exceptions to that, but not many.
Yeah, and that's because of the nature of the standard itself.
Okay. Yep. Okay. And then we've got an entry level itself for the next one, prospecting.
Yes, so the second row is prospecting with dust compliance, so restricted discretionary, and in the third row is the use of explosives for seismic surveys.
Yes, okay.
So that's where it's only permitted in the rural production zone,
Okay.
and the major facility zone.
Oh, I see. The first two rows, the second row is the default. Got it. Third row is entry for explosives.
Yes.
So permitted in the two zones where it's more likely to occur, the rural production zone and the major facility zone.
Okay.
And there's a particular standard S5, is that right?
Yes, which sets out particular requirements for how the use of explosives is to be managed in those
Yes.
zones.
Okay. Right, and referenced, I see.
And I'll just note there that those standards were developed through the appeal on the South Taranaki District Plan from the Taranaki Energy Branch, and these standards were agreed by consent order amongst the parties, and the Environment Court issued a consent order for those. And my understanding, the only matter in contention for the seismic use of explosives is a submission from Greymouth Petroleum, who are seeking to permit it in the rural lifestyle zone.
Okay.
Subject to those standards.
Yes. At some stage, I'd like you to take us through S5, if not now, later on, because it requires, there's a few process components to it, isn't there, in terms of the misfire management plan.
No, so now will be the time,
Okay.
to do that. So the first point in the standard, and this is again based on my understanding of the mechanics of it. Any detailed questions are probably around the how or why. The experts from the Smithers, you can pose those questions too. So the first one is, this is to ensure that the explosive used are of a appropriate nature or substance, that it sets the parameters for that it's limiting the type of the detonators that can be used for basic ongoing safety.
Yes, and 1A, B, and C are capable of tick or cross compliance. Then there's this concept of source point parameters and offset distances.
Yes, so there are, as referred to in the point B there are specific regulations that set out the use of explosives and calculating those distances. Right. And that standard is requiring that those calculations be done, and the evidence of those calculations be provided to council prior to the survey or use of explosives being done. Right.
So that's clause C of number 2 is the procedure for councils certifying that the offset distances are established in accordance with those 2017 regulations.
Yeah, I wouldn't you should say certify, it's mostly provision of information.
Yes.
So if in the future there was an issue that arose with it, council would have that information to be able to then review if claim was received.
Yes.
Or an issue arose.
But the way the standard is set up, it sets the standard, requires information to be provided to show compliance, and there's a process for that, so it's capable of certifying a permitted activity if required.
Yes, yeah, so compliance with SAW, for example.
Yes, and these are terms that I'm learning. The prescribed PPV threshold will be a mathematical calculation based on distance and size, the type of explosive used, surrounding area.
That's my understanding.
Yes. And it'll come up with a value that should determine whether the offset distances are met.
Yes.
Right. Or not.
Or not, yes. And if they're not met, then I anticipate they'll change the design of their survey to meet the setback.
Yes.
Or if it doesn't apply, they'll apply for resource consent if it's important that the particular sensor or use of explosive is in that location.
Yes. Okay.
And then the last standard is again just provision of information, and that's in terms of what's been termed the misfire management plan. So if there are some explosives that do not detonate, just the processes and procedures to manage those circumstances. And this just for context here, these set of standards are seen to complement what's required under the health and safety at work regulations for the use of explosives as well.
Yes.
So it's not seeking to duplicate anything there. They were designed to provide for that land use planning element of it in relation to proximity to other activities or buildings that may be sensitive, and also for enduring effects on the use of land if there were some misfires.
Right at the beginning of the presentation, when you were talking about the use of explosives, and this is something we can see test with industry reps, you said it was more about rather than displacement of ground or material or rock, it's about establishing radio waves to determine the existence of oil and gas. Yes,
that's my understanding.
Propagation of waves, sound waves, underground.
Yes,
to determine the depth range of the resource that they're seeking to. Okay, thank you.
So the next activity is petroleum exploration activities. So it's permitted in the major facility zone.
Yes.
And then it's discretionary or non-complying in all other zones, or that's within particular overlays as well. It's also fine.
Yes, okay. But it's largely non-complying, isn't it, with the exception of the rural production zone?
Yes. And again, that's based on the policy direction as to the
Yeah.
particular location where it's seen as more or less appropriate.
Sure. Okay.
And then similar for the production activities, it mirrors that activity status.
Yes. Okay.
That's all in gas activities.
Yes. Thank you.
So the page are the rules, some of the rules for the renewable electricity generation. So small scale renewable electricity is permitted in all zones provided the minimum standards are met. And so there's minimum standards around use of small scale wind turbines. Yes, that's standard 1. Standard 2 that relates to small scale hydro turbo requirements. And then standard 3 relates to solar panel requirements. Right.
And the term small scale was defined by parameters such as maximum height, number of turbines.
Yes, and there's a particular definition for small scale and large scale. So in the definition section, it's 20 kilowatts generating capacity, distinction between what's small scale and what's large scale.
Has it been subject to any submission? The definition?
I don't think we've
I don't
done
think
any
it has.
submissions on those definitions.
Alright.
no.
So I can step you through each one of
Yes, that would be good.
if that's helpful. So for E standard 1, so this is for the small scale wind turbines. So it's managing what is seen as the main effects from those activities being the visual effects. Yes. Rules around the height and the size of those turbines and the number of turbines be permitted.
What about noise, Hamish? I'm conscious that I've done several wind farm hearings, mainly on at a utility scale as opposed to a domestic scale. But one of the big issues has always been noise in terms of, is there reference to, I mean, obviously the utility scales have their own New Zealand standard, Australian New Zealand standard on 680, I can't remember. But what's the reference in the plan to noise?
So for the domestic scale turbines, there's no specific requirement. Discussing with council's noise advisor, Nigel Lloyd, his advice, they should be subject to the standard noise rules. There should be no exception.
So there'd be compliance at the site boundary?
It depends on what the panel decide in the rural zone, where most of these would be in the urban environment. Yes, it would be the site boundary. In the rural zone, it may depend on where the panel decides on site boundary versus national boundary.
And when you were on the noise, I wasn't. So. But generally, I presume the plan has standards for nighttime and daytime noise. Yeah, and generally it's site boundary, but is it sometimes zone boundary?
Yes, or national boundary.
National boundary.
And I just comment that there's the setback distance and the energy standards here for wind turbines, and that's seen as primary influence on reducing the amount of noise.
Right, 60 metres from the habitable building.
Yes.
And site boundaries. Okay. Okay, in fact, 10 times. Okay. These are the pages I was missing. Thank you.
And so the next standard relates to small scale hydro turbines, and this is to allow to integrate with the requirements in the regional plan. That also allows for small scale structures next door to rivers. It's to provide for the building to be located near the threshold of small size.
Yes.
And we've recommended a deletion there of the reference to minimum standards. And this was for integration of the water bodies chapter had submissions from, I think it was Trustpower on seeking clarification.
Yes. Is that Schedule 8 or Schedule 9, was it, the water body setback?
Yeah, not sure, but it's to integrate with the recommendation in the water bodies chapter. Solar, and the last one related to solar. So this was to provide specifically for solar panels and provide more flexibility to exceed the maximum height standards in the zones.
Yes.
There's evidence before you from Helen Johnson, who I understand will be speaking later today, and she's further detailed that in her evidence. So
yes.
In our right of reply, we're still considering her evidence on that, but there might her conclusion is that this standard should be removed on the basis that it's effectively already provided for in its own standards. It is an exemption for solar panels and
yes.
solar water heaters from the maximum height. So we're still working through the exact mechanics of her evidence to see how that works.
Yes.
So we'll respond to that in the right of reply. But this is what this standard is seeking to do, is still provide for that exemption.
Solar panels on a scheduled heritage building, do they go to restricted discretionary?
Was it 500 centimetres? Yes, it's provided for 250 here, but it's 500.
Zones.
Yeah, okay, so
The heritage one, that's in relation to the heritage rules. We have additions and alterations to the heritage building typically require consent.
Yes.
So that's to make it clear that solar panels aren't exempt from those heritage rules.
550 centimetres, not 500. I'm just thinking 500 millimetres, 50 centimetres.
And then, so if there was non-compliance with any of those three standards, then it would be a restricted discretionary activity. And the amount of discretion is listed there,
yes.
mostly to address the effects that can arise from that type of facility, such as noise, visual, and so on. The next activity and the next standard is to permit exploratory wind generation activities. So this is effectively wind monitoring masts. So these standards recommended there around the height, location, and duration of those wind monitoring masts to provide for them. They can be very tall structures, but they are typically fairly slender in their configuration. They are generally accepted as generally accepted as part of the environment for the period that they are there.
So there hasn't the attempt to control the mast height has been substituted by putting in a standard setback now.
Yes.
Yes.
And again, if you do not comply with those standards, it's a restricted discretionary activity.
Okay, thank you.
The next one is the referring to large scale renewable electricity generation activities. And this is a new rule that's been added, which provides for those existing large scales and in the Perth district at this point. It's the two hydro stations highlighted there. We're recommending the addition of standard 6 to provide the parameters for those activities to continue. And that standard is so the two existing stations are operated by Trustpower, and they made a similar submission on the South Taranaki district plan where they have a similar facility in that district. So this was based on the provisions that were developed with Trustpower to provide for their activities, but also set some parameters for larger scale upgrades or changes were proposed to be appropriate assessment of those proposals. the last two rows in that column, so back to the rules, that these new large-scale renewable electricity generation activities discretionary in the rural zone. That's the zone where they're predominantly anticipated to occur. In all other zones, they'll be non-compliant. And there is an anomaly you might notice in the table in terms of some gaps.
Yes,
In some zones.
port, major facility, airport, and Murray Purpose and hospital.
So in our right to reply, and there's submissions on this as well, we'll recommend an appropriate activity status. And I think the port, for example, is seeking that be a discretionary activity, but we'll respond to that evidence in the right to reply.
Is it just an oversight, is it?
Yes. And then the last table relates to non-renewable electricity generation, and effectively they mirror the renewable
Yes.
electricity ones, where recommended the new rule be added for existing non-renewable electricity generation activities, providing for the operation, maintenance, enhancement, upgrading of those facilities, with some slight changes to the wording to make it applicable to a renewable, and then discretionary on applying for a new activity, depending on its zone it's located in. Yes.
It's really useful, thank you for that.
Polly now will take you through the submissions received and points of contention.
We get there. Let's do this energy topic. So for the energy chapter, we've received 30 original submissions, and that resulted in 266 individual submission points. We then received 19 further submissions, which resulted in 421 individual submission points. Of the 201 original submissions, I think there might be 266, I think that should be. They indicated, 201 original submissions indicated general support or supported the provisions in part. And then we had 62 submission points which opposed the provisions. Of the further submissions, 230 submissions points supported or supported the submission points in part, whilst 161 further submission points opposed or opposed the original submissions in part. The submissions came from a number of different parties, as you will have seen, iwi and hapu groups, including the Te Kotahitanga o Te Atiawa, Te Runanga o Te Ngāti Mutunanga. Yes, operators including OMV New Zealand, the oil companies, Greymouth Petroleum, Karinga Energy, Liquid Gas Limited, Omata Tank Farm Operators, Todd Energy and Todd Generation. We also had submissions from interest or advocacy groups or organisations such as Taranaki Energy Watch, Climate Justice Taranaki, the petroleum organisation PEPANS, which is now Energy Resources Aotearoa, and the LPG Association of New Zealand. Key issues raised in the submissions. Generally, there was support for the overall approach. Some submitters sought, we're on the next slide now.
Oh, sorry.
It's all right.
Sorry, picking up.
Some submitters sought clarification regarding the reverse sensitivity provisions and setbacks from sensitive environments. So those were the sites of significance to Māori, such as the coastal environment, historic heritage and those kinds of things. Amendments were sought regarding the provisions for seismic surveys and remediation of existing oil and gas sites. It's quite a topic that it's already been discussed to understand network and utilities as well. There were also submissions that sought inclusion of climate change concerns and resilience, better provision for solar generation, provisions for the repairs and maintenance of existing infrastructure, and improvements overall for improved readability and technical clarity. So we have recommended some amendments to address those submissions. We have made some improvements to improve the cross-referencing to other chapters in the proposed plan. We've added a new objective to support transition to a low emission economy and renewable electricity generation. That's in part to also align better with the strategic objectives. We have had a submission on that objective, which also seeks acknowledgement of non-renewable energy and how that may support the peaks and dips in electricity generation, but I'm sure that submitters will talk to that later on in the hearing. We've also amended policies to improve clarity and avoid adverse effects on sensitive environments. Added a new policy to recognise new and emerging technologies. A key part of that is the hydrogen aspect of renewable electricity generation. Clarifying rules regarding the use of explosives for seismic surveys. Included provision for operation, maintenance, enhancement, refurbishment and upgrades to existing activities, and included some corrections for clarity and consistency. I will just note here in the submitted evidence has been identified at paragraph 115 of our section 42A report. We recommended that a submission point was rejected, that is 404.22. This is an error and that submission point is accepted in part. So the key matters that remain in contention after everything we've just discussed on energy chapter. The need for increased recognition of tangata whenua values, the sensitive natural and physical resources and location constraints within the energy chapter provisions. That's an ongoing tension. The degree to which the energy chapter is aligned with the other provisions across the plan. So for example, sites of significance to Māori, identified features and historic heritage provisions. The need for the recognition of non-renewable energy sources. That goes back to what I mentioned before about objective 3. The provisions relating to the use of explosives for seismic surveys in the rural lifestyle zone, which Greymouth Petroleum had sought. On our next slide, the provisions relating to the full or partial decommissioning of sites that reach the end of their life. The appropriateness of including provisions for petroleum exploration and production activities in the coastal environment overlay. The appropriateness of a non-complying activity status for energy activities in the port zone, which I think we'll be discussing later today. The reverse sensitivity provisions and the appropriateness of provisions relating to repairs, alterations, additions and upgrades to energy activities. So with all that being said, are there any further questions that we'll just discuss? Probably lots that we'll hopefully answer in the next few days.
I don't want to get too much into detail, but there are probably two key themes that I just wanted to explore. First is one that you've captured in some detail. I want to say you, Holly, I presume, in relation to submissions by interest and advocacy groups, including iwi and DOC. And it's your pages 31, 32 and 33.
The 42A report.
Yes, of the 42A report, paragraphs 144 through to 151. And those submissions raise an issue with the overall structure and implementation of the PDP in respect to the relationship and integration with other rules in the plan, particularly those related to sensitive resources, areas of significant vegetation, historic heritage, cultural values, those sort of things. And this has been an issue that's arisen in a number of hearing streams, where there's a relationship between how would I describe this, district-wide rules, for example, or zone rules, and how they intersect with the overlay rules. And it certainly was an issue last week in terms of network utilities. It's been an issue in relation to subdivision, and was first canvassed in the hearing stream 5 on natural and significant environments. So particularly in relation to SNAs. So I just want to make clear one thing, that the intention has been to let the overlays do the heavy lifting in respect of consenting requirements and policies and standards in relation to identified or scheduled activities. Has that been your intention?
Yes, yeah, that would be the case here. And I guess if there's any specific version where for some reason we might need a specific rule for, say, energy activities, then we might do that in that chapter. But I think it would be a lot clearer for plan users if there's one major place to go for those overlay rules.
Yes. The previous hearings have largely adopted that, but the intention's been there, but the delivery hasn't always been clear. And that's not a criticism, that's just an observation. And certainly one of the matters that we directed in at 15, I think it was, which was 15 in relation to some expert conferencing on natural areas, was important to make it clear that, well, two things, that the language being used was consistent across objectives, policies and rules. And yes, and that that where the intent was to refer to identified or scheduled activities, and that was clear because, for example, in network utilities last week, there has been a recommendation put in front of the panel which would, at a matter of discretion in relation to unidentified or unscheduled natural features, cultural values, the like, where the rule in the network utilities chapter, that district-wide chapter, is breached for whatever reason. One of the matters of discussion relates to the effect on those sensitive resources, which don't have the benefit of the overlay because they haven't been identified or scheduled, but they may be present. So that, as I understand it, the rationale was that the thresholds established by permitted activity standards, where those thresholds are breached, that's the appropriate time to consider what the effects are on, for example, indigenous vegetation that might be affected, but is not otherwise identified. So it could be indigenous vegetation that sits outside the coastal environment, outside any scheduled SNAs, and a matter of discretion will allow the council to consider what the effect of, in that case, the network utility is on the removal of any IV that might be present. Now, I'm just wondering, is that same approach explicit or implicit in the energy chapter in terms of the non-identified, non-scheduled resources that aren't captured by the overlays?
It's not explicit in the same way that the recommendation last week was.
Okay. Was it the intent, or was it, is the plan just silent? Is that chapter just silent on?
It's silent in where, as you would have read in the Section 42 report, there's submissions from Ewe and Hapu around setback distances.
Yes.
And we asked for further elaboration on the issues associated with the energy activities from Ewe and Hapu, and they have provided that in the evidence. So from my perspective, that's still a live issue, and we'd want to make sure it's an aligned, consistent approach across the plan. So the issues were the same for a utility or an energy activity or any other activity to non-identified sites.
Yes.
So it needs to be applied.
I mean, what drew my particular attention to this was the very clear explanation in paragraphs 145 to 150, but also the very directive submission from the Director General of Conservation that sorts some, I don't want to use the word duplication, but some provisions in this chapter in relation to activities that are in an overlay, but also activities that are not located in an overlay. So I mean, one of the rules that they saw an alteration to energy R1, which to be amended to restrict exploration and prospecting in the following sensitive areas, and it included where the activity is not located in an area containing an outstanding natural feature, significant natural features, coastal environment, historic heritage, and the only use of the word scheduled or identified in their list was in relation to historic heritage. It wasn't clear to me whether they were referring to, when they talk about outstanding natural features and landscapes, whether they were talking about scheduled or identified, or non-scheduled or non-identified. And they're not attending the hearing, they have lodged a statement. So I don't get the benefit of querying them, but the intent is, so just to re-summarise, the intent is to let the overlays do the heavy lifting in terms of scheduled and identified, and there's potentially a bit of a gap about non-identified, non-scheduled resources that are impinged by the energy chapter.
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily refer as a gap. It's reliant on the other district-wide chapters for those topics, whether it's landscapes or sites of significance.
But only to the extent that they're identified.
If that's what those other district-wide chapters for addressing the issues associated with biodiversity, for example.
Yes.
If the method is reliant on identification, then that's the approach for that issue.
Thank you for that. The other question was, I just wondered, there'd been some mention in the 42A of the interim guidance that the panel provided in minute 5, maybe, can't remember, maybe 9, there's been a few of them, in relation to I think there were 2 new strategic objectives that the interim guidance had identified in relation to energy. And I just wondered how you felt those strategic objectives integrated or didn't integrate with the energy chapter. Was there anything that stood out for either of you in respect of that those new strategic objectives providing some pathway or guidance in terms of the direction to be achieved?
From my perspective, the adding in specific objectives for infrastructure and energy provided clarification and confirmation in some ways that there needed to be a strategic perspective on those activities in those sectors. And in my view, the objectives for the energy sector needed that chapter itself. I think as you would have read in the report, objective for the energy chapter, as draws on the wording that you've used in the interim guidance, particularly around the low emission economy. So that was helpful to have that guidance to be able to consider some of the more specific submissions on the energy chapter that were seeking greater recognition of renewable and low emission activities. The one part where I highlighted this in the noise hearing, the strategic objective, one of them refers to avoiding reverse sensitivity effects, and as we responded in the noise chapter, that would set a high bar, and if the strategic objective is to avoid reverse sensitivity effects, then that will need to flow through into the subsequent policies in other chapters to align with that. And in my view, that methods at the moment don't necessarily achieve the avoidance outcome. Yes, they would need to re-look at that.
That's really interesting to hear that. And we had similar feedback last week from Ms. Cannon in relation to network utilities about potential mismatch between the strategic objective and some of the more directed policies in the network utilities chapter. Thank you. Look, that's really useful from my perspective. Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you. And you've covered the questions I had in those helpful tables taking me through. So I can't quite read some of them, maybe it's small. You've covered that. That's fantastic.
Thank you. Whereabouts are we going to next?
These are the substances. Lee's going to kick you off on this one, and I'll pick up partway through.
We'll, yeah, John Strathers.
Well, it's just before that, we're just double checking with our people online. Can everyone hear okay? They haven't complained that they haven't heard, but. Yep, we're getting some thumbs up, great.
Always a good start, you can. Right, so similar with the approach we've taken with the energy chapter, just a quick outline here will give you the New Plymouth context to start with. We'll set out the approach that's been taken to the operative plan, then we'll talk about the proposed plan, and then same as what we've done just before, overview of the submissions, key issues, recommended amendments, and key issues that are still in contention. So turning to the New Plymouth district context, hazardous substances in the New Plymouth district include activities that store and sell everyday hazardous substances, including pesticides and herbicides for domestic and commercial use and fuel. There are also a large number of large-scale plants that manufacture agricultural and other hazardous substances and facilities associated with petrochemicals, the oil and gas activities. The greatest concentrations of these activities are in industrial and rural areas of the district and Port Taranaki. Under the Health and Safety at Work regulations, there are specific requirements for major hazardous facilities, or MHF. These MHF are of a size, scale and nature where they can pose a significant risks to health and safety of people. These include workers that are on the site and also the general public off-site. There are 7 MHFs in the New Plymouth district. Damage to the environment can occur where insufficient care is taken when storing and using hazardous substances, including spills and leaks, accidental fires and explosions. The Resource Legislation Amendment Act in 2017 amended sections 30 and 31 of the RMA to remove the control of hazardous substances as an explicit council function. This means that councils no longer have an explicit obligation to manage hazardous substances in RMA plans or policy statements. Councils still have a broad function of achieving integrated management and may exercise this to place additional controls on the use of hazardous substances under the RMA if existing HNO and the Health and Safety at Work Act controls inadequately address the environmental effects of hazardous substances. And what we have here is a map of the existing significant hazardous facilities in the New Plymouth district. So we've got our Methanex and the Methanex Motunui petrochemical plant up the top here with the orange squares. There is the red squares which are showing the production stations, and the triangles which I think are the active well sites, but Hamish might be able to explain there. It looks like the legends just being chopped off, which is not so helpful. And moving on to the other maps we've got here.
So one of the blue dots, are they side?
Blue dots are box storage.
Okay. Thank you.
So on the next slide here, we've also got some more of the bulk storage facilities. Down the bottom there, we've got the Port Taranaki storage facility, the OMV tank farm, the liquid gas LPG storage facility. And out the top, we've got the manufacturing, processing and industrial plants, which are the yellow circles.
What you can probably pick from those just 2 slides, these general patterns to where the different activities types are clustered around. So the bulk storage down in and around the port, the manufacturing other ones through the industrial areas around Bell Block, and then the oil and gas activities, petrochemical plants throughout the rural areas.
Did you have any other questions on those maps? Thanks, Sean, to you.
So now, perhaps part of the introduction before we get into the provisions of the operative and the proposed plans. The South Taranaki District Plan and the appeal from Taranaki Energy Watch, which relates to the petroleum activities in that district, has had a significant influence on the approach in the proposed plan. So I thought it was worth just spending a couple of slides to go through that appeal and decision, because it does influence the advice we've giving you Plymouth Council and advice for this hearing. So just to set the scene in terms of the South Taranaki plan. So that plan went through its review starting in 2013, and with a proposed plan and then decisions in 2016. And the oil and gas provisions, as they were generally referred to, were appealed by Taranaki Energy Watch. And so while it related to the significant hazardous facility provisions, the primary interest was an appeal focused on oil and gas activities. The Rome Court.
Just on that, it's been put to us by a number of the submitters, and so it'd be good when you take us through just reflecting on that from a number of submitters who said, well, this is primarily focused on petroleum. Experts came together as a mediated settlement, which was related very specifically around that. But it'd be interesting to, as you go through, just to contextualise that case for us, so we can just understand. So understand that when you get to the thin edge of the wedge, you're dealing with a particular issue. It'd be good to understand the context of it.
I think I can answer that question now. I think at a general level, a principled level, that there are similarities that can be drawn in terms of one of the key matters that was clarified through this decision, in my view, was the relationship between the different legislation that manages facilities that use and store hazardous substances. So, for example, what's the remit of the RMA now? What Holly said earlier around the Amendment Act in 2017. How does that relate to what has no legislation and regulations require, and the health and safety at work? Because the premise of the original South Taranaki Council decision was that those two other pieces of legislation that I'll describe as the heavy lifting of managing the risks from hazardous substances. You do not need to then have provisions in your district plan to manage that. And so what the South Taranaki decision, in my view, clarified is that there is a particular role for district plans under the RMA to manage the land use aspects of use of hazardous substances, particularly the relationship between activities which use hazardous substances and activities which may be sensitive to the use of hazardous substances. And that the advice from Ms. Shepherd, and I think you see it in other experts, hazardous substance experts for different submitters, is that the health and safety work manages on-site risk, but the off-site risk or the risk to people beyond the activities is the role of the RMA. So it's that locational aspect of these activities. And that, to me, applies not just to oil and gas activities, which were the subject of the South Taranaki decision. That also applies to all other activities which use or store hazardous substances, particularly larger scale ones. But then when you look at the specific details around setback distances, so there's various evidence on the 250-metre setback, yes, like that to me is specific in relation to oil and gas activities and the well sites in that case. In terms of just another contextual aspect for this appeal in relation to this hearing is that there's a number of similarities in my view between the context of South Taranaki and the context of the Plymouth district when you consider the rural areas and the nature of significant hazardous activities or significant hazardous facilities in the districts. That there's a variety of scales of activities in both districts. We're looking at what uses and stores hazardous substances. There's some areas of the districts where there's a sparse and in the rural areas where there's relatively few people living. There's other parts where there's greater concentrations of people living. But there is definitely a larger urban environment in the New Plymouth district, and activities, particularly major hazardous facilities, which are located in the urban environment in New Plymouth. So that is different from the South Taranaki context. So what I've listed on this slide, Christine, just want to highlight this. In the first interim decision of the Environment Court, they summarised what they considered were the 4 points of the appeal from Taranaki Energy Watch. So I'll step through each one of those four points of 4 topics, because the court effectively issued a decision on each one of those topics. And probably just the last contextual thing, summarise the 42A report around the timing of the South Taranaki decisions and the proposed New Plymouth district plan. So the first interim decision from the Environment Court and South Taranaki appeal was issued prior to the notification of the proposed New Plymouth district plan.
I think you've provided a quite useful table.
And then all the second, third, fourth, final decision were all after the notification of the proposed district plan. So the particular wording of the provisions that the Environment determined for the South Taranaki weren't available at the time the proposed plan was prepared. And also around some of the distances and so on, they were further tested through the subsequent decisions of the Environment Court. So on the next slide, I've summarised at a high level the main findings from the first interim decision. And this related to the first point, or the first topic of the appeal, relating to the risk of human fatality from a fire or explosion at a petroleum exploration or petroleum production activity. Their first finding was that new sensitive activities are to be avoided, 1 times 10 to the minus 6 individual fatality risk contour. That new well sites and production facilities were to seek to internalise the risk to within that same risk threshold. And that was to be internalised within the site, or what they referred to as other methods to incentivise internalisation. For existing well sites and production stations that do not have a risk contour, that there need to be land use controls to ensure separation of the incompatible activities, being sensitive activities primarily, to avoid the risk of fatality. And the fourth main finding was that in the rural industrial zone, which is the equivalent of the major purpose, the major facility zone in New Plymouth, that additions and alterations to those existing or new facilities, which expand that area of risk, is not to be permitted. So i.e. it needed to be subject to a case-by-case assessment. And then the last one was that their finding around petroleum activities within the township residential zone is not appropriate. So that was at that time there was debate about whether it should be prohibited or non-compliant in those zones. So that was their signal saying yes, genuinely shouldn't be allowed in those zones.
We'll just have a look at those first 2 points. So they're dealing with largely the same issue. The first one is controlling the introduction of a new sensitive activity within the risk contour for fatality. So presumably, and we'll get onto that, the method is controlling subdivision and land use in that area.
Yes, but primarily land use, because that would be you could still subdivide.
Yes.
In South Taranaki context, this was only in the rural areas at that point.
Yes.
That and subdividing a farm to continue to be used for primary production purposes wasn't likely to introduce, or wasn't going to change the risk profile in terms of the sensitive activity being located there. So it wasn't seen as needing to be specifically managed in the same way. And it was the establishment of the sensitive activity itself.
Yes.
That needed to be managed.
Okay. And the second one about new wells or sites and this contour of internalisation, is that on the basis that if internalisation is achieved, then HASNO and health and safety in the workplace procedures can then apply and are sufficient?
But that was seen as that the area outside of the site wouldn't be exposed to unacceptable
Yes,
risks,
yes.
so therefore there was no need to manage. How that was achieved, it may or may not be because of compliance with the HESNO and health and safety.
Right.
There might be other
Yes,
to achieve that.
but they would, those two pieces of legislation would be the key means of within the site.
Yes,
Yes.
yep, yes, so that's it. So any risks within the site were managed by that. That's not the focus of the district plan.
Okay, and the 1 to 10 to para 6, so that all relates to the Nathan production facility, and the bigger the facility, the bigger the contour.
Yeah, it depends on as I understand it, the size and scale of the particular facilities, whether it's got large amounts of storage, but Shepherd can possibly elaborate there if you want to know more.
I think haven't got school cert mathematics, so happy to leave it at that. So
I was intrigued. One times 10 to the power of negatives.
okay, I understand the principle. And I'm sure you were involved in those deals yourself.
Yes, so I was the council's planning witness. So on the next slide, which relates to the first 2 points, relate to the second topic relating to the risk of adverse health effects from the emission of discharge of contaminants to air from petroleum activities. So the court's findings on that matter was that the risk of long-term or chronic impact on human health from exposure to benzene is very low risk, and as such does not support the inclusion of a land use rule in the district plan. In relation to the acute health effects, the court found that the probability of sensitive activities being exposed to emissions exceeding the guideline values for human health to be low, with acute exposure levels unlikely to be high enough to exceed the safe, to exceed the acute safe exposure level. So that was the court's findings and the third interim decision, and then they issued directions to the parties to ask, based on that finding, is there a non-regulatory method that could be used to alert or make aware people that may be near these activities, particularly ones that use flares, that there could be a low risk of exposure. So that's where in the fourth interim decision, they issued their decision was that there should be a non-regulatory method introduced in the district plan to identify in the planning maps and alert layer to the potential presence of contaminants from abnormal flare operations at petroleum facilities, which has potential to cause acute health effects.
Yes. Did that translate into limit motion at all?
Yes, that was the primary, but whether there was a inquiry at the council or someone generally looking at the planning maps, so it's primary time where it would be triggered would be when someone requests a limit, and that would be provided in the limit.
Okay.
And then the final 2 topics that were subject to appeal, the third one related to seismic surveys, and as I said earlier, that was agreed amongst the parties, and the court issued a consent order for that, so it did not go to a hearing. And the fourth matter related to land farming, and that was not pursued by Taranaki Employers through the process. So it's sort of helpful before we get into the detail, just to set that context for that decision. So under the operative plan, it's based for hazardous substances, it's based on the hazardous facility screening procedure, which I assume commissioners you're familiar with that procedure and other district plans. So at the time it was included in the operative plan, it was seen as the appropriate method to be used. It's based on the quantities of hazardous substances stored or used on the site, the particular hazards of the individual substances that are stored, the activities that use those substances, and then obviously the location of those substances. And then that determines the activity status of the particular activity where it's permitted, and that's only where it requires consent. And as I highlighted earlier for the oil and gas activities, there's only been a relatively few applications where the hazardous facility screening procedure triggered resource consent. So under the operative plan.
Was there a district-wide rule or was it zone-based?
Zone-based understanding.
I'm saying that around the rest of the country, where it does get used, it's quite onerous, it's complicated, tricky. That's been the experience here.
Yes, so that's been the experience, even though there are, as highlighted, a number of major facilities that use hazardous substances in the Plymouth district. It's still seen as a complex approach here. And so that's where the conclusion was that that would be not carried over into the proposed plan, and that a new approach was required. And as I said earlier, in relation to the South Taranaki appeal and plan review, the different approaches that are available with the change to legislation, where some councils are electing not to include any hazardous substances provisions in their district plans. Where councils identified there is an issue with hazardous substances in their district, there are two general approaches. One is the activities, or described as the activity list approach, which is the approach adopted in the proposed new Plymouth district plan, where specific activities which are seen as sensitive to may increase the risks of with the use of hazardous substances, that's included. The other approach is an activity-based approach, an activity-list approach, along with quantities for different zones. So the Auckland Energy Plan, for example, lists certain activities, and then for each zone, there's different quantities of substances that can be stored or used in each zone before it requires resource consent. The second main feature of the proposed plan, as notified, was allowing and providing for major hazardous facilities in the major facility zone, the port zone, and the general industrial zone, because that seems the appropriate compatible place for those facilities. In all other zones that they are restricted, and also providing, based on the findings of the Environment Corp of South Taranaki, that if there are changes to the existing facilities, that they should be subject to an assessment to determine the appropriateness of those expansions. And the last element was the inclusion of the policy direction and methods for avoiding sensitive activities within the risk management contours. And with the South Taranaki, where the final decision ended up, was that they were keen to, well, we use the words, incentivise the use of risk management contours in the district plan. And that was to provide certainty to operators that they continue operating their facilities within that envelope, within that risk contour, but also protect the new sensitive activities coming closer. And that in the absence of a risk management contour, that there would be default rules that would apply, which would trigger consent for the operators if they wanted to change their facilities and they didn't have a contour, that a consenting process would be required. And similarly, for new sensitive activities moving closer, in the absence of a contour, there needed to be a generic separation, so generic setback distance, to provide for that case-by-case assessment.
It wasn't clear to me what the default rules were in terms of the contour or the setback, but just in terms of if a facility wanted to actively pursue a risk management control, what's the process they would go through to do that?
Yeah. So if so we engage with all the operators in preparing the proposed plan to see what information they had available and whether they wanted to include a risk contour in the plan. Yes, and two operators have done that with the liquid gas and the key collection station. All others either didn't have the information or were unsure about the appropriateness of doing that. And then there's some submitters who have sought that, operators who have sought that through the proposed plan. If an operator wanted a risk contour now added to the plan for their site, that would require a plan change.
Okay.
And that would either be a council or private plan change process to introduce that.
Thank you.
That's the general policy framework, so the rules and standards that then reflects the activity status for activities I just highlighted, whether it's a significant hazardous facility in the zones where they're considered appropriate, it's permitted, provided risk does not extend beyond the site or beyond what the risk already is. And if the alterations or additions do increase the risk, then that would be subject to a discretionary activity consent process. In all other locations, it would either be a discretionary or non-compliant activity for significant hazardous facilities. And then it's non-compliant for new sensitive activities within the risk contour or within that 250 metre setback. And I just highlight that the activity status for hazardous facilities and the sensitive activities, this is the main point of contention here through the hearing.
Yeah, so for both operators and sensitive activities. Yeah. Okay. Just out of interest, how is the 250 metre setback derived?
So you would have read this, it's covered in quite a few of the risk experts' evidence for submitters for you, including
This house numbers 250, 350.
yeah, and I can't remember which one, but one of them attached the joint witness statement from risk experts that were involved in the South Taranaki appeal. So it's probably best that one of those experts, Ms. Bollich, is appearing for Taranaki Energy Watch.
Okay.
I think she's best placed to respond to that question, because there were a number of assumptions and parameters made for determining that distance. But the court, this was a challenge for the court to try and reconcile in the absence of having site-specific information. What is an appropriate approach to rely on, given their conclusion was that they should be avoiding sensitive activities in locations that are unacceptable risk. In the absence of that information, what is an appropriate number? And I understand it was a particular challenge for the risk experts in that particular case to come up for distance. So yeah, it's not easy.
Might be some riparian margins.
Yes.
And it's probably harder. And I'm very interested to hear from the risk experts where that was in relation to oil and gas activities, particularly petroleum exploration and petroleum production. If we're looking at all types of significant hazardous facilities, from timber treatment plants, wastewater treatment plants, water treatment plants, and so on, or large-scale food manufacturing, refrigerants, what are the risks around that wider range of activities, but still to achieve that policy outcome.
And what's the nature of that risk? What's the source of risk?
Yes.
Out of interest, and to provide some context, what's the dimension of the risk management contour at the Makee production station? Do you know?
I can look it up, Julie. That can probably explain it better than all of us. It's just outside the boundary, outside the side boundary is how I describe it. It's a fairly regular shape, but it's jagged, regular shape, but jagged around the edges, would be how I describe it.
Between 50 and 100 metres outside the activity.
Okay.
Site itself, but within the boundary of Tiny Geomet.
Yes. It's useful. Thank you. And that had the benefit of a specific risk management assessment.
Yes. And the last thing I just want to touch on in terms of the mechanics of how the operative plan works as well, the proposed plan works as well. So there's the 250 metre setback for new sensitive activities from existing significant hazard facilities, and to provide some help with applying that setback, what was set up was what's referred to as the non-district plan 250 metre separation viewer.
Yeah.
So in the E-plan, at the introduction to the hazardous substances section, and also in the rule that relates to, there's a link through to the GIS viewer to show where a 250 metre circle applies around a well site, for example. And that was set up to help plan users understand where that rule applies. So it's not a part of the district plan, because it's but it's linked in the plan to provide that assistance to plan users.
Yes. And the rules actually require the setback, but the technique for seeing it spatially, it sits outside the district plan.
And so that layer can be updated if a new well site's established, for example.
But from memory, it's currently, it's like a circle, it's not, it's like a, doesn't take into account contours of the land or.
Where's it measured from?
So it's measured from what we generally refer to as, and there's a disclaimer when you click on that view that tells you where it's measured from. It's for a well site, it's measured from the wellhead itself. For a larger site where that's known, it's generally mapped from the security fence. And this again was what was worked through in the South Taranaki appeal, because the areas of risk is where the source, the source of risk comes from, the storage or substances on site.
Because we've had some useful evidence from Seaport
Yes.
Company, and they showed the well and just the nuances of that. It's quite useful just to see it on the ground. And that probably is effective.
That would, where it's taken from will determine the shape of the, so from a wellhead, it'll be a circle, and from a security fence, it'll be lines.
Exactly.
Obviously, well sites and often wellheads. So that
Yes.
there's
Yes, okay. But does the district plan rule that requires a 250 metre setback from an existing SHF stipulate the starting point for that setback?
This guidance says a note in the rule saying where to measure the risk from, or where to measure the distance from.
Okay.
One is our tables again. Run this time. The first row is additions and alterations to existing significant hazardous facilities. Where there is a risk management contour mapped in the plan. That permits the additions and alterations in those first four zones, which is the industrial, rural, industrial zone or type zones, and non-confined in all other zones. And then if if it's not mapped, then it's permitted as well, confined depending on it. And then if it's a new significant hazardous facility, that's discretionary in those four zones again, or non-complying in all other zones. But that's subnoted there, subject to Scrubs to overlay rules, which is all the red boxes at the bottom of half the table.
Yes.
And then the last one is additions and alterations, where it's, within 50 metres of a scheduled site or site of significance. To recognise that there are a couple of major facility zones which have those sites on them as well. So it's to provide recognition that you've got two things on the same site. And then the rest of us all the overlays where it's non-compliant activity, irrespective of the zone, and that's one of the points of contention that you'll hear is if there's an existing significant hazardous facility in the major facility zone, for example, it's really thought that consent be a discretionary activity rather than a non-compliant activity. Hand you back to Holly to take you through the submissions.
Right.
So just a clarification, if some really please, so the significant hazardous, I'm just looking at this overlay as part of the table, significant hazardous facilities. We're just talking about the footprint of the significant hazardous facilities, not the extent of its effects.
Yes, so we're just talking about the proposed activity itself. Yeah,
That's
where it's
like
located, not its effects.
I was just thinking that's something else there. Thank you.
Turning to the submissions that we've received from hazardous substances chapter. We had 24 original submissions with 188 individual submission points, 19 further submissions with 249 individual submission points. Of the original submission points, 135 of those indicated general support or supported the provisions in part, and 53 of those submission points opposed to the provisions. The submissions came from, again, a number of different groups. We have the iwi and Hapu, the operators, OMV New Zealand, oil companies, Greymountain Petroleum, to what we've had got on the energy topic as well. And again, the interest and advocacy groups, organisations, Taranaki Energy Watch, and turning to the key issues raised, we have a key aspect being the consenting requirements for upgrades to SHF. Many submitters have considered these provisions are too onerous as they are now. The alignment of the provisions with the Taranaki Energy Watch South Taranaki Environment Court case. The need to ensure that provisions are workable and clear. That we've set thresholds for the storage of hazardous substances, and there's some submissions on where those thresholds are set. The use of the risk management contours themselves, some submitters have considered these inappropriate and conservative. The need for greater alignment with the Health and Safety at Work Act, and in particular the major hazardous facilities regulations. The need for greater protections for sensitive environments, particularly where SHF are located in or adjacent to those environments, and the sensitive activities near existing SHF. In response to those submissions, we recommended a number of amendments to the provisions. We've suggested, in summary, clarifying the wording of the overview on the approach relating to SHF and cross-references to the strategic objectives and other district plan provisions. Clarified the wording of the particular objectives of policies relating to unacceptable risk and residual or lesser risk. Amended objective hazardous HAS 03 to clarify the unacceptable risk that can result from the inappropriate location of sensitive activities and can also compromise existing SHF due to reverse sensitivity effects and incompatibilities. We've amended the policy wording to refer to additions and alterations rather than operation, maintenance, upgrade and redevelopment. And we've also amended policy wording to align and be consistent with the South Taranaki Energy Watch South Taranaki Environment Court case. We've also amended policy wording in relation to the tangata whenua advice that's needed and deleted text in relation to visual, landscape, traffic, light and noise effects. Further, we have amended policy wording in relation to tangata whenua advice, which I just said. Add a new policy for SHF near the national grid. Added new policies specifically relating to petroleum exploration and petroleum production, relating to sensitive activities and the residential zone as included in the Taranaki Energy Watch South Taranaki Environment Court decision. Amended rules HAS R1 and HAS R2 by adding reference to the presence of sensitive activities and deleting reference to zone effect standards and the associated matters of discretion. We have added a new rule making additions and alterations to existing SHF within the coastal environment area and within the major facility zone, a discretionary activity. Amended rule HAS R9 by adding reference to the National Grid substation corridor and added a note referring to Transpower as an affected person for that rule. Amended HAS R12 by adding a 650 metre setback from existing petroleum production stations. And lastly, amended the definition of the SHF by adding a bulk storage facilities to that definition. And we've also amended the exclusion for underground storage of diesel. Before I move on, is there any questions regarding any of that? Is that what was covered in those slides?
Yeah, just a little more clarity around the difference, or you see the difference between the residual and less risk. I think it's a Hamish question.
That's a Hamish question.
No, so to me, the residual risk is what's left over once all the other regulations are complied with, or the level of unacceptable risk is achieved. So it's the lower. So in some ways it's the same, but it's the same thing. It's probably a different way of expressing it.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear that just a clearer word, or actually two quite different things.
Yeah, I have one question, and just noticed the emergence of another dimension, 650 metres as a setback. Where does that, how does that fit in?
So same basis as from the South Taranaki decision, and it's only for the petroleum production stations.
Yes.
And again, that was derived for the production stations in South Taranaki in the absence of a risk contour for those particular sites. So again, the technical experts may have something to say on that in terms of the appropriate or the basis for that distance.
Okay, so that reflects the hierarchy of facilities and the risk associated with them.
Yeah, reflects the greater scale of the risk, and based on that, you can probably elaborate based on the greater amount of material stored or processed on the manufacturing sites compared to the well sites.
Are they all significant hazardous facilities?
Production stations.
Production station.
Yes, and so our recommendation is to only apply that 650 metres to production stations, not all significant hazardous facilities.
Yes.
It's largely linked to the quantity of LPG that they may have on the facility.
Yes.
So having covered all of that, the last slide we wanted to just talk to was the key matters that remain in contention. So a key issue being whether the rules on SHF are too restrictive and for uncommunity owners, particularly for Port Taranaki, which we'll talk about this afternoon. The use of risk management contours and whether this is an effective tool for risk posed by SHF, including differences between the petroleum activities and other facilities which use, store or produce hazardous substances. The methodology for determining the risk management contours, the relationship between hazardous substances provisions, the zone provisions and other district-wide, particularly the overlay chapters. And lastly, the incompatibility and reverse sensitivity issues between SHF and sensitive activities. Is there any further questions?
I'll just double check. I just had just a clarification one. See if we may have received it, just the definition that South Taranaki have given to significant hazardous facilities, is it?
It's the same as what's in the proposed plan as notified.
Okay, so that's the same. Okay, that's fine, thank you. Yes.
I've got one additional point of clarification. You got to mention this earlier when doing the summary of the provisions, and the evidence from Seaport Land Company and also in the legal submissions received on Friday from the Seaport Land Company. They've asked for clarification of rule 12, this in relation to the 250 metre setback. They made the observation that only applies to the rural production zone. And in the evidence, they have made the assumption that that was an error or an oversight. It should apply to all zones. I can clarify it was intentional to only apply to the rural production zone. And that's on the basis that in the major facility zone, port zone and general industrial zone, where major hazardous facilities are located, that the zone rules make sensitive activities already a non-compliant activity. So there was no need for a separation distance to apply to those zones. And where you've got activities within those zones where they may be close to other zones, that joint rural areas that we seem to apply, but not the other zones. And then you've got all the other hazardous facilities located throughout the rural zone. So that's just wanted to provide that clarification. It's been sought in the legal submissions.
Just in regards to paragraph 60, it's just that Ministry for the Environment no longer promotes the former practices of looking managing hazardous facility screening procedures. No longer. Are they promoting another set of guidance? You've just noted here that they've recommended councils consider alternative methods, but have they suggested what alternative methods would be considered as best practice?
There's two, well, there's actually three. And I highlighted them earlier. So one is the activities list approach. So that's where there's particular activities in particular zones or locations which are seen as appropriate or should be controlled. The second one is that activities list approach along with quantities. So where you can add quantities in for the different zones, different activities. And the third one is particular locations or areas which may be sensitive to the use or storage of hazardous substances. And that's the likes of sites of significance to muddy, coastal environment, natural hazard areas where there might be heightened risk from the use and storage.
Okay. My understanding, the current approach you're promoting includes.
Yes, that's one of the options. Yeah.
Thank you. It seems like a good time.
Unless we get through contamination quickly, and then we're probably breaking into one, aren't we?
Our presentation on contaminated land is brief.
Yes.
It is.
Okay. I'm okay.
Yes.
Cool. I actually had breakfast this morning, so I've been in order.
It's good.
Oh, thank you.
For contaminated land, we've just taken the same approach as we've done with the other two topics: context, operative, proposed, and we'll wrap up with submissions and issues outstanding. In terms of the New Plymouth District context, the Taranaki Regional Council is responsible for identifying and investigating contaminated sites. And the role of the Plymouth District Council is to ensure that any sites that are known as contaminated are not used or developed in such a way that poses a risk to the community. Land can become contaminated from use and disposal of substances used in various activities, including industries that use paints or solvents, or the use of pesticides or horticultural activities. These activities are referred to as hazardous activities and industries list activities, or HALE activities as it's commonly known as, under the National Environmental Standard for Assessing and Managing Contaminants in Soil to Protect Human Health, or the NESCS. Moving on to the next slide, the Operative District Plan recognises the importance of protecting the health and safety of people from the risks associated with the use, subdivision or development of contaminated land. The Operative Plan generally addresses the matter of contaminated land in its provisions. Issue 10 states, adverse effects from the storage, use, disposal and transportation of hazardous substances on the environment. And then Objective 10 seeks to address the issue by protecting the quality of the environment, including the health and safety of people from the adverse effects of storage, use, disposal and transportation of hazardous substances. So they're not directly addressing the contaminated land aspect itself, but more directed at hazardous substances and the consequences of that. Policy 10.3 seeks to ensure that contaminated sites are not used for activities that could adversely affect human health and safety. It also sets out requirements for council property files to align with the contaminated land records held by Taranaki Regional Council, and to ensure steps are in place to keep these records up to date and seek to raise awareness of contaminated sites by sharing information with landowners, developers and subdividers. There are no specific rules relating to contaminated land in the Operative Plan. Instead, there is an assessment criteria within each environment area in the plan, which requires that where a site is contaminated, an application for proposed subdivision shall detail the extent of the contamination, the proposed use of the site, and any mitigation measures proposed. There are no other rules regarding contaminated land, nor does the Operative Plan refer to the NESCS. Since the plan became operative, the NESCS has been introduced, and the plan has not been updated to directly reference or respond to the NES.
Has there been any examples of consents that have considered recently that have considered that issue, objective and policy that you're aware of?
Yeah, I think we could definitely pull out an example. So to address the gaps, in particular the non-mention of the NESCS, we've introduced an objective and policy framework to avoid duplication, to ensure risks to human health are avoided, remedied or mitigated, identify known contaminated sites, investigate land that is or may potentially be contaminated, ensuring it is suitable for future use by remediation or management as appropriate. And we have not proposed any rules or standards in the district plan, rather relied on the NESCS to manage subdivision use and development of potentially contaminated land. So turning to the submissions received on the contaminated land topic, we had 5 original submissions with 10 individual submission points, 6 further submissions with 7 individual submission points, and all 5 original submissions indicated general support for the provisions, with some submitters requesting changes. Of the 7 further submission points, 6 sought that the subdivision points be rejected, and 11 generally supported original submission points. Again, these submissions came from iwi and hapu groups, public organisations, including Kāinga Ora, interest or advocacy groups or organisations, including Climate Justice Taranaki and Federated Farmers. Key issues raised in the submissions. Overall, there's support, which is good. A need to ensure that effects of contaminated land on significant natural features and landforms, water bodies, Indigenous biodiversity, historic heritage and sites of significance to Māori are considered. amend CLP2, policy 2, to ensure it is clear that there's different tolerances applied to different land uses. And we're also needing to address consequential changes from earlier hearing topics, for example, the cross-referencing. In response to those submissions, we've recommended retaining most provisions in the chapter as notified. We recommend an amendment to policy 2 to add reference to for the intended use to ensure that the applicability of the policy is clear. We've added cross-references to the strategic objectives and other district plan provisions, and we've also updated some of the hyperlinks. And so from that, there are no outstanding matters in contention. We had received, some submitters have made comments on the contaminated land chapter in their evidence. Suffice to say that they were happy with the changes we've recommended. And that's it. Do we have any questions on that topic?
I don't. It's refreshing.
To say it's probably not the key issue in the next few days.
Yeah, I've had quite a bit of involvement in implementing the NESCC, both in terms of producing consents and processing. So good to see a very streamlined approach in the proposed plan.
Questions? Thank you. Well done. We'll get a break till 1 o'clock.
I think so, yes. That's the first minute.
So. Heating Energy Limited, DL Crowley and Emily Fulton, 1 o'clock. They're going to be, it looks like joining us in person. Right. Thank you.
Perfect.
Thank you. Are you going to be with us this afternoon as well? Just listening? Yeah.
That's going to tuck away, but
Yeah, obviously, yeah.
the three of us will be here the whole time. We can also call on Jacob if we need some. Right. Yeah, well, it's fine.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's do that.
Just looking at our own lunch.
Yeah, I just look it up, just make it clear it's district plan, unless councillors get charged for it.
Oh no, whose name do we put in? I think I might have one time said, oh yeah, it's on, and I think I might have put it on one of the councillors or the mayors.
You just say may, but just make it clear it's district plan hearing.
They were anticipating who it was for. Like, yeah. I think it was on the council.
Swings roundabout.
Hope you get some food.
Yeah. Look at that. Motion in terms of this afternoon. I need to call a map up. It's just the port area, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
So in Tauranga,
They
Have a
no,
site?
no locations.
yeah. Tomorrow, it could be real hit and miss, couldn't it?
Liquid gas will be down the port again.
Oil
Oil
companies.
companies will be everywhere.
Yeah.
DRA will be everywhere. Todd, that will be Junction Road. So the power station.
Oh, yeah.
And Maki Mangahiwa, that area. RMV will be Kura next door to with next. Todd Energy will be the same as Todd Generation.
Tamarama land, is the
Okay.
might benefit national environmental statement providers to clarify.
Exactly. I think it's one of the ones that's actually working.
How they may
Yeah.
go
It's quite
to,
good when you
what's the name of it,
Kind of wish
either
it
it's
was
like,
something
yeah,
process that was a similar.
it's done very
Yeah,
different.
yeah, it seems like
That methodology needs to be set. at a
Yeah.
national level.
Well, we got like we've already
Yeah.
had with
Go fly.
South Tyranny.
Tickering.
And I think
Yeah.
even
Good one, good one.
they was
Commission's
really
speaking
trying
about
to
Yeah.
align what we're doing. with what
Antoine
we're
hasn't.
doing.
Yeah.
We get all the same experts coming out.
And I'm just going to say, well, you say
You
you
don't use
don't CRA,
it.
what is it?
You put it in that.
It does help.
Yeah, it does, it does.
It's just-
No, it doesn't.
Same station. Trying to find
There is the district.
Yeah, especially when it's so technical.
Do you have to do or if you?
Yeah, spend hours.
Oh, okay,
If you go, yeah, because that's like a 250-minute circle, which
Yeah.
points.
okay.
Yeah, it's, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
And it's quite a
It's
stark,
a, um,
contrast, isn't it?
It's just all.
Wade thing.
It's just all, it's just all online.
Okay.
So you should be able to show now.
This is what's happened, this is what we've done, we've got a couple of solutions, but no one's really interested, everyone's like,
Yeah.
imagine if the whole paper was like that.
It's my bad, I do more.
Same.
I do have
Yeah.
substances.
Yeah.
But, yeah, it's kind of hazardous substances when it goes wrong, so you end up continuing to land. So
Exactly, yeah, it's kind of funny, isn't it?
it's really way into how but environmental auditing stuff and has to be across the resource regulations for it.
Just from the proposed plan, so I can,
It's almost a bit
Sorry.
disappointed, we didn't
Yeah.
get this. That's the one I know the best.
Online.
Hamish is involved with this other stuff, obviously, because he's had a lot more years involvement than I have, but
go to read the
Yeah,
thing.
well, I kind of just had to, I've sort of ducked in and out of it.
Yeah,
Because, you know, it's gone. So I worked with Sarah, which was sort of,
Oh,
and she was
yes,
drafting up provisions for South Tyranny.
Yeah.
So I provided some really early advice, and then wasn't paying off for a long time, and then once it was in the protocol, but kind of fell back into some of the directions that.
Yeah, those dots. That's what, yeah.
Oh,
that's what I'd be
okay.
interested to see.
so like,
Yeah.
cross your.
So they might just go fly. Three or something like that.
Yeah.
They'll talk to that.
Anything else.
Yeah.
Yeah. That work.
The,
But the
So I
ones-
don't know where all of the,
One else gets quite a good example.
Yeah. Okay.
Assessment, and I think no one with you with that societal risk.
no, it's all good, thank you.
Yeah, they have looked at that.
Yeah.
Cool. Claire's not. Only gonna get murkier as the day goes on. Cool.
Thank you, I think we'll make a start again. So I'd like to ask Heating and Energy Limited, Dion Cowley and Kimberly Hilton. Please make your way to the stage.
Not a big wall.
This is the first time I've been on the panel with you addressing this. So we're happy for you to introduce yourselves. Give us a bit of context. We've received evidence, of course. Happy for you to give us a summary or where you'd like to present your case.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, tēnā koutou katoa, ko Taranaki te maunga, ko Hutaki te awa, ko Hutaki te Master Iwi, ko Dion Cowley toko ingoa, a mihi nui kia koutou. Kia ora everyone, I'm Dion Cowley, born and bred here in Taranaki, and I speak to you today on behalf of Headinga Energy as Project Development and Public Sector Lead. Along with me is the lovely Emily Hilton, HSEQ Manager, also at Headinga Energy. Last chance for giving up.
I'm from Scotland, so I'm not even gonna.
Oh, this will be downtown for you. Building of mountains and streams
Oh, yeah.
and
I mean,
forests,
I have the.
clans. And you're in safe company here. We don't mind which clan you belong to.
So I had the privilege actually of presenting previously at Hearing One Strategic Direction. That's right. I put on my old town planning hat. So I'm a town planner of old. I was an ex-NPDC planner, and gone to the which side? I'm not sure. The light side, the dark side, the energy side, should we say?
The other side.
The other side. That's right. And so yeah, joined Headinga Energy a little over a year ago. So yeah, that day in that hearing, we were targeting I guess recognition of renewable energy activities in the strategic objectives. And we noticed or acknowledged that there is a new strategic objective in the interim guidance along the lines of technologies or that enable the transition to a low emission economy. And so, you know, we consider that a good outcome, and it sets the scene nicely for the relief that we seek at this hearing. Is it worth a bit of a recap about Headinga Energy in general, or do you want to skip over and cut to the chase?
I'm happy for you to present the way you'd like.
Okay.
That's featuring you.
Cool. So Headinga is a Taranaki-based company focused on zero emission green hydrogen, and we span the value chain from production via renewable electricity through to supply to large customers, industrial customers and the like, and also the distribution of green hydrogen via our vehicle refueling network. And we're currently in the process of delivering two major projects, one being the construction of a wind to ammonia project in Kapuni, South Taranaki. It's a project that includes a 4-turbine wind farm supplying renewable electricity and green hydrogen to the balanced agri-nutrients plant, helping them to decarbonise their fertiliser production and because of the volumes produced, the project will help to bring down the production cost of green hydrogen to power fuel cell trucks and therefore decarbonise heavy freight. So there's a bit of a coupling there between heavy industry and heavy freight. And it's an example of the type of project mooted in Venture Taranaki's recent Power to X report and the recent Offshore Future Forum that they held. So I guess in a way it's fair to say that Headinga is one of the local businesses that's doing some of the doing in terms of realising the opportunities to decarbonise that sometimes gets talked about in some of the government strategies and policies. Of note in relation to that project, the EPA has granted the resource consent under the COVID-19 Recovery Fast Track Consenting Act, but the appeal period remains open. Second project is a nationwide refueling network which will enable the conversion of high-emitting heavy diesel vehicles into zero-emission green hydrogen electric trucks. And in order to do this, we're partnered with Waitomo Group, who will operate the refueling station forecourts, and Headinga's green hydrogen will be one of the fuel options available as you drive in. We've also partnered with TR Group, New Zealand's largest truck leasing company, and this partnership brings to the market combined hydrogen electric truck and green hydrogen fuel leases, so a wrapped lease. And that removes the upfront cost barrier to decarbonising these heavy trucks, and it's well worth the effort given converting one of these diesel line haul trucks to green hydrogen is equivalent to taking 150 cars off the road in terms of emissions reduction. And those trucks are coming into the country towards the second half of next year. And so resource consents have been granted for our Hamilton and Palmerston North sites, with South Auckland and Tauranga consents nearing completion. Got a little bit of a background on green hydrogen, you know, how it's made and the drivers behind it and global momentum, if that would be helpful.
It would be the extent of my knowledge in hydrogen comes from the Radio New Zealand podcast. So I'm not quite sure that was very good or not. I'm going to ask some dumb questions very shortly about this technology.
We'll see if we cover some of them off in advance then. So of relevance to this hearing is that large volumes of hydrogen derived from fossil fuels are already used in New Zealand by Methanex, Balanced Agri-Nutrients, Marsden Point Refinery, And these businesses have been effectively managing the associated risks for decades. But to be clear, Hiringa only produces and supplies green hydrogen, which has a lower risk profile when done at a small scale when compared to the brown fossil fuel derived hydrogen used by these previously mentioned businesses on a much larger scale. So in terms of what is green hydrogen as defined by MBIE's Vision for Hydrogen in New Zealand Green Paper, green hydrogen gas is produced by splitting water molecules into the constituent elements of hydrogen and oxygen, using renewable electricity to power an electrolyzer. So while hydrogen is one of the most common elements in the universe, comprising 70% of the sun, it does not naturally occur in large quantities on Earth. So we need to go through the electrolysis process to produce green hydrogen in order for us to gather enough of it to be useful. And so if you think of it with H2O, and we're splitting off the H2 and the O by electrolysis, then we can get usable quantities of the hydrogen to apply. And it gets used in things in the hard to treat sectors, such as heavy transport, both on-road and off-road. So forestry sectors and wood farming, agriculture sectors are looking at it for their tractors and other diesel type machinery. Aviation, industrial processes, stationary energy, and as a vector for exporting renewable energy by ship. As highlighted by First Gas and Concept Consulting in their recent independent reports, green hydrogen could even help New Zealand address its dry year problem, as we can make green hydrogen when the sun is shining or the wind is blowing, producing more energy than we need at that point in time, store it, and then bring out the renewable energy out of storage to cover those winters when the dams are low. You may have heard of the Southern Green Hydrogen Project mooted for Tiwai Point, and there was an interesting quote released by Meridian's chief executive Neil Barclay when that project was first mooted around green hydrogen has the potential to abate Aotearoa's long life greenhouse gas emissions by more than 20%. So moral of the story there is green hydrogen has a significant role to play in decarbonising our economy. We align with the European Union in their thinking that the future of energy will be a combination of renewable electricity and green hydrogen. So it won't be one or the other, it'll be both playing to their strengths. The European Union, in their hydrogen strategy for a climate neutral Europe, identifies hydrogen as an intrinsic part of an integrated energy system. And so Europe is backing hydrogen as one of their key tools in the toolbox for decarbonising their economy, not the silver bullet, but one of the tools. And New Zealand government is making similar signals. Closer to home, New South Wales, the government has allocated up to $3 billion Australian dollars on recent incentives that it hopes will turn the state into a green hydrogen export superpower by the end of the decade. Just to conclude a bit of a recap, hydrogen's been used for over a century in industrial applications, and its contribution to meeting global climate change ambitions will see its use skyrocket. The challenge in front of us is enabling our local hydrogen ecosystem to develop while adequately managing the risks, and we feel that the relief we seek strikes the right balance. So I could move on to some of the more specific parts of our presentation now, if you like. Yeah. Okay, so in terms of the energy section, the Section 42A report recommends the following new objective to move, it's Energy 3, to move the New Plymouth District towards a low emission economy through efficient use of energy and the generation of electricity from renewable sources. And we support the proposed objective in part and recommend it to be amended with the inclusion of and production of green hydrogen. So it would read as it does in our submission with that underline there. The reason for this is it's interpreted that the purpose of this objective is to provide for and encourage a transition to a low emission economy within the New Plymouth District, and including the production of green hydrogen in this objective rightly identifies it as a key enabler of a low emission economy, alongside the efficient use of energy and renewable electricity generation. We're not going to be able to decarbonise all parts of our economy with renewable electricity alone, and green hydrogen is a key technology for decarbonising some of these heavy industry, heavy transport, manufacturing, and a lot of commonly used chemicals. As a little anecdote on the side, We collaborated with Air New Zealand in our submission on MFE's emissions reduction plan document. And they've pushed quite hard for green hydrogen production to be enabled, as it is a critical building block to making sustainable aviation fuel, or SAF. And it's also a key building block in the production of drop-in biofuels, which forms a key part of the government's strategy for decarbonising our existing vehicle fleet. So given it has a key role to play, and omitting it from this policy, which targets a low emission economy, would in our opinion be an oversight. So I've got a few other points to make on some other policies, but happy to pause there if you have any questions so far.
I had one. The officers have not recommended in support of your alteration to objective 3. As far as I can tell it anyway. That's what I understand.
Yep.
Yes. And did you want to address any of the reasons that they have put forward for not running with that route?
Is there any chance of an executive summary of those reasons?
Well, I can point you to the, I mean, you've read the 42A report previously.
Yeah.
It's not really my role to do that. Well, let me ask you another question. One of the reasons that I've ascertained it is that NGO3 is supposed to be an outcome statement, a goal to be achieved. So the focus is on moving towards a lower emission economy, and with a focus on the use and generation of electricity from renewable sources. How that's achieved might be the subject of specific policies that sit under those objectives. And I just got the feeling that from the 42A report that the how question, how that statement of goal or statement of outcome is achieved might be better suited to a policy. I wondered if you had any particular comments on that.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yep, I do take your point in that of the officers around targeting an outcome being a low emission economy. And I guess what I see listed there being efficient use of energy and the generation of renewable electricity are both hows or tools to achieve that outcome.
Yes.
And so I would see green hydrogen being simply another one of those tools, and a key tool, given some of the evidence presented today. So it's another tool in the toolbox, I guess, alongside efficiency and renewable electricity.
Yes. Okay. Okay, thank you for that. The definition of energy activities has been, you support the amendments to the definition, yes. So no outstanding or contentious issue there. And then there was the policy, same with policy P25.
That's right.
The officers and yourself were on the same page there by the looks of things.
Correct.
Yes. That was all on the energy that I had. Was there anything else you wanted to add?
No.
Yeah, I just had a couple of clarification questions, just as the technology. Just I'm just clearing my assumptions that I've made. One is that in terms of the setting up refueling sites, my understanding, and this is from the further evidence we've received, that like a service station would have its own plant. Is that correct?
Correct. Small scale
plants and some storage there. And the heavy vehicles that would come, mostly trucks, I suspect, they would have a hydrogen engine in the truck, which would store and use hydrogen, and then that would charge power cells. Is that how it's worked? Yes.
So it doesn't combust.
So it's not a combustion engine.
So
it's a
the
power
hydrogen will be
cells.
stored in fuel tanks on the truck, and then it passes through a fuel cell which generates electricity, and there is still a battery in it, so it's still a battery electric vehicle, but it's a fuel cell battery electric vehicle. So the battery is a lot smaller than what you would see in like a what you would consider a battery electric vehicle without the fuel cell. So because the batteries are a lot smaller, you get a lot more payload on the truck. But yeah, the hydrogen isn't combusted, it's just stored and passed through the fuel cell. It's basically the reverse of the electrolysis process. So the hydrogen combines with air that's just taken from the air around us, and it combines to make electricity again.
Thank you for that. I haven't heard that simple explanation. I've heard a different one that completely confused me. But
I need it
understand what
explained
this-
it simply to me.
Yeah.
Risk and safety, not too much engineering.
That probably answers my second question quite well, actually. Thank you. I didn't have any other questions.
Could I just go back to an earlier question, sir?
Yes.
Energy 225, Mr. Cowley, talks about recognising new and emerging technologies for energy production. So presumably that's a set that would encompass production of green hydrogen.
Yes.
So I guess, just going back to my earlier question, that seems to do the lifting around the how question, doesn't it, in terms of achieving the Energy 03 objective. So I'm still sort of struggling to see why we need to be more specific in 03, given that P25 would answer that question. I mean, I acknowledge that P25 doesn't pick any winners in terms of different types of emerging technologies. It could perhaps have an example, e.g. the production of green hydrogen. But if that was the case, would you agree that that sort of example better sits in 25 than in 03?
I guess my preference would be for it to sit in the objectives one up, because of the fact that Energy 03 is in fact starting to list some of those methods for achieving the outcome. The way I interpret that, as it says, to move the New Plymouth district towards a low emission economy, it could have a full stop there, yes, but then it does go on to start to list through some of the pathways there, through efficient use of energy, generation of electricity from renewable resources. And we obviously recommend the production of green hydrogen in there as one of those ways for delivering what's come before, being the low emission economy.
In that case, is other words, and production of green hydrogen, should they really go before renewable sources or after?
We try to minimise words by putting it before, because the green hydrogen comes from renewable sources also.
Okay. Food for thought there. Thank you.
I'll move on, shall I?
Yes, thank you. We're on to contamination now. Hazardous substances.
That's right, yes. So we seek two aspects of relief today in relation to significant hazardous facilities. Relief A, we've called it, is around excluding the manufacturing and associated storage of hydrogen from the definition. And relief B is around limited storage threshold of 1.5 tonnes of hydrogen gas. So just to go into relief A firstly, hydrogen gas is considered a hazardous substance within the definition section of the proposed district plan. And as a result, the on-site production of green hydrogen gas at Hittinger's green hydrogen refueling stations would be considered a significant hazardous facility. Hittinger's original submission sought following relief to the definition of significant hazardous facilities. And if we jump down to point 1, manufacturing and associated storage of hazardous substances, and then it has in brackets, including manufacture of chemicals, fertilizers, acids, alkalis, or paints. And then goes on to, we would like to see in there, but excluding the manufacture and associated storage of hydrogen. Reason being, the manufacturing of green hydrogen gas differs greatly from the manufacturing of other hazardous substances, because it's a relatively simple process, resulting in fewer environmental impacts and requiring a significantly smaller footprint. The manufacture of green hydrogen via electrolysis requires only water and renewable electricity, producing both hydrogen and oxygen. And there are no other hazardous substances as inputs or byproducts in the manufacturing of green hydrogen as demonstrated in figure 1. In addition, the manufacture of hydrogen gas by electrolysis is typically done at a reasonably low pressure, in the order of 0 to 40 bar. And to illustrate this point, simplicity, do you want to get it out? The simplicity and safety of producing green hydrogen, we brought along a little toy that keeps the engineers in our office amused for hours. So it's a toy that's aimed at, it says 12 years old and over, and it's got an onboard electrolyzer that produces the green hydrogen using renewable electricity. The hydrogen produced goes from the electrolyzer into the car, and there's a fuel cell in here, as you and Emily were discussing before, that then charges a smaller battery and propels the car to go forward. And so if you're anything like my son, he's hoping desperately to have one of these underneath the Christmas tree this year. Yeah, plenty of fun there. And so I guess the point we're trying to make is that when taking a letter of the law approach to the district plan, because this produces green hydrogen, this toy would trigger the definition of a significant hazardous facility, which doesn't necessarily seem sensible or practical, which highlights the need for there to be a threshold defined above which the risks are assessed by the council. I'll put away my toy now and let Emily take you through some of the more technical aspects of our risk assessment.
So we engaged a third-party expert to take quantitative risk assessment, modelling green hydrogen gas manufacturing. So if you refer to Appendix 1 for a visual demonstration of the risk contours for the Tuning Green Hydrogen project that Deanne spoke to earlier, the results show that the individual fatality risk contours from an ignited or unignited release from an electrolyser remain localised to the electrolyser units themselves. The risk is localised because there's only a small volume of hydrogen gas within the electrolyser unit at any one time, and it's produced at low pressure. Essentially, the electrolyser will produce the hydrogen and it will then be piped to wherever it's being received. So once the hydrogen gas is produced at one of our refueling stations, it's stored on site. It's usually compressed first to a higher pressure so that we can reduce the footprint. And the storage is for later use, or it is transported off-site by road. So Haringa recommends the storage of green hydrogen gas rather than the manufacture should be the focus, given it has the higher risk profile. And unlike conventional fossil fuels, green hydrogen gas can be manufactured on site at a small scale, if I can refer you to figure 2, and is therefore not dependent on large-scale centralised manufacturing distribution, figure 3. This is a critical commercial advantage over conventional fossil fuels, which reduces manufacturing costs of zero-emission green hydrogen gas and will ultimately aid in reducing transport emissions when fueling heavy vehicles. Including the manufacturing of hydrogen gas in the definition of a significant hazardous facility creates a barrier to decentralised manufacturing and removes competitive advantages against incumbent fuels without accurately considering the difference in risks involved when comparing green hydrogen gas manufacturing with the manufacturing of other hazardous substances.
So I guess just to sum up there, our point, it's thought that the manufacture of green hydrogen gas is excluded from the definition of a significant hazardous facility because of it being small scale, low pressure, using potable water and electricity as inputs and producing oxygen and hydrogen gas as outputs, which our modelling shows produces small risk contours. Haringa recommends that the storage of more than 1.5 tonnes of green hydrogen gas, rather than the manufacturing of hydrogen gas, is the trigger for the definition of a significant hazardous facility to apply, given the low risk profile of the electrolysis process. So we talk a little bit more about that storage threshold we're targeting under relief B, if you're happy for me to proceed. Carry on.
Yes, please.
Haringa's original submission sought the following relief to the definition of significant hazardous facility, and if you jump down a little bit, it's 0.6 that we've added in there, the storage / use of more than 2.5 tonnes of hydrogen In our original submission, we recommended that the storage of green hydrogen gas up to 2.5 tonnes should not be considered a significant hazardous facility based on the comparable energy content of proposed storage limits for LPG, petrol and diesel in the proposed district plan. And I'll hand over to Emily once again to talk through some of the risk assessment we've done since our original submission, really, which was a couple of years ago now, wasn't it?
Yeah, so that original submission was based on the information we knew at the time. So since then, we've subsequently applied for resource consent for green hydrogen manufacture and storage at 5 sites in New Zealand across different council jurisdictions. Each application includes the submission of a comprehensive risk assessment. These assessments included the QRA I mentioned before, which was undertaken by an independent consultancy, which produced site-specific individual fatality risk contours to assess the land use compatibility against the risk criteria within the New South Wales Hazardous Industry Planning Paper 4, risk criteria for land use planning. Figure 4 shows the criteria for that assessment. And this criteria was used because there's no standard risk criteria developed for the New Zealand context, and this is often referred to in other council planning. So resource consents have been granted for 2 sites, Palmerston North and Te Rapa in Hampton, where the risk assessments were reviewed and accepted. The volume of green hydrogen gas manufactured and stored on these sites is 1.47 tonnes at 350 bar and will be used to refuel green hydrogen fuel cell powered heavy vehicles. The resource consent applications for our Auckland and Tauriko green hydrogen gas manufacture, storage and refueling sites are in the final stages of processing, with those risk assessments having been reviewed already. All requests for information have been received from both councils and there have been no comments or queries on the risk assessment submitted. The final site is part of the Kapuni Green Hydrogen project located in South Taranaki. The consent application has been granted just last week. And that assessment was undertaken by the EPA. So the green hydrogen project includes the installation of 4 wind turbines, as Dion alluded to before, but it also includes hydrogen manufacturing and storage. As part of that resource consent application, a number of parties were invited to comment on the application, including the risk assessment itself. 2 parties commented or requested further information on that risk assessment. One party used their in-house risk expert to review the information and discuss the outputs with Haringa. This party concluded that they now had a good understanding of the hypothetical potential risk scenarios and considered their queries resolved. The second party actually contracted a risk expert who independently reviewed our risk assessment, and they were largely accepting of the risk assessment process and only had 2 comments for the consenting panel to consider, which actually related to the cumulative risk with neighbouring facilities as opposed to the risk contours associated with this activity. Haringa's risk assessments for the aforementioned green hydrogen gas projects have been scrutinised by 4 different councils and the EPA, as well as other risk experts. To date, all parties have acknowledged that the risk assessment process has been thorough and appropriate for hydrogen gas manufacturing and storage.
Thanks, Emma. Let's carry on and just wrap it up if you like. It's noted in the evidence provided by Sarah Shepherd on behalf of MPDC that she recommends a storage of up to 1.5 tonnes of hydrogen being permitted as an industrial zone that is not within 50 metres of a sensitive activity only, highlighting the need for a permitted threshold. As a result of the knowledge and undertaking gained from the QRAs for multiple sites, in addition to having validation from regulatory and expert parties, we conclude that a storage threshold of 1.5 tonnes of green hydrogen gas within the definition of a significant hazardous facility, below which the production and storage of green hydrogen would be a permitted activity, results in an acceptable level of risk that is balanced with the enabling of a new decarbonisation pathway for hard to abate sectors within our economy. And I guess to put it bluntly, to have no permitted threshold is overly onerous and disadvantages green hydrogen amongst its fossil fuel competitors. But we also don't want a significant event caused by ourselves or others to damage the nascent hydrogen economy. Therefore, we think that a 1.5 tonne permitted threshold is fair, reasonable and prudent.
Questions?
Just, I think I understand what you're saying. Essentially, you'd be comfortable with the change to 1.5 tonnes as opposed to the 2.5 originally.
Correct, yeah.
And have that reflected in the definition. Very clear. Thank you.
Looking at this figure 2, and just got a number of structures there, can you just explain to me what the structures are?
So,
So I'm assuming there's storage structures there, there's a structure for the electrolysis process.
Oh, yeah.
And there's the pump station itself. I just wanted to.
Yes, yeah. So this is one of our refueling stations. So the two containers on the far right of the image, they're the electrolyzers. So currently our plan is to have electrolyzers on our first phase of stations. So not every station will have electrolyzers, but our initial phase will. And in that initial phase, the plan is to have one electrolyzer per site, but we've consented for 2 to allow for expansion as the demand for fuel ramps up. So what you see in that image there is those 2 containers on the right hand side are both electrolyzers, and they're 40-foot containers. Above, sitting on top of that is dry coolers for cooling the process. The container next to that is slightly raised off the ground. It's called a multiple element gas container. That's our storage of hydrogen there. And that's actually going to be mounted on a trailer, and that's where we can export or import hydrogen between sites, so it'll be mobile. And then there's another container that's just hiding behind the truck there. Sorry. Yeah, so there's another container just hiding behind the truck, so that's more storage, and that will be the permanent on-site storage, from which the refueling assembly will draw its fuel from. There's actually another container hidden behind the truck there, which is a compressor unit. So the hydrogen comes out of the electrolyzer at 40 bar. It's then compressed up to 350 bar, which is the pressures required for the truck's refueling. Then there'll be piping so that's all within a compound there. It's fenced compound, secure access only. There will then be piping that runs to the refueling dispenser, and that's where you can draw hydrogen fuel from.
Oh, thank you. You've answered my other question. What's the store? What pressure is it stored at?
Yeah, 350 bar.
Just in regards to, you've given to us the evidence about that 2.5 tonnes of hydrogen storage would be appropriate, and then later on to describe, I'm expecting a typical service site, 1.47 tonnes. Are you thinking that would there be any stations that would meet the 2.5 tonnes of hydrogen?
Not at this point. I don't think.
No. The reason why we landed on that 2.5 early on was we were comparing it in terms of energy content to some of those other energy types. So that's basically where that number came from.
Yeah, and I think at that point we were still defining our operational philosophy, so we're still working out offtakes and how much hydrogen we would actually need to produce and store on site. And obviously that's now a lot clearer to us what we would need.
And just my last question is just a clarification. So the appendix 1 with those contours, and just in the little key here, those are the same values that are associated to figure 4.
Yeah.
New South Wales guide, that they seem to be the same thing.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you.
I wonder whether the officers had any questions or clarification while we're here. One of these witnesses present, particularly Ms. Shepherd or Ms. Gardner.
I suppose we talked about this sort of going through a number of councils now and been reviewed and approved. Had they, I suppose, had independent technical review, or is that just been reviewed by the council themselves?
Yeah, so that's been reviewed by council themselves as far as we're aware. We had Auckland Council have a bit more experience. They've already consented a hydrogen refueling station for Ports of Auckland, so they had actually been through an independent review of that application at the time. So they had a bit of a better understanding than the other councils. And then for the EPA one of the parties who requested information, they actually did have an independent expert do a review of it. So it has been independently reviewed through a indirect means.
Is it difficult to source these independent reviewers given the newness of the technology?
It can be in terms of people who have dealt with specifically hydrogen gas in New Zealand, but it's a hazardous substance that's follows along a lot of other hazardous substances.
So it's that methodology.
Yeah, and the methodology we've applied is the risk assessment process used in oil and gas. It's fit for purpose. It's proven to be a good process, and that's what we went with. So assessing your risk assessment methodologies is actually any kind of risk assessment expert could do that.
Which there are not many in New
No.
Zealand. We often actually end up in Australia finding the right people to do those technical reviews for quantitative risk assessment. For any of those oil and gas type. I had one question just around the excluding the manufacturing. Would there likely be many scenarios where you manufacture but not store?
So actually at the Balance site, although we are planning on storing there, that's actually for an arm of that project. So initially our project will be producing hydrogen to feed straight into the Balance process. So the hydrogen comes out of the electrolyzer at 40 bar and will be fed directly into the process for making ammonia. We are obviously, or that maybe not obviously, in that project we are going to be having a refueling station as well, located just off of the Balance plant, and so there'll be compression and storage there, but that's going to be developed at a later stage, but that's being consented as part of this consent application. But yeah, that's an instant where we would be producing hydrogen straight into process without storing it.
It's a good question because I noticed clause 6 of the definition did refer to purpose-built bulk storage facilities for storage of hazardous substances, and then had the exemption other than petrol, diesel, LGB or hydrogen for wholesale or restricted commercial supplies. That's not what you're talking about, is it? When you're wanting the addition of manufacturing and storage of hydrogen in clause 1. If you look at the definition of significant hazardous facilities,
Yeah.
you'll sort some changes to clause 1. But I see clause 6 does touch on storage of hazardous substances other than hydrogen. So does that provide some relief also, or not?
I think we looked at that and it was, I think the relief was for things other than hydrogen is how I interpreted it.
Yeah, well, I mean, for other than hydrogen, you wouldn't qualify as a purpose-built storage facility and therefore wouldn't be a significant hazardous facility.
I think I interpreted it the other way around, that we would, the relief was for things other than the manufacture of hydrogen. Sorry, I think I've misinterpreted.
But in any event, the relief that you've described for clause 1 would achieve the goal.
Yes.
Yeah, that's right.
Hey, thank you very much for coming in. Thank you. Johnson, good to see you again.
Good afternoon, everybody. So again, my submission with regard to imaging related to the functionality of the plan, and where I thought there were either areas that were contradictory or required further clarification. On the whole, I've supported most of what came out of the Energy Section 42A report. There's really only one matter that I felt that the authors didn't quite address the matters of concern to me, and that related to solar panels in the renewable energy S3 area.
250 millimetres, 500. I keep my measurements right here.
25 centimetres.
Yeah, 25 centimetres.
So you have solar panels referred to both in the energy chapter but also within the zone chapters, and it's referred to in the zone chapters in the exemptions to height standards. And the first issue that I had was that the energy chapter referred to enabling solar panels to go above the structure to which they were attached by 0.25 metres, whereas in the zone chapters they actually were allowed to go where they were exempt, that height above the maximum permitted height. So the Section 42A report amended Energy S3 to address that inconsistency, and I support to a certain extent that approach. However, I didn't feel that the Section 42A report addressed the second part of my submission, which was that in those exemptions, some areas actually give it an exemption of 0.5 metre, and that would essentially be rendered null by the requirement to meet Energy S3 as well. So with my evidence, I appended a summary table that illustrated where I found those inconsistencies. So I did make a suggestion about how Energy S3 could be altered to recognise those inconsistencies. However, on further consideration, I felt that Energy S3 was actually not a necessary rule, given that the matters that the rule was, the standard was intended to address related to amenity and heritage features, and that I felt that those were adequately covered in both the zone chapters and in the heritage chapter. So I have suggested that Energy S3 could be removed, which is I guess the relief that I would like to have come out of that. I would note that those exemptions that apply in the zone rules don't apply across the board, and I'm not quite sure whether that was intentional or whether it was an oversight. So, for example, you've got exemptions in commercial zones, some exemptions. You've got exemptions in the residential zones for height in relation to boundary, but you don't have it relative to the height standards. The other thing I noted was that Energy S3 refers to solar panels, whereas the exemptions that I'm referring to also include solar water heaters. A number of other submitters, I believe, made submissions on the ability to exceed the height limits, and that was on the basis of functionality and practicality. I personally have a solar water heater. In order to orientate that solar water heater, it's comprised of tubes, not panels. In order to orientate it north, it actually has to be at an angle to my roof.
Depending on the pitch of the roof and where you are in relation to north,
yeah,
you've got to orientate it a certain way.
So I actually made my husband get up and measure it. And it's 95 centimetres above the roof, the actual roof itself, but it's only 75 centimetres above the apex of the roof because it's situated quite further down. That for us was a practicality in order to be able to do this. I would note that in my particular situation, we have a single story house, so I would be permitted to do that. However, in a residential zone, if you have a 2-story house, depending on the height, if to get that solar panel or that solar water heater on top of your house, you need to go over 8 metres. You need to actually get a consent to do it because there is no exemption.
It seems like
Standards for it.
that situation would become more prevalent where you've got an existing house and you're trying to retrofit solar panels onto the house that might not have been designed for them in the first place.
Possibly. I guess it depends on the orientation of your section as well. My house is orientated, it gets massive sun. So I mean, it's obviously orientated right, but we still have that practical functionality to actually get it. The solar aspect of it. The houses are designed for particular things, whereas solar is obviously orientated towards the sun angle. So I guess in terms of the outcome that I would like to see, I would like the reporting officers to reconsider the functionality of and need for S3 in the energy, and also look at whether there are opportunities where there aren't currently exemptions for those to be included within the zone chapters. And that is fundamentally my submission to the panel.
Yeah, very clear, Ms. Thompson. I guess there's two outcomes being promoted here. One is the use of renewable energy through solar panels, and then the other is amenity issues, particularly in residential zones, presumably from protrudences above high resolutions. So if this was a situation where we're dealing with a utility camera, which is, to use an analogy, a utility which is encouraged in certain situations, but it overlapped with a overlay on a sensitive area, such as a SASM or something like that, then the overlay rules would prevail, or that the consent would be required under both sets of rules, but the outcomes in relation to the overlays would prevail. And in this instance, surely the amenity rules of the residential zone, whatever zone we're dealing with, should prevail here, rather than the rules of the energy chapter, because the outcomes can be achieved with it. Well, the solar panel production, the installation of solar panels don't depend on it being a permitted activity in the energy chapter, do they? So, not very well phrased question, sorry about that. Let me try and rephrase it another way. If the issue is amenity in the zones, then are you saying that the best way to deal with that is through standards in the zone to deal with those structures?
If I might, just from looking at energy S3,
Yes,
so it's got matters of compliance, matters of discretion of compliance ownership.
yes,
So the effect on special values and qualities of historic heritage, whether the solar panels are of a type, scale and form that is appropriate for the location and character of the zone, the ability to mitigate adverse visual effects through the use of screening, planting and alternative design. So to my mind, the matters of concern that they have with the solar panels relate to, they've specified historic heritage, but as you've said, it could apply to other overlays that have qualities that you wish to protect, and fundamentally amenity. And so my argument is that those are dealt with through consent processing through the zones if they go over and above the height limits for those zones. And so this is a repetition of those rules.
yeah. And that's what I thought initially, but then you said you said that they shouldn't be duplicated in both the energy chapter and the various zones. But then I thought I could say that some of the exemptions for protrudences aren't extensive, and you said in relation to residential zones they apply to the height boundary rule, the suburb recession planes, but not the height rule itself.
That's correct. So if we have a look at one where they actually have been applied, for example, the LCZ zone where they have an exemption to exceed the height limit by 2.5 metres. So the height limit for that zone is 10 metres.
Yes.
On top of that 10-metre building, you can have an additional 0.25 metres for your solar panel or your solar water heater.
LCZ, something the what's that?
I can't remember off the top of my head.
Local centres, that's a commercial zone.
That is a commercial zone.
Yeah.
Yes.
But it seemed to me that there was a gap in the residential zones from what you said, that there were some exemptions for height boundary rules, but not for maximum height rules.
That's correct.
And so if we were to jettison energy S3, then solar panels in the residential zones wouldn't benefit from any maximum height exemptions at all in the residential zone.
If I might, I don't believe that they would anyway, because my understanding from what came out of hearing 2 was that the rules in the energy chapter do not take precedence over the rules in the zone chapter. Therefore, if you have a building that is 8 metres high, regardless of the standard in the energy chapter that allows things to go over, but allows that 0.25, the actual residential zone would hold you back.
I can't recall that, but take your word on it.
It came out of Miss Edwards' evidence and it's accepted, I believe, in the interim.
In any event, what you're seeking is clear. It seems to me that if there's scope to achieve the outcomes, the exemptions might be better placed in the zones. I guess what I can invite some others is discuss this further with the office to explore that opportunity. Failing that, I guess we have to deal with S3 on its merits, or this merits.
I'd be happy to do that.
Demerits, I think.
Yeah. Not merits. Look, I understand what you're saying, rules not, and no one wants duplication of rules, particularly when they're at odds. The outcome's clear, it's promote alternative forms of renewable energy at the domestic scale, through solar panels. How are we going to encourage that? Is it a rule in the energy chapter, or is it a series of rules in the zones? What's the most efficient and effective? And is there scope to deliver? That's probably the key thing.
Thank you.
Good to get some clarity at the end of that. Only day one. I agree, it was 4 or 5 days last week.
Got Port Taranaki, got Janice Carter, Ross Dingle. I think we've got Lotta Liddell on Zoom. Oh, there's Lotta right here.
I've got some.
Yeah. I was going to say, Mr. Dingle, was that? That's me. Is that? Recently,
So that came in on Friday.
on Friday, yes.
So I thought
So it's not expert evidence. So
it's not expert.
Hasn't had a chance to read it.
Perhaps then Mr. Dingle could read it all out rather than just summarise.
You might have read it.
I didn't manage to read it, but
It's not that long, is it?
if you haven't had a read, perhaps if you could pick up some of the highlights of your, that's fine. That would be good for the benefit of Mr. Flynn.
So we also have Lotta Liddell,
available to answer questions on the memorandum.
Yes, I asked if she could make herself available, and so I had a read, but I was like, I better look for a question for her just if she does join us. So I will have at least one.
If you haven't got one.
Okay.
So I think I'm known to Commissioner McGrath, and I think I've met you over Zoom before, but I'm Janice Carter, I'm of Barker Associates, and to my left here is Ross Engel, Commercial Manager. And
I think Hearing Stream 5, wasn't it? I think on Zoom.
Pardon?
Hearing Stream 5, I think, on natural areas.
Oh, yes, on the Mikatahi.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, and,
ONFL.
Wasn't that next door?
Oh, yes, we were down in the Devon Hotel, I think.
I only had this little tiny laptop in a corner of a room that was very noisy, and for me it was very tricky, and I couldn't see any of you, so it's really lovely to be here today.
We were in this very cavernous conference centre in the Devon Hotel, and it had a ceiling height about 3 times the size of this.
I think we started with about 15 people at the start of the week, and we ended with 3.
I was in an airless capsule with a tiny little screen, and of course I tried to put that map up, and it was even smaller for you guys. So hopefully we'll
Welcome.
today, yes.
Good to see you.
Mr. Diesel to start with us, please.
I'll just, shall I start now?
Absolutely.
My name's Ross Dingle. I'm head of commercial at Port Taranaki. I've been there for 2.5 years in that role, and I've been at the port for 2.5 years. I've gone through my qualifications at a previous hearing, so I'll just pass over those. And I'm here I've been talking with Janice in regards to this hazardous substances evidence, and today I'm going to talk about just Port Land in an overview, significant hazard facilities located at Port Taranaki, the changing nature of trade at Port Taranaki, and future expansion potential. I'll start by saying that the port is the only deep water port on New Zealand's west coast. It comprises 65.9 hectares of land within the vicinity of the New Plymouth main and lead breakwaters at Port Taranaki. We've got 9 fully serviced berths there, which host a range of vessels and cargo types. We have about 450 to 500 vessels visit the port annually, and of those, somewhere between 265 and 300 are actually discharging trade cargo. The balance is supporting the offshore oil and gas sector. Diversification of cargoes is occurring in Port Taranaki, and probably most recently we've seen that to the extent that we have had wind farm turbine blades coming through for both the Waipipi and Tiratea wind farms in Waverley and Palmerston North. We've also more recently been involved with livestock trade as well, but that will be ceasing in about April 2023. And the loading and unloading of cargo through the port is also supplemented by on-site storage. And we store petrochemical liquids, logs, bulk agricultural feeds and fertilisers, and also project cargoes at the port. So quite a lot of diversification in that space. In my submission that I sent through, there's an appendices which has a map of the port as appendix 1. And so the next part refers to that. And it's illustrating that already at the port, and for quite some time, over a number of years, we have been associated with and worked alongside organisations that have hazardous facilities at the port. So I'm just going to go through some of those now. So that's coming up. Okay. Hopefully you've got that in front of you, because that's really difficult for me to see from here. The liquid gas facility in the bottom left-hand corner of that image is where liquid gas, it's currently within the port operational area A, And that's where liquid gas stored LPG received by road pipeline and road transport into the port. That's a 15,355 square metre site. Methanex, which is just above the liquid gas storage facility, but closer to the Tasman Sea, owns and operates its own piece of land in that area. It's the Methanex terminal within the port, and that receives methanol via pipeline and discharges that methanol to vessel via pipeline and loading arms at Port Taranaki. So it's got two big storage tanks there. Greymouth Petroleum, which is just in the corner of Ngāmuri Beach by the New Plymouth Yacht Club, has an oil well there called the Republic 4, which is a producing oil well on about 200 square metres of land. And they also have two other wells over on the Eastern Reclamation area, which are non-producing, I believe, at this point. Road Sciences and Technics both lease land from Port Taranaki. They're pretty much square in the middle of our port operational area. And they produce bitumen. And as part of that, they store quite large volumes of kerosene and some acids to support that, that process. Outside of the port operational area and along Centennial Drive, so a little bit down the coast, probably 2 or 3 kilometres down the coast, is 281A Centennial Drive. That's also owned by Port Taranaki, and that's leased to BP. And stored on that site are road vehicle fuels that are imported into the port and then transferred by pipeline to that facility, where they're then distributed around the region. So that's a really important asset to the region for the distribution of road fuels. Port Taranaki also owns a number of purpose-built bulk storage facilities and sheds for storing agri-feeds and fertilisers. Although they're not classified as significant hazardous facilities, there would be some concern if EPA reclassified some of those products, e.g. PKE, and then this would fall under the definition of hazardous substances or significant hazardous facilities within the proposed Plymouth District Plan. So I'll just move tack now to the changing nature of trade for our port. So bulk liquids from the oil and gas sector have been a mainstay of trade for Port Taranaki over many, many years. That industry's been going for 50 to 60 years now. The level of activity through the port obviously reflects some of the key economic drivers and the risk that that sector encounters in terms of justifying their investment. And so historically, the port's been very much focused on exporting crudes and condensates and methanol from our port, but we've also completed studies supporting the potential to export LNG to world markets. But subsequent to the 2018 ban on new offshore exploration permits, it's dramatically changed the nature of the industry in the region. And so it's kind of moved the energy balance to the point where New Zealand may well need to import LNG to meet our energy requirements of the future. If that did happen, Port Taranaki would be a obvious choice for that importation because it's so well connected to the national pipeline network, and we could distribute that product within the country. Also, over the years, we've seen quite a large increase in the volume of log exports moving through Port Taranaki to the extent that last year our log imports grew 41.7%. Sorry, our log exports grew 41.7%. And there's been enhancements made in terms of rail and some infrastructure that we've invested in at the port to support that trade. And in addition to those items, we've also seen project cargo in the form of wind turbines come through the port as well. So quite the trade does change depending on the environment and social influences at the time. In terms of future expansion and potential development or demand relevant to significant hazardous facilities, we have 18.8 hectares of land, which is known as the former New Plymouth Power Station site. That's on the left-hand sort of quadrant of the image. It certainly has potential for development to support a regionally significant trade, including renewable energy production, storage, and export facilities. And reference from a previous submitter actually, and I'm referencing it too as appendix 2 to my submission, is the Power to X paper released this month by Venture Taranaki. And it's really focusing on the opportunity to produce green renewable energy in the region and exploring the important role that Port Taranaki has to play in that strategically significant opportunity. In fact, Port Taranaki is the case study as part of that concept paper. Port Taranaki is once again the obvious connection point with a number of factors supporting that. New Zealand has the 5th best wind resource on the planet, and within New Zealand, Taranaki and Southland are the 2 best wind resources in New Zealand. So that can be used for offshore wind to produce electricity, which can then be converted into hydrogen through a hydrogen production station. We would like to think we would be able to accommodate one of those on their 18.8 hectare site. Obviously, there's also our proximity to a mature and well-developed engineering industry, and as mentioned, the access to the pipeline network for that would allow the product, if necessary, to flow to other parts of the region. Also, at the moment, the use of methyl bromide, which we don't use at Port Taranaki, by the way, is being reviewed, and from about April next year, will no longer be able to be utilised in New Zealand without recapture. But another product, ethane dinitriol, for log fumigation, is being assessed and is close to being approved by the EPA. We would be considering using that at Port Taranaki, and in fact, our export community have asked if we would consider that. So I guess the ability to predict how the market will move and what our port will look like is somewhat challenging. That said, Port Taranaki must maintain flexibility to trade and store products on our land, particularly those vital to the economic well-being of the region. We need to be able to do that in a way that's both efficient and competitive for our customers and ourselves. And if the significant hazardous facilities that we support at Port Taranaki were to be classified as non-compliant activities under the proposed New Plymouth District Plan, this will increase consenting uncertainty and the costs for trade development opportunities for our customers. So in conclusion, Port Taranaki has been working with and alongside customers operating significant hazardous facilities for the port for many years. There are proposals for future expansion and new activities at the port that are likely to trigger the significant hazardous facility provisions as they are in the proposed New Plymouth District Plan. Port Taranaki is seeking appropriate recognition of the specific characteristics and needs of Port Taranaki, a location of significant hazardous facilities in the proposed New Plymouth District Plan. It further seeks the provision of a more certain consenting and less costly consenting pathway. So happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Dingle. I'm also going to be sitting on the port zone hearings, so scheduled for next year sometime, Julie, I think. So I'd certainly appreciate a visit around the port. Of all of the commissioners, I probably know the least about the port itself. Commissioner Littlejohn and Commissioner Dace know better, and I presume you know a little bit about it too.
Not really, no.
No, but that's something we might
I've
arrange.
seen lots of aerial
It
photographs.
sits at the end of Moody Beach behind the fence, which you don't get through.
Yes,
I've been to the car park in front of it.
I mean, it's one thing
Yes,
to,
we have offered a visit actually.
yes, one thing to have a plan, and I appreciate the aerial photograph, but to sort of translate into what's on the ground would be useful. And I think we're organising some site visits towards the end of January, Julie, so you might be able to slot something in there before the busy hearing program of February, March and April kicks off. So that's just an introduction to, I guess that's just a comment to say that without seeing the site, I'm not really in a position to ask a lot of questions. I certainly get the message that you're asking us to consider, and that is to basically have provisions in the plan that don't make the consenting pathway so difficult as to discourage users and to affect your flexibility and competitive ability in the port industry. So, and you know, I've read ahead Ms. Carter's evidence. I noticed that she's not advocating for a no consent regime. She's advocating for a regime that relates to the risk and significance of the issue. So,
Yeah, and special characteristics.
that's right, and the investment that's there. So, I guess the one question I do have about the site is this 18 hectare area that's currently unused, is it?
No, we actually do have some tenants in there. So it is actually used for the storage of PKE. That just immediately south of the chimney stack, you can see a large building that's called the turbine E, a palm kernel. And it's an agricultural feed. And that turbine hall is used to store PKE.
Okay.
And that, do you mind if I stand up and show?
No, please do.
So the area that you're talking about circles in through here, it comes all the way back up here, then it comes in up here, and it goes along Centennial Drive, so it's a very big area.
Oh, okay.
And you've got the chimney there, which you're all familiar with, that's the turbine hall.
Yes.
But this whole area is being maintained by the port because we want to work with the region as it transitions through its 2050 road journey to decarbonisation. We think that's a great site for supporting that longer term. So long as it supports trade as well.
Perhaps just stay there, Dingle. Are there any other features you want to point out? Maybe with the large silos. I think from the last hearing, I think we understood a couple of those were disused.
So we've got these tanks over here. There's 3 of them. This one at the immediate end is not used for anything. It probably never will be.
What was it formerly used for?
So this was the New Plymouth Power Station was initially developed as a multi-fuel power station. So these stored heavy oil, which was going to run the power station.
Yes.
But Maui got discovered, so it was going to be coal oil. So it became gas oil, and the oil was never used. And the other things I point out is the liquid gas facility here.
Yes.
Storing 2 big bunkers there of LPG. The Methanex facility over here storing methanol.
Both of those tanks? Both
of those
yes.
Fully operational.
Yes.
Yep. We've got an oil field down, an oil well down here.
Is that Greymouth?
That's Greymouth. It's
Yes.
the Republic 4.
And you mentioned another Greymouth that may not be operational.
Yeah, there's a couple of wells over here.
Yes.
We've also got a big bulk store facility here, which uses that actually stores lots of different types of grains, but also PKE. So the site is a cluster of facilities which could be described as hazardous facilities.
Okay. No, that's really good. Just remind me, Ms. Carter, is the port zone you've submitted on the port zone itself, is the boundary in the right place according to your client report?
Yes. In fact, we spent quite a lot of time with the District Council drafting and helping with report zones, so we did manage to have input into that.
Great, it's good to hear. That's all I had from Mr. Dinkle.
What I was taking from you, Mr. Diggins, is that the future for a port in terms of bulk storage and distribution of hazardous substances, as we call it in this instance, is dynamic. It's changing. And you've given us some examples of where that's quite imminent and obvious, but there, in the future, there could be other changes in terms of those types of chemicals that may be stored there or not stored there in the future, depending on what happens internationally.
I just think if you look at the history of the port and the way the trade's changed, you can expect that to continue into the future.
It was just some of the terms being used in these particular hearings are new to me. There's one on the top of, it's a paragraph 35, almost second to last page. It's just in regards to the replacement of methyl bromide, which I am familiar with, to meet Chinese photosanitary requirements, photosanitary.
Yep, so that's phytosanitary is their requirements for safety around biohazards. So it's actually relates specifically to a beetle which lives between the bark of the tree and the trunk of the tree.
Yep. Okay. Ms. Carter,
Yes.
got us the summary.
I also have at the back a map. Might be helpful. If you want to ask questions as well. I'll just start with page 2. So storage, handling, and transportation of hazardous substances is an important part of the report. Liquid fuels and gases are transported through the port by both rail and highway, with storage occurring at various locations both within the port and at external sites. In terms of the higher order statutory documents, they've discussed in detail in my evidence, and I won't go into those now, and I just list them there, key ones. But in particular, the RPS in section 15.2, providing for regionally significant infrastructure, identifies Port Taranaki as regionally significant infrastructure and states Port Taranaki is the only deep water port on the west coast of New Zealand and is a facility of regional significance. PTL, Port Taranaki Limited, outlined in its submissions its concern that a number of provisions within the hazardous substances chapter will make it more difficult for the port and some of its leaseholders and occupiers to continue to operate, upgrade and provide new significant hazardous facilities. And I just want to explain a little bit about the environment court decisions in which the approach is based. The South Taranaki decisions discuss risk of human fatality, tension from fire explosion, air contaminants, and in particular effects of contaminants emitted from petroleum. The decision states that facilities that do not involve petroleum exploration or petroleum production activities are outside the scope of this appeal, and any reference we make to significant hazardous facilities is limited to petroleum activities. However, the definition of significant hazardous facilities and the annual individual fatality risk contour approach and the PDP captures a wider range of activities than petroleum exploration and production activities. The range of activities at Port Taranaki that may be considered as significant hazardous facilities has been provided by Mr. Dingle. The Environment Court decisions also make it clear that unacceptable risk in the context of the 1 × 10⁻⁶ annual individual fatality risk contour focuses unacceptable risk on death only. It considers serious injury or chronic health effects, even from petroleum production activities, such as the emissions of benzene, to require a different approach. So I consider that the application of the annual individual fatality risk 1 × 10⁻⁶ contour to the other activities, such as the non-petroleum ones, to be problematic. The development of a 1 × 10⁻⁶ annual individual fatality risk contour concept is suited to events such as explosions and fires and other sudden events such as rockfall, where loss of life can be anticipated. It is not well suited to hazardous substance exposure, such as toxic release accident, where nausea and sickness or chronic health effects are the likely outcome rather than death. In these circumstances, the 1 times 10 to the -6 annual individual fatality risk contours, which actually define unacceptable risk in terms of the PDP, are likely to be so small around the facility as to be meaningless or non-existent. Consequently, in my opinion, the rule should be amended to provide an alternative approach to the provisions for non-petroleum related significant hazardous facilities. And that does not rely on the development of 1 times 10 to the -6 annual individual fatality risk management controls. This could be developed within the existing framework of the rules by separating provisions for other significant hazardous facilities and petroleum exploration and petroleum production activities, bringing them in 2 different categories. Amendment to the overview in terms of what defines unacceptable risk and changes to the policy framework will also be required. Significant hazardous facilities as defined in PDP are activities at Port Taranaki and are anticipated. The inclusion of petroleum production, product-related processing, and bulk liquid storage and handling and pipeline management, including tallow, molasses waste and deballast water, LPG, fuel handling activities, petroleum and liquid fuel storage, and ancillary pipeline networks in the definition of port activities and permitted activity status of port activities in the port zone confirms the expectation that the will locate at Port Taranaki. Any new significant hazardous facility will be a non-compliant activity at the port due to its location in the coastal environment. And that's when I refer to the map. So in this map, I've just removed all the other layers in the plan so that you can see that the hatched area is coastal environment, and it covers nearly all of the port, except that area south of Centennial Drive. It's a small little pocket. So effectively, I don't want to use the word sterilisation, but basically, if it's non-compliant activity in the coastal environment, it's more or less non-compliant over the whole port. I'd also like to point out at the end of those 2 transmission lines, you can see a light green puddle, and that's the coastal inundation hazard area. And that's the power station site that Mr. Dingle referred to as being an ideal site for the hydrogen facility. In the coastal hazard sections of the plan, that's not problematic because you're required to do a minimum 4 level or be relocatable, and then it bumps to restricted discretionary activity. But by virtue of the way the rules are written in the hazardous substances chapter, that actually becomes non-compliant. So there's a little bit of a contradiction here in terms of how this hazard can be mitigated and how it influences what would be located there. And so I've said too, the same activity status also applies over a natural hazard area, which is the coastal inundation area I've just spoken about. Also occurs within 50 metres of a public access corridor, which is also located at the port, or the coastal walkway, or within 50 metres of a scheduled site in areas in the stormwater or a scheduled archaeological site. So Port Taranaki Limited have requested removing the coastal environment overlay over the port zone through another submission yet to be heard. But even if PTL is successful in that endeavour, other similar provisions relating to identified features in rules has R6, R7, R10, for instance, will apply. It's considered more appropriate that new significant hazardous facilities within the port zone and major facility zones be provided discretionary activity status as per has R2. Additions and alterations throughout the port zone should have the opportunity to be considered as permitted or restricted discretionary activities, depending on the risk, with the maximum default to discretionary. And I'm proposing that regardless of the additional rules. This will provide a more enabling consenting pathway consistent with the purpose of the port zone and the higher order planning documents. Overall, the maximum default to discretionary activities is a more appropriate land use response, in my opinion, in combination with PASNO and HSW requirements. In terms of changes, this can be achieved by specifically excluding the port zone and major facility zone from all zones and rules HAS 3 to HAS 10. However, in trying to produce those changes, I believe further structural changes may be required if the panel accept other recommendations in this evidence and the evidence of others, including the reporting officer. Permitted rule has R1. In terms of the rule 1, There is an expectation that additions and alterations to existing significant hazardous facilities may be permitted if a new 1 × 10⁻⁶ AR contour is produced, subject to conditions outlined in the rule. Given there is no methodology provided for preparing the risk contours, these contours will need to be peer reviewed by the council in agreement on the location reached. Therefore, there is considerable potential for debate and subjectivity within this rule. The rule is currently drafted if retained could potentially be more workable if a clearly drafted certification process was included instead. That's my summary. Well, if you have any questions that you wanted to ask Ms. Liddell as well.
Yes, we might sort of ask you the questions, and if we've got any supplementaries, I think from memory I identified one, and hopefully we haven't answered it by then.
Thank you, Ms. Carter. I understand the issue. It's a difficult one to grapple with because you've got the intersection of number of higher order documents, policy statements, RPS, grid quality plan, COTA plan, which is fairly recent. Got objectives and policies talking about major infrastructure investment. And you've got on the other side of the coin, you've got well, you've got the coastal policy statement, you've got the PSI, freshwater management. Those are other greener initiatives, if you like. So I guess the port zone is one of the many, well, one of the few that where these all intersect. What I'm interested in though is exploring the various options to give Port Taranaki more certainty in terms of their ongoing operations. So I guess we've made a number of suggestions. We're limited to the hazardous substances rules at this point. You've made some comments about the coastal environment, which are for a future hearing. And presumably you'll have some suggestions regarding that.
Yes, the issue we have is that if we accept that the port is in the coastal environment,
Yes.
which we do,
Yes.
how appropriate is the coastal environment overlay if it then means that the port zone's got no real purpose?
Yes.
So deciding some of these issues now, or at least providing a template between now and the port zone, I think would be really helpful. So that we're not in a situation where we're relying on the success of uplifting the coastal environment overlay from the port zone. So trying to work out how these rules relate.
Is that the relief that's been sought by the port, the uplifting of the overlay?
Well, what we've said is that we agree, or the port has said it agrees that it's in the coastal environment, but that the overlay provisions don't work. So in other words, lift the overlay even though it is in the coastal environment.
Yes.
Yes.
Because of all of the rules, it's coastal environment overlay that really largely triggers non-compliant activity status for activities, but both activities and structures.
Yes.
That's the lowest common denominator in that sense, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the one that just basically covers the whole large portion of the port and makes a lot of the, so basically trumps a lot of the rules.
Yes.
Even though even the coastal environment rules themselves don't contemplate port activities being non-compliant because of the interplay between the coastal environment and the hazardous substances or hazardous facilities, it does mean non-compliant.
Yes. Well, we'll get onto that, but I just wanted to put that on the table.
It's complicated.
It is very complicated. In terms of what we can deal with now, and when I say now, I mean obviously the panel will need to consider the relationship with all these rules. And that's what we're not releasing decisions in an ad hoc manner. So, and the integration hearing at the end might be a good opportunity to explore some of those matters. And I've invited reporting officers to keep in mind warrant diagrams, which look at the relationship between objectives, policies, rules and methods to make sure things work. So, but in terms of significant hazardous facilities, you've recommended, I just wanted that, it's your paragraph of your summary, it's your paragraph 14. That the change that you were writing at the moment is excluding the port zone and major facility zone from rules 3, HES 3 through to HES 10. So they are the sort of overlay significant natural areas type rules, aren't they?
Yeah. Yeah. So there's, I had a look at this. I noticed that Ms. McPherson for the oil companies has had a go at restructuring this, and I think it's quite helpful. But it doesn't give all of the relief it seeks. It gives the oil companies the relief it seeks. So what I'm concerned about is that obviously I'm here on behalf of the port, but I'm a planner, and I can see that we don't work for some of the other issues. So it's difficult to offer drafting when you can see straight away that that's not going to work for another party. And it's, you know, I don't want to be, I'm not an advocate, so I don't want to say, well, this works for port, but it won't work for someone else. So in the whole, some of these suggestions that we make have to take into account all the other appropriate relief that you're considering as a panel.
And
I know that's difficult.
And that's the background to your next end of further structural changes may be required if the panel accept other recommendations of this evidence and the evidence of others. Okay, what about the definition of a major hazardous, significant hazardous facility itself? Is there any relief to be had there?
No, what I do in my evidence is I do point out that the addition of the bulk storage of facilities suddenly captures a whole lot of facilities at the port that don't have a manufacturing component. So the reason why I bring it up at all, even though I think it's an enormous emission in terms of the definition, if we didn't have it, you know, it's not going to work very well at all. So I'm not nearly trying to say we couldn't change it. But as notified, a lot of those facilities at the port do not have a manufacturing component. So number one, manufacturing and associated storage, a lot of that doesn't happen at the port, the manufacturing component. But bulk storage does, and also the bulk storage of LPG, bulk storage of petroleum, they're all at the port as well. But there's other bulk storage facilities that don't get captured unless you have that in there. So that was my point about. So in terms of the relief, while the port doesn't set that relief, because it would capture more of its activities within significant hazardous facilities, it seemed an appropriate thing to do.
Appropriate,
yeah.
Yes, okay.
And I do comment that I didn't know that anyone actually asked for it.
Looks like Ted Wells might have.
Yeah, I don't know if he does. It'd be interesting to hear what the officers say about that, because I read Ted Wells' submission and I didn't think he was asking for that. But I mean, obviously it's something that needs to be sorted.
Okay. Because there's two ways we can intervene as a panel here. One is through the standards definitions and the hazardous substance chapter, and then through the second way is through the cross-referencing to other environments overlays. And you're telling me that the alteration to the definition of significant hazardous facilities is one that you support, but you're just questioning whether the scope.
Yeah, that's
it.
But I think it makes this chapter more workable.
Yes.
Yeah.
And just on that, did you have any comment on the precise wording of clause 6 of that definition?
So there's parts of it I didn't understand. So, and when you come to use it, I'll just read it out, the bits that I didn't understand.
I've got it here in front of me, yes.
Yeah. So, and I noticed that it's similar to, I've recently involved in the Waikato district plan, and they look very carefully at hazardous substances as well. And it's similar to the provisions that were put forward there, which were also adopted from the Hastings hazardous substances chapter. So, and I noticed that the reply from the officer at Waikato was also the same, that they didn't understand what this word, that this definition might mean. So it's sort of like we copied through these hearings, and I'll just get the bit that I don't understand, and maybe the officers could help with that. It says, or wholesale or restricted commercial supply. At the end, I'm just wondering how that is to be interpreted. And that
Yes.
concerns me a little bit, but I'm not quite sure what the answer is,
And,
unfortunately.
and does it matter?
If it constrains what is considered to be purpose-built storage facilities, or storage of hazardous substances, I wouldn't have thought that the port would have what's called wholesale,
Yes.
and I wouldn't have thought it's restricted commercial supply, but it's a huge, some of those bulk facilities are huge hazardous facilities
Yes.
in their own right under HASNO, but whether that rider at the end there, I don't know, does it, what's its purpose? That's
Yes.
my
I guess it could have a perverse outcome as far as the port's concerned, is if the port's storing hazardous substances, but they're not for wholesale or restricted commercial supply. Therefore, clause 6 is not enacted, and therefore, for that purpose, you're not a significant hazardous facility,
Yeah.
which is presumably not the intention.
That would be what I would have thought.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess some from the officers.
But I do think that I've seen it, so I have seen it in that in another district plan review process put forward. So that's, you know, people are trying to struggle with this difficult topic, and so I see that there was questioned there as well.
Yes. For bulk storage facilities involving petrol, diesel, LPG or hydrogen, what's the port's position on the storage levels that are listed in clauses 2, 3 to 5?
I mean, that's a question I did was,
I presume
it's 1.5 is the choice for hydrogen.
1.5 tonnes.
Yeah, for hydrogen.
Yeah, so look at hydrogen production station in Portwood could produce up to 200 tonnes of hydrogen per day. And crikey, you have a vessel coming in every 30 days probably, or no, maybe a lot less than that, every 7 to 10 days. So we'll definitely get captured.
So those thresholds, in your view, are reasonable for a trigger for significant hazardous facility, so that they're generous enough.
Yeah, I believe so. So I'm not an expert on this, but there's a lot of petrol and a lot of diesel.
and over and above it triggers a process for the assessment of processes.
That would certainly capture the facility.
Well, that's useful. Thank you for that. Not sure if I can ask anything else, Ms. Carter. But it's a very difficult one. I'll just wonder whether, again, subject to your questions, on whether the officers have any points of clarification in terms of their understanding of the port situation.
I might just do my best.
Yes.
I didn't necessarily have any questions because you've set out your evidence quite clearly. The conundrum for us is a whole range of the matters that we're considering with hazardous substances area all express themselves at one particular location. So it's easier in other locations where you're just dealing with this is oil, this is gas, this is production, this is storage, and so it makes it quite straightforward in terms of the issues and what might be an appropriate response. But here at the port, you've got all of these activities, and they're all within close proximity to each other. There's another range of activities and uses all around them, and it's dynamic, changing all the time. So trying to provide certainty for the port in terms of what's a conceived pathway to go forward, but also recognising health and safety and through land use is challenging.
So this is, so I've just reflected back to the situation that we found ourselves in. So it doesn't seem obvious at this stage.
So one of the other pieces of evidence that I read from, I think it's all companies again, made an interesting comment that, well, if these significant hazardous facilities aren't at port and the provisions don't actually enable them to occur reasonably easily, well then where else are they going to go? And under what conditions? Because presumably you'd be pushing them out to sites out in the rural area, which is not ideal in terms of co-location to the port and the shipping, or to other sensitive places. So the port is like a honeypot for these sorts of facilities, and to sort of be sending a signal that you shouldn't be here is problematic.
Well, we've got the tension of all the higher order documents saying this is really, really important, and the district plan in particular parts are saying this, the port plays a really important function in the economy and of course the social well-being of Taranaki and New Plymouth. However, we've got a number of activities that are occurring here trying to find out. I suppose for the district, the plan is trying to find an approach that's consistent across the district, but at the port, all of those things, all the strengths and weaknesses of the approach are exposed. I did have some particular questions, and these are actually for our guest appearance, actually, for Lotta Liddell. They might be more clarifications. Are you there, Ms. Liddell? And I hope you're not.
Yep. No, I'm here.
Very friendly panel. This is not a cross-examination. These are just really questions of clarification. I've seen your appendix, and I just wanted to just come to a couple of places. On page 4, just above general comments, there's the paragraph that starts, the rule is written does not provide any guidance with respect to the council's preferred methodology. And at the end of that paragraph, you just noted there are other approaches in other regional and district plans, and I just wondered whether you'd be able to point us to, might not be able to provide it to us right now, but just point us to some examples that you thought you'd consider were best practice.
Yes, so what I have seen other plans do, for example, is have an appendix in the district plan which actually shows the methodology that they expect you to follow. So what that does is it means it gives some certainty for an applicant, but it also gives certainty for the processing officers at council that they're all working, if you like, in the same way, and that when they get these applications in from different applicants, that they will be effectively using the same process. Because the problem with risk assessment is that everyone has a different, I guess, level of risk that they will accept, and that automatically has an impact on when they do a risk assessment. Their own personal kind of views do play into that. So the more certainty that can be given by council on what is expected and what procedures you're expected to follow, then it helps to get better outcomes with less discussions going back and forth between an applicant and the council about, you know, oh, in this situation you use this number, we would consider this number, you know, those sorts of things. So for example, I know I can't quote offhand, it's one of the district plans in the Waikato area. They actually have an appendix for hazardous substances where it talks you through, it's actually the MFE method for assessing hazardous facilities, which I understand was in your old plan, but they have that all spelt out. So you kind of follow it through for your site and then you get to a solution. In the Auckland plan, they actually have specific levels for different HAZNO classifications. So again, you can work that through as a table, and that gets you to consent that you require, and then you demonstrate how you're going to then manage the risks on your site.
I don't know if you were here for the Hedinga Energy Limited submissions, where they had gone and got independent advice. We're not sure who the independent advice was from, whether they were in New Zealand or Australia. But it seems to be a number of the submitters have suggested go and get someone who's qualified and independent in this area. They'll do the assessment, and then I suspect either some type of peer review or oversight from the council in regards to setting these contours.
Is that an approach that you'd recommend, or?
I think as someone pointed out earlier, I think one of the issues, I guess, is that most of the people that seem to be available to do this are potentially not in New Zealand. And so you then have the issue of trying to find international experts who are able to do this sort of work, which works if you're a fairly large company. I suspect for someone like the ports, that may not be an issue. For a smaller company, it may be a significant barrier to doing what you want to do.
Thank you.
I mean, the other thing there that potentially would help is whether the council would actually be able to have, in the same way that, for example, WorkSafe has lists of asbestos assessors you could go to, potentially council could have a list of, hey, these are organisations that would do this sort of thing, so that, again, giving some guidance to applicants of what is expected.
Can I just interrupt there for a moment? One of the thoughts that I had was that liquid gas has already got its contours.
Yes.
And it must have been done by agreement with the council. Yes. And so I thought that might be a useful starting point for methodology for the oil and gas companies, at least, because I think that's the methodology that they use. So in terms of covering off that side of the methodology, finding out what method liquid gas used in your discussions would be really helpful.
My last question for you is more of an open question. So having read your appendix and you've given comments, was there particular advice that you would give us in terms of an appropriate approach?
I guess I had a very limited look at this and considered what was appropriate, and I think certainly from my experience of putting in applications for hazardous substances facilities mainly in Auckland, but also some in the Waikato, is they are complicated sites at the best of times. And I think really the more clarity you can give to both applicants and the processing officers, the better your results are likely to be. I also think that in both these areas, we have quite strong regulations in the Health and Safety at Work Act and the Supporting Hazardous Substances Regulations, and also the Hazardous Facilities Regulations. And I think referring back to those so you have a consistent approach would again be very helpful. I think one of the things I highlighted is that at the moment with the definitions proposed, you have the risk of having some facilities that fall under the hazardous facilities regulations, but not all of them. So you're effectively creating another layer of site, if you like, which again would add a layer of uncertainty, I guess, how those different levels are dealt with and what is required under the legal requirements, as well as what's required under the district plans.
Just perhaps in my words to summarise, you think an integrated management approach is the way to go, where you're not duplicating, but you're
yes. So I would personally, if I was involved, I would be looking to refer to those legal requirements as much as possible, because they're already there as a law for this country, and so all the operators should be very familiar with those, and when they apply to their sites already. And so by using those as, if you like, a starting point, it does give you the kind of, if you like, a common starting point that people should understand.
Thank you. That was really helpful. I hope that wasn't too painful for you.
No, that's fine.
Yes.
Just wondering whether you had any questions for the
No, I think Ms. Carter and I have had a few conversations. So yeah, as Ms. McMahon has highlighted, I think we all understand the challenge. It's trying to find a way that's
yeah,
workable.
I'm happy to help with that in terms of time available. 2 weeks from the Section 42A report coming out and trying to get a solution on paper that works is difficult. Lotta, very much thanks for her giving me a memorandum, because she only had 3 days. So in terms of the process, it's very hard to do things in this this sort of windows of opportunity, but I'm happy to work with you if we can look at it more carefully.
We'll definitely come back to you on that.
It's just flag, I think the main one, besides this integration and the different overlays and zones and how they relate to each other, is what Ms. Carter's referred to as the other significant hazardous facilities, as to how we deal with them. And I expect over the next 3 days, we're going to hear more evidence around that. So I think there's probably more questions from my perspective that I want to discuss with Ms. Carter around that. But until I've heard the other evidence, that's right, I think it's best away.
I guess in that respect, what we would be interested in understanding is whether there's a case to be made for a bespoke approach to the port zone, given the interplay of the different rules and its clear importance as regionally important infrastructure, however that is defined. Although I understand the coastal plain does contain a definition of that, that's now beyond appeal, that matter was not appealed. We've had some clarification from that from Ms. Marco overnight. But whether there's a case to be made for a bespoke approach, and if so, what would that look like? Finally, the last issue that Ms. Cutter's raised about has Rule 1 and whether it's varies, whether it has certainty and whether it would benefit from a certification process. Like we touched on this earlier this morning, and I used the word certification and you said, well, it's not quite a certification process. Did you want to, so Ms. Carter might not have been present.
Yeah, I can elaborate on it
Yes,
because
that
it
would be
was something the Environment Court were challenged by as well, through the South Taranaki appeal. They wanted certainty as well, so that all parties, whether it's the operator, whether it's the council, whether it's a neighbour that's looking at it, everyone knew what the outcome was. And where it got to, particularly the risk experts, so Ms. Pollich for Taranaki Energy Watch this week, she may be able to elaborate on this. But it does require an element of judgment, with I think the words she may have used all along those lines, that because of the number of variables that come into the level of risk, that it does require that look by an expert, or there will be some cases where it's changing one bit of equipment to another bit. So it might be replacing a bit of broken equipment with something new. The new one might use new technology and have more safety procedures or safety built into it, so that you might have a lower risk. So in those cases, you don't need to have a risk assessment redone to get the information from the operators is sufficient to rely upon for the council. But if it was a doubling the storage or something like that, that was quite obvious that it was going to be changing the risk. That would be, then you'd have to get the risk assessment or some other process to verify it or certify it as a way. So it's not your straightforward black and white interpretation, like you know when it's a maximum height or some other measure or threshold.
Because the words that worried me there was an element of judgment. I mean, that certainly raises some concern about permitted activity status. Two possibilities are a very low level consent, such as controlled activities, to deal with that component, or the rule being redrafted to allow self-certification based on the certified being a suitably experienced, qualified professional. CQEP, I think is the term, or SQEP.
Yes, quick.
Yeah. And look, it's not my role to assess that, but that's two possible solutions to deal with the virus nature of the rule if it's deemed to be necessary.
And just to throw into the mix, it's the cost and efficiency of those requirements against the benefits of providing that certainty.
Exactly. Yeah. So I guess it depends on the nature of the judgment.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I suppose the observation just around the appendix that was referred to earlier, around having a clear process that documents that. The operative plan currently has that appendix because it is very much related to the hazardous facility screening procedure, which is really what we're moving away from really has been directed by the Ministry of Environment.
Yes.
It's something that we'll turn our mind to. Ms. Carter referred to, that if what the process was that council used for the inclusion of the risk contours in the plan at the moment. We've got that methodology. There's methodology used for including risk contours in the South Taranaki plan. So we can look at that as well. It's just professional practice and the New South Wales guidance as well. Are our starting points.
I'm getting the impression where, as a panel, we're willing to provide the time necessary if there's a willingness and a desire to seek a solution.
We've still got a few submitters there here tomorrow. Got quite a number tomorrow. I've read on that there's a number of different solutions that have been put up. They don't necessarily all align. And as you've pointed out earlier, there are a number of discrete things that people are looking at, and they could. It's a little bit like 1 + 3 might equal 6.
Yes.
So we'll see where we get to, particularly by early Wednesday morning. In terms of this.
And that's where there might be some attractiveness about a bespoke solution for an area where there's a conglomeration of facilities, as opposed to hazard facilities that are one-offs and are easily contained. And again, I'm just tracking that as a possibility. Okay.
Next submitter is Seaport Land Company.
Yes, good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm hoping that you're able to see and hear me. My name is Aidan Cameron, Legal Counsel for SLC. With me here today, I have Ms. Hooper, and also attending by Zoom is Mr. Van der Munkhoff from Tonkin and Taylor. Just make sure, I think he's on mute at the moment, but I can see him on the stream, so we have everyone here. Now, there were some legal submissions which were lodged on Friday. I just wanted to double check whether the commissioners had had an opportunity to read those yet.
I know Commissioner McMahon was in hearings much of last week and wanted a day off from the weekend. And so
sure we can allow that.
Allow him that. So we wouldn't mind you taking us through those if you can.
Happily. And I also apologise in advance for not providing a scale model toy of RMP4 to illustrate the points and submissions, unlike one of the previous submitters. You learn something new every day.
I don't think we've sent out a minute nor direction in this regard, but if you're going to have toys, you've got to allow us to play with them.
Right. And perhaps if I start with the elephant in the room, a matter that is not raised or perhaps dealt with directly in the submissions, and that is the application of Rule 12 in the hazardous substances chapter beyond the rural production zone. Now, I understand through Mr. Wesney that he clarified, or council clarified earlier today, that limitation of Rule 12 is deliberate, and we're grateful for that clarification. And at least on one interpretation, that might give us all cause to go home early. But as a position, it almost raises as many questions as it answers. And I've got to, I understand the rationale being that because sensitive activities are already non-compliant in all of the other zones that have these significant hazardous facilities, there's no need for another zone. I suppose the first point on that front is that council's position assumes the underlying zone will remain the same through this process. Now, Seaport's submission seeks rezoning of its land to a form of mixed use. The exact form is yet to be determined and will be dealt with through the upcoming rezoning hearings that have been, it's a submission that's been allocated to a later hearing. But it is worth noting, and it's a point noted both in the original submission and at paragraph 1.2 of my legal submissions, that the site we're talking about here is the former Fonterra Cool Stores site. It is located proximate to, but no longer, at least in Seaport's view, forms part of the port on a day-to-day basis. And so I was intrigued by Commissioner McMahon's question to Ms. Carter earlier on as to whether the port boundary is in the right place. Seaport's position through its submission is that that boundary now needs to be moved, both as a function of how, I think I'm getting a bit ahead of myself here, but some of the history of that boundary seems to line up with some of the noise contouring work that was done a few decades ago now. And that is a very much a live matter between my client and the port company. Will be something that's ventilated. The other issue with that position is that it doesn't appear to address the situation where the significant hazardous facility is in one zone, but the sensitive activity is in another, which could very well be the case here. And I'm intrigued because there is a distinction that's been picked up in the evidence by Ms. Polish between Rule 11, which applies across all zones, and that's for where there's a specific risk management contour, and in Rule 12, which for whatever reason only appears to apply to the rural production zone. It doesn't, something about that doesn't sit. The only other point I'd make in relation to that is that in the reporting officer's report at paragraph 131, there's a suggestion that if the zoning of some of Todd Generation's sites shifts from rural production to major facilities as their submission requests, there's the capacity to make consequential amendments to the hazardous substances chapter to make sure that these rules reflect that change. And the last thing that SLC would want is for this matter to be effectively parked and kicked off, and then if it's successful in getting a rezoning, to be lumped in with all of the other consequential amendments. So I just raised that for now. Of course, Ms. Polish has also identified in her table 1 to her evidence that Rule 12 does not appear to apply to all zones, and her position, I understand it, is that it should. And I anticipate that you will hear more from her on that point when she gives her evidence. And that really is another reason why SLC is here today, notwithstanding the position taken in opening. So one other point on this matter before I move into the submissions proper, and that is that these sites, including RNP4, are mapped already on the non-district plan layer and identified as having or as being significant hazardous facilities. And so the potential, I'm afraid, for confusion in that situation just abounds. And it is important that we get some clarity. Fundamentally, however, it's important that there is a sound evidential basis for imposing what is an extremely strong activity status over very large areas for all significant hazardous facilities, regardless of size or type. And that's really the crux of the evidence that's been provided on behalf of SLC, and the nub of it is that the evidence just isn't there. So unless the Commissioner's had any questions on that opening, or those opening remarks, I can move to the submissions proper.
I didn't have any questions, thank you.
Thank you. So turning to the submissions, I appreciate Commissioner McMahon has not had the opportunity to read these in detail, but we can perhaps save some bedtime reading later. I will try as much as I can to hit the key points. So as I say at 1.2, SLC owns the former Fonterra Cool Stores site at 20 Hakido Street, known for its very large and prominent buildings on the site associated with the former Cool Store operation. It purchased the site in late 2017. And as I note there, whilst it has historical ties to the port, the site no longer forms part of port operations, and current activities on the site are by and large unrelated to port activities. And as Ms. Hooper says at her paragraph 9, SLC retains a vision to redevelop its site as a vibrant mixed-use zone with a combination of both light industrial, commercial, and some residential or visitor accommodation, and that will be addressed and dealt with in due course. Moving to section 2. So there is one submission point from SLC's submission that is coded to this hearing, and that is seeking the deletion of Rule 12. Rule 12 proposes to apply non-compliant activity status to any sensitive activities within 250 metres of an existing SHF that does not have a specific contour. And at page 2 of the submissions is a diagram that's been taken from Mr. Van der Munkhoff's evidence. And you can see there in yellow the location, rough location of RNP4. And he has measured that it is approximately 75 metres away from the boundary with the SLC site. And if it were to be applied, a 250 metre buffer would cover almost the entirety of the seaport site, excluding that very small corner on the bottom right of the image. Now, RNP4, as I think Mr. Dingle identified earlier, is owned and operated by Greymouth Petroleum, and based on information they have provided, RNP4 produces between 2 to 3 barrels of condensate per day and negligible gas, and as I understand it, no liquefied natural gas. And you can see there at the image below 2.4 is what we refer to in the submissions as the nodding neddy. As I understand, this is the last producing well from the former Mosuroa field, which was established many years ago now. And interestingly enough, Ms. Hooper advises me that the van you can see in that image happens to be a Freedom Camper. So concerns about reverse sensitivity in the location or co-location.
I didn't want to presume.
Didn't quite have a washing up.
between sensitive activities and
wasn't a van for the submitter.
No, I can absolutely confirm that. And it's a point I'll come back to, but as the council will well know, the rule framework that was introduced via the South Taranaki District Plan appeals anticipates production sites which have the capacity to produce, I think, up to 820 barrels of oil per day. Little RNP4 produces, by comparison, about 2 to 3, or 0.4% of the upper limit of the production that applies to that, that definition, or at least that was the example that was used to create the rule. It's probably a fairer way of putting it. At section 3 of my submissions, I set out a couple of judicial statements around the rationale for non-complying activity status and when it is considered to it ought to apply. At 3.3 there is a statement of His Honour Nicholas Davidson J, where he said that non-complying activity status connotes that an activity is generally inappropriate unless there are unusual or other qualifying circumstances. And that is, in my submission, supported by earlier case law, including the Court of Appeal in Aragato, where it said that non-complying activities are unlikely to find direct support from any specific provision in the plan. And another decision of the Environment Court, where it says that sends a very strong signal to the community and to potential developers that consent should not be forthcoming for that activity in that location. And so that's why, in SLC's view, it's very important that there is a sound evidential basis upon which to conclude that activities within this distance are generally inappropriate before you then go to apply non-complying activity status upon them. And that's both in terms of the Section 32 analysis, but also in order to give effect to those higher order directions. It's really important that the underlying foundation for that is strong. It's Section 4 of my legal submissions. I briefly touch on the objective and policy framework, because I think this is something I'll return to, but it is already strongly directive. So objective 3, which I've paraphrased there, requires that sensitive activities are located where they avoid areas exposed to an unacceptable level of risk from existing significant hazardous facilities, and do not compromise existing significant hazardous facilities due to reverse sensitivity effects or incompatibility. And I say that those are strongly directive provisions, and that is important when it comes later to an assessment of an application for resource consent under Section 104 and 104C. And I also note at paragraph 4.3, policy 5, as is proposed to be amended in the 42A report, which effectively lays the foundation for the setting of these separation distances. While I accept, and whilst Seaport's submission takes no issue with the objective and policy framework, I think it is important that whatever activity status you apply within that distance and within that 250 metre area appropriately aligns with both the objective and the policy direction. At paragraph 4.4, I simply note that Mr. van der Munkhoff in his evidence has gone into some detail around the background to these provisions and how they evolved out of the South Taranaki district plan process. And that's where you see those figures that I referred to earlier of 820 barrels per day, 15 million cubic metres of gas, and 50 tonnes, up to 50 tonnes storage of liquefied flame gas. And when you put that next to RMP4, in my submission, the comparison could not be more stark. 2 to 3 barrels of oil per day, negligible gas, and no local storage. And so what we are dealing with here is somewhat of a significant outlier in terms of the production facilities within the district. And over the page on page 5, and really to illustrate the point, Mr. van der Munkhoff has taken an image from the Kapuni 2 well, which was one of the installations that was at issue in the South Taranaki context. And again, if you compare Kapuni 2 and its level of production and the scale of the operation on that site with the situation that you find earlier on page 2, again, there is a respectfully significant difference. And then unusually, especially unusually in my experience, it appears that we have a degree of agreement between the risk experts for submitters that these provisions, as they have been brought through for various reasons, do not appear to be fit for purpose. And I've summarised that clauses at paragraphs 4.8 and 4.9, Mr. van der Munkhoff's position, which is that what was considered to be conservative for Kapuni 2 and the level of production it created is likely to be beyond conservative for well sites like RMP4. Ms. Polish, in her evidence, notes that despite the fact that perhaps she was one of the parties responsible for the 250 metre distance, it's both entirely arbitrary and too large for many significant hazardous facilities. Before going on to note, I should stress that it will be too small for others. And I say at paragraph 4.10 that what she does not address in her evidence in any way is the difference in the situations between South Taranaki and here. And then finally, I know, and I must apologise if I mispronounce his name, but Mr. Dreher's analysis on behalf of Greymouth, where he says, this is at my paragraph 4.11, that 250 metres is both highly conservative and inappropriate for general application. And that in the specific context of Greymouth Petroleum's both sites, including RMP4, the separation distance does not accurately reflect the potential risk scenarios. I think in his evidence, he has used a production station in the rural area, which provides, I think, up to about 150 barrels per day. And it's not entirely clear from his evidence, but the distance that the contour seems to apply to is between 50 to 70 metres, and he then applies a factor of 2. Mr. van der Munkhoff's view in respect of RMP4 is that the similar risk of well blowout and release is unlikely to extend beyond the immediate car park, let alone the 75 metres to the boundary with the SLC site. In section 5, I've really tried and endeavoured there to summarise Ms. Hooper's evidence, and so I won't repeat a lot of what's in there, and we'll leave it largely to her. But I think the key point that she has isolated, and it came through again the discussions that were being had at the time of the South Taranaki process, that really what was being sought here was a trigger for case-by-case assessment via a resource consent process. And the crux of SLC's case is that that is provided for just as equally by restricted discretionary or discretionary activity status, without the accompanying stigma or strong signal that is introduced through non-complying activity status, where the evidential foundation may not be there. It's one thing to say, well, we'll leave this to the consent process to be dealt with, and people get on very rare occasions consent applications approved for non-complying activity status. But I do think one thing the commissioners will need to consider is, well, what do we know? I would go as far as to say there is a good body of evidence to suggest that, at least in the context of this particular well site, this proposed rule, if it applies to all zones, is likely to be considerably, in fact, overly conservative. And in that context, are we putting a landowner or an occupier to an altogether too high standard and imposing a burden and a cost by requiring them to effectively eliminate every possible adverse effect to a no more than minor degree and show no repugnancy with the objective and policy framework, when this could be a matter that is just as adequately dealt with by having a restricted discretionary activity with very focused and carefully drafted matters of discretion, with that very strong objective and sitting in behind it that requires avoidance of unacceptable risk. And I submit, and Ms. Hooper covers in her evidence, that that is just as, if not a more, efficient and effective means of giving effect to that objective than by lumbering the landowner with a whole lot of additional cost and expense and time and energy in circumstances where it's unnecessary. The only other point that I wish to note in relation to that, and that is a point that is picked up in Ms. Marple's evidence that is not directly related to the rule, and that I've set out a paragraph 5.4 there, a paragraph from her evidence verbatim, because I think it is important also when we are considering the application of these provisions that we do not create cultural effects on the ability of mana whenua to exercise both kaitiakitanga but also mana in respect of their lands. And it's a point that she raises. it's already reasonable that Māori land and treaty settlement land would be developed in accordance with tangata whenua aspirations, were it not for the historical actions of the Crown. I note that there is a very strong historical association between Ngāti Te Whiti and this area and the area around the SLC site. And that was something that was strongly conveyed by local iwi in support of the previous resource consent application for the site. And that concern is exactly what Ms. Cooper is addressing at her paragraph 33 in relation to Ōtaka Pā and the relationship of Ngāti Te Whiti with its land. And I think that's something that has, I don't mean to be overly critical of council, but it's something that's not addressed in the section 32 material, section 32 or 42A material to date. At paragraph 5.6 to 5.10, there I really just summarise again Ms. Hooper's section 32AA analysis, and I won't bore you or repeat that because I'm sure she will cover it in her own submission. But I simply wish to note at paragraph 5.9 the very important qualification that this is her evidence is on the basis, and her support for an RDA status is on the basis that there is no risk management contour for RNP4, that being the most appropriate way of signalling to the community precisely where the risk is and is not. The difficulty for a party like SLC is that it is not the owner of that facility. It has no ability to compel that information out of the operator, and so it is at a disadvantage. It in effect has to ask the operator to provide sufficient information for a qualitative risk assessment to be undertaken to inform a contour, or has to rely on the operator providing that contour itself, and that's not going to be the case in every instance. But following the evidence of Ms. Carville, what she does say is that she would support a specific risk management contour for RNP4, and consequentially, and I think this is the point she raises in her separate evidence on behalf of LandPro, but making sure that there's no other consenting requirement that applies beyond the distance of that contour in that case. So in summary, this is really what I've tried to do at section 6. I do say that there is no evidential basis to assert in this very different context that non-complying activity status is the most appropriate means to achieve the specific objectives of the PDP in all regards, and in particular in relation to RNP4. I think in this particular context, and that's a point picked up by Ms. Hooper, that the application of a separation distance or a ring around this well site has the potential to send all the wrong signals to the people of New Plymouth throughout the management of these facilities and the uses their land can be put to. She notes that there's a playground a very short distance away from this particular well site. There's the New Plymouth Yacht Club, and I also believe not too far beyond, in fact it may even catch the corner of the site, is also Moturoa Primary School. And it's important in that context that the signals that the district plan sets to the community are the right ones. And so it's for that reason that SLC seeks removal of non-complying activity status and the imposition of RDA activity status, subject, as I say, to the very precise matters of discretion set out in Appendix A to Ms. Hooper's evidence. I'm happy to take any questions.
Yes, I'm going to kick off, Mr. Cameron. So, Commissioner McMahon here. Can you hear me okay?
I can, Commissioner McMahon.
Good, good. Look, I understand the situation. It's a classic section 32 situation. We've got some very directive objectives around avoidance. We've got some quite directive policies, although there seems to be a little bit of wiggle room in the policies about the degree of risk. And then then it focuses in on the methods to give effect to those policies and objectives. And you've outlined a preferred approach, which is to change the activity status. I thought at one stage you might be going down another alternative, and that is to change the dimension, the setback. The evidence of Mr. Van Monkhoff, the evidence of Ms. Pollich, and the evidence of Mr. Dreyer all talked about the 250 metres being arbitrary and too large for many SHFs. You didn't pursue that in the end as an alternative to.
That's the question. No, not in the very short time we had between the release of the Section 42A report and when evidence was ultimately due. I think that probably went in the too hard basket. And I think it's probably for the reason that Ms. Pollich provides, that for some facilities, a buffer of 250 is going to be far too large, and potentially for some others, it's too small. What it does is it sets that trigger for an assessment, and it's I suppose where we've landed is making sure that that trigger is not an unduly onerous one in light of what may or may not be the particular risk profile of the significant hazardous facility, and that can be in my submission achieved through that very directive objective.
Yes. Okay, now that's useful to get that on the table.
I was certainly of the same view. I was expecting a two-pronged approach, because I think that the argument in terms of the Notting Netty is compelling. I've seen that site, so I'm familiar with it, and so just in terms of size and scale, it resonates certainly with myself and perhaps Mr. McMahon. So it seemed a two-pronged approach would be appropriate, but I can see the pragmatism of saying, well, let's have an assessment trigger, and then you've got a consenting pathway. So that makes sense as well.
Yeah, the difficulty for SLC was that it is only, as you say, interested in one of these well sites, and it didn't necessarily want to do anything to completely upset the apple cart, but leave in place an assessment process, which is the underlying intention. And so that's why, there may have in early discussions been a suggestion, well, could we bring the buffer down? I think for clarity and consistency, I think it's important that there's, in the absence of a risk management contour, one distance, but that you don't then overly penalise landowners within that distance by putting them to too high a standard.
So in terms of HAS Rule R12, the relief to it is, well, it's to delete that rule, but to replace it presumably with either a discretionary or a restricted discretionary rule. Is it?
So the relief, or the amended relief, probably is the best way to put it, is as annexed to the back of Ms. Hooper's evidence at Appendix A.
Yes. With the green highlight.
With the green highlight. And that was very much a first attempt, but we have, I understand from Ms. Hooper that these provisions are drawn from the equivalent provisions in the Wynyard precinct of the entry plan. As you know, in particular, the Wynyard precinct is in effect, I don't want to say a prototype, but a forerunner for the type of near to port style redevelopments that have gone on in Auckland, particularly in the last 10 to 15 years, where you've had some existing hazardous substances operators, and I'm thinking in particular of the bulk petroleum storage to the northwest, he says, of the point, but also the Sanford's facility for, I believe, treatment of the fish product. I think there's an ammonia plant there as well. And the precinct provisions there look not dissimilar to this in respect of managing that interface between the different types of activities. And that's really where we've drawn our inspiration from there. But Ms. Hooper can advise you in more detail there. There is reference in the matters of discretion to that, what I say, key criterion of unacceptable risk and potentially the need to avoid that unacceptable risk. Accepting also that risk in and of itself is a combination of consequence and likelihood. So there's quite a bit that fits into there.
Yes, it's quite interesting when the focus of the matters of discretion normally with an activity or on the effects of the activity. In this case, we're dealing with risk first and foremost, aren't we?
Yes, but that's not an unusual approach in certain other areas, and Auckland's one of those.
Is there any legal advice that you can provide us or direct us to in terms of the appropriateness of having restricted discretionary activity status as a method for giving effect to directive policies that have an avoidance starting point?
Good question. I was thinking of, in particular, some of the unitary plan provisions, but I confess to having not studied them. I'm not sure if Mr. Harwood's still sitting on the Zoom, whether I can flip this one his way. But certainly in terms of the thinking from SLC's perspective is that if you take a Davidson approach and you say, well, principally now we are driven by objectives and policies. One of the reasons we ultimately landed on restricted discretionary rather than full discretionary status is because really in this case it's a single issue rule. It's looking at, or perhaps a two-issue rule. It's looking at the risk to that sensitive activity from the operation, and for the operator, it's looking at the reverse risk. So risk of complaint that they may have their operations unduly constrained. And one of the issues, if you were to use discretionary activity status, is that unfortunately it just is far too broad and it opens everything up. So where in all other respects, and you see this sometimes in the Auckland construct with earthworks rules, which default to discretionary. The combination of a building that complies in most respects with all of the standards and restricted discretionary matters of discretion is tripped into full discretionary, and then everything effectively is on the table. And one of the reasons why we landed on restricted discretionary was to reflect the fact that this is not something that will require every single aspect of an application to be considered. As to any specific instances, I could go away and have a look. I'm sure I'd be happy to do that, or if the council's legal advisors are so inclined, that may be another alternative option.
I would appreciate that.
Happy to have a look.
Aligned to that, is there any need with a restricted discretionary activity to reference the policies in the matters of discretion?
I certainly think that's an approach that's taken in some areas in Auckland, where whether it's a matter of discretion or an assessment criterion, I can't exactly remember, but I do note that some of them specifically refer back to objectives and policies. And I think if I was looking at this rule in particular, that would be an appropriate decision to make here, because I think it's important that the link between them is clear.
Is it fatal if they're not? How does a decision maker get to the policies in terms of section 104 without them being listed? Does a decision maker have remedy to get to the policies without them being specifically listed as a matter of discretion?
From a legal perspective, I would say yes, under 104.1a. The objectives and policies that are relevant to the rule still come through in that assessment. What you couldn't do, in my submission, is rely on objective or a policy that is completely unrelated to the rule to either grant or decline that consent application. A little bit in the same way that you cannot, I think it's the John Woolley case in respect of restricted discretionary activities and the relationship with Part 2. You can't seek to go to Part 2 or another part of Part 2 that's not engaged by the activity for which discretion is restricted to influence your decision. But I think the objectives and policies would be part of that assessment.
So if the structure of this plan didn't support the listing of policies as matters of discretion, that wouldn't be fatal?
No. They would still form part of that 104 assessment in my submission.
Thank you. That's all for me. That's all. Thank you.
I think you've answered my questions. They were mostly around why you were looking at the sort of size and scale. You've answered that.
Excellent.
What have we got next?
All right. If there are, here we go. I knew we were going to do this. If there are no further questions of me, I might introduce Mr. van der Munkhoff, who can make a brief presentation of his evidence.
Thank you.
Good afternoon all. Can you hear me clearly before I proceed?
We can hear you quite clearly, Mr. van der Munkhoff.
Oh,
I'm
excellent.
make sure I've got your surname right. Van der Munkhoff.
Van der Munkhoff. Cool. Okay, my full name is Robert Allen van der Munkhoff. I'm a principal and senior environmental engineer at Tonkin and Taylor. I hold the qualifications of Bachelor of Engineering and Chemical Materials from Auckland University, and I have over 20 years experience in environmental management and hazardous substance, and have been employed as a specialist in environmental management at TNT since 2005. I've undertaken hazardous substance risk assessment for a wide range of industries, including fuel facilities, chemical plants, mining operations, and bulk storage of chemicals. I've also undertaken work on hazardous substance plan provisions, including work with Dunedin and Napier City Councils, and presentation of technical evidence on behalf of Oceana Gold at Hauraki District Council plan changes associated with hazardous substances. I understand my evidence has been circulated in advance. If that's correct, I will just highlight a few points.
Good.
Cool. So I start off with just a quick summary of Seaport's submission. And you'll see in 2.3, I just highlight that while Seaport have requested a number of changes, I'm going to be specifically addressing the application of the 250 metre separation distance at the site. As we go on to paragraph 2.4, I talk a bit about the site context and just want to highlight the fact that in terms of the site, we're focusing on RMP4. So RMP4 is operated by Greymouth Petroleum and is located about 75 metres away from the site. Mr. Cameron's discussed that in a bit more detail of what it looks like, and I've then shown some photos showing its broader site context. I highlight that the non-district plan viewer that the relevant rule refers to shows a 250 metre buffer being present around RNP4. And I know it was highlighted earlier today that the rule only applies to the rural zone, but just have noted that the non-district plan viewer does show it around the site. In terms of Rule HASZR 12, it seeks to implement the objectives and policies by applying the buffer around existing significant hazardous facilities. In particular, seeks to implement objective HAZ03, which seeks to avoid areas exposed to an unacceptable level of risk from existing significant hazardous facilities. I'm just going to quickly go through section 4, which is talking about a bit of the basis of the 250 metre separation distance. So the section 32 report states that the separation distance is based on technical advice, but does not outline the specific nature of that advice, i.e. what it was based on and who prepared it. But we understand that was made based from the submission from the Taranaki Energy Watch in relation to the appeals on the proposed South Taranaki District Plan. In that context, a 250 metre separation distance was developed specifically for well sites as a result of conferencing between risk experts during the appeals. The document notes that the consequence distance of 250 metres covers well blowout or release from surface production equipment for such a lower tier production facility, and that it was considered extremely unlikely that a serious injury would occur for a blowout of any well beyond this distance. I just wish to note that it specifically highlights that the distance is to be used for a consequence-based screening test to determine if a site-specific risk assessment is warranted. It is my opinion that the basis of the 250 metres is a worst-case fatality risk for a relatively large oil well in the context of South Taranaki, and that it therefore needs to be considered in this context. I note further that the purpose of the proposed buffer distance is to allow for a site-specific assessment to be undertaken to understand the actual risk. The final point I want to make in relation to it in there is that the separation distance as applied in the New Plymouth District Plan is applied to all significant hazardous facilities, irrespective of the nature of the actual hazards, the chemicals used, and the risks associated with that facility. So I'm just going to quickly note that in the absence of a site-specific risk assessment, the use of a default separation distance is not necessarily inappropriate. However, I agree with the evidence given by both risk experts during the South Taranaki District Council appeals that where they're used, they should be employed as a screening tool until a site-specific risk assessment has been undertaken. I do not consider that they indicate that the risk is necessarily unacceptable or cannot be managed, which is indicated by a non-complying status, as this indicates the community areas where some activities are unlikely to be appropriate. Therefore, in many circumstances, they will overly constrain development around hazardous facilities beyond the extent of actual risk. In my opinion, the application of a default separation distance as a trigger for further investigation is an appropriate method where there may be risk from hazardous activity, the extent of the risks are unknown, and there's a clear basis for setting the distance. In relation to the proposed provisions of the New Plymouth District Plan, I consider that the application of the default separation distance of 250 metres in the proposed plan is problematic for the following reasons. The distance is based on a specific type of activity and associated hazards and risks, namely a worst-case petroleum exploration and production activities, and will overestimate the risk in many circumstances, even for petroleum activities. It has been applied to all significant hazardous facilities, irrespective of the nature of the actual hazards and risks, and whether the risks are the same, i.e. injury from fire or exposure, compared to risk to the environment. And the proposed default separation distance goes beyond being a trigger for further investigation and applies a non-complying activity status, which indicates that the activity proposed is generally inappropriate for the area, irrespective of the actual level of risk, which may not be reflective of the site-specific circumstances. Happy to take any questions.
I didn't have any questions at this stage. It's all quite straightforward. David, you?
Yeah, there's a couple of questions that arise from me. The first is, have you actually attempted to calculate the separation distance that might apply from this facility?
So I haven't, and this was something that Mr. Cameron has highlighted. As we don't operate the facility, we won't have, or my client doesn't have the information available. But I do note that in the evidence provided by Greymouth Petroleum, which do run the site, they've indicated a kind of a maximum radius of about 50 metres from their well sites. I would expect in this case, since the well site's significantly lower than the majority of, or smaller than the majority of theirs, that the distance would be even smaller than that again.
Would you also agree with your legal counsel that in some instances, so that's an instance where, in your view, based on the evidence of Greymouth at least, that the 250 is an overestimation of the separation?
That's correct.
Would you also agree with legal counsel's proposition that there might be cases where 250 is insufficient based on the size and nature of the facility?
That's correct. There are facilities, particularly large bulk fuel terminals, that may need a radius that's greater than that, 250 metres. Yep.
Clearly, and I don't think anyone's disputing this, the 250 in the absence of a precise figure based on a precise measurement undertaken for a given facility, that does have to have some arbitrariness to it. It's a starting point. It's how the plan deals with that arbitrary nature of the mechanism, I guess, and whether it's a hard and fast threshold or whether it's a starting point for an assessment. And I think you've suggested it should be the latter, that it's a starting point for testing.
That's correct. That is my position. I agree, and you'll see that I haven't opposed the application of buffers around facilities, but where they're not certain and they're not, obviously the specific risks aren't known, it should be a criteria for undertaking further evaluation. And I note similar approaches have used around the Royal Oil Terminal, which applies a distance around that site, and that has a trigger for looking at further mitigation that may be either required by the site or whether or not the development is appropriate. So that allows the site-specific context to be put into it. We are in non-complying status. While I'm not a planner, obviously sends a pretty strong message.
Yes, a message that you might not otherwise associate with the testing regime and determine its case-by-case appropriateness.
That's correct.
So I understand what you're saying. Okay. No, that's all from me. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Carry on.
I'm not sure you had anything.
Oh, sorry. I thought you got up to 4. You've just got straight to conclusions.
Yes.
Sorry. I didn't have any other questions for you, Mr. Cameron.
All right, and over to Ms. Hooper.
So I'll do what Mr. Van Monkoff did, and I will just touch on the highlights throughout my
Can you just allow me to get
You
that?
can dig it up.
Summaries on it. You didn't have a summary, did you, as such?
No, not even.
That's all right. Make sure I got your right brief of evidence. Yeah, okay.
So yeah, I'll touch on the highlights as I move through. I've introduced myself and my qualifications to these council hearings before, so I won't get into that again. Right at the start. Perhaps so, if it is relevant, I've been planner in Taranaki since about 2001, and certainly in the early part of my career, I did do a lot of consenting for a large number of well sites in the district, and I did make the mistake of tallying that up the other day, and I got to about 24 individual well sites in the district that I obtained the original consents for, and a similar number reconsenting variations and that kind of thing. So I'm quite familiar with certainly the oil and gas well side of things. Seaport Land Company, as you heard from Mr. Cameron, is that the principal concern at this hearing relates to the application of the 250-metre separation distance around the RMP4 well site and the implication that this has for the use and development of Seaport's site.
And that's regardless of the zoning of the site.
It is regardless of the zoning, because as mentioned, that even as the rules currently stand, this would be any sensitive activities on Seaport site would be a sensitive activity in that zone anyway, and would be a non-complying activity. So all of these things would have to be considered if we were considering a sensitive activity within that port major facility zone, regardless. So, as we said, RMP4 is within the port NSZ, as is virtually the entirety of Seaport site. MPDC has clarified that HAS-S R12 only applies in the rural production zone, and that has been intentional. And we've already flagged that RMP4 does show up in the non-plan view with a buffer around it, as do a number of other spots down at the port. Actually, I think there's a few tanks and things down there that have been flagged. There's sort of a few bubbles around the port area on that non-plan viewer. So what I did prepare my evidence on the basis that this was an error, that the rule was actually supposed to apply to all of the zones in the district. I think it is still quite useful. It's quite a good case study in terms of a couple of the key issues that that this hearing is discussing, and that is whether, is the fact that not all significant hazardous facilities are created equal. There's a wide variety in not only the nature of facilities, but in the risk associated with them. And this case study does serve to demonstrate that very well. And also the framework around a 250 metre buffer and our discussions around non-complying versus discretionary versus restricted discretionary. So in preparing this evidence, we did get Mr. Van der Munkhoff from Tonkin Taylor, so I've already heard from him, so I won't reiterate that part of my evidence, but just to summarise, RMP is a very small low producing well. It is within an urban environment, albeit within the port major facilities zone. It is in an area which is accessible to the public. It is a very different proposition from a risk perspective to the well sites that were an issue in the South Taranaki District Plan appeals. And I understand that 250 metre separation distance, and I think we've touched on this too, came about through the expert conferencing associated with that South Taranaki District Plan scenario. So again, perhaps to touch on the evidence from Port Taranaki, that was very much a well site specific deliberation. And we are, of course, attempting to apply this 250 metre buffer to all of the significant hazardous facilities on that list in the district plan. At paragraph 18, the court's acceptance of that 250 metres was no doubt contributed to the fact that many of the wells in South Taranaki are much larger, and they are majority within sparsely populated rural environments. By contrast, wells like RNP4 are low pressure, shallow. They sit in an existing urban environment. RNP4 is not under pressure. That's what has the nodding netty on top to actually pump it out. And so it needs to be considered under the efficiency and effectiveness factors in section 32. So I've touched on those, and probably the first thing to note is that we don't take issue with the objective and policy framework, which is said to be implemented through HAS R12, and perhaps just to circle back to that discussion we were having, that's why I would agree that not referring to the objectives and policies in the rule wouldn't be an issue in this case, because it's very clear that HAS that rule R12 is giving effect to those objectives and policies higher up. The objectives and policies are considered, they're supported, and they're an appropriate means to manage the risk from hazardous substances and hazardous facilities. Paragraphs 21, 22, 23, 24 is just me repeating the policies that are in the proposed district plan. So jumping to paragraph 25.
Just before you do, I'm interested in 23 and 24, because those two policies, P7 and P5, use different terminology. P7 talks about avoiding new sensitive activities, and P5 talks about managing sensitive activities. I may have missed it, but are they talking about different scenarios, hence the different verbs used?
I think P7 is talking about a scenario when there is a known risk management contour. So that is the map contours such as we have at the port around the liquid gas facility. And then P5 is where there is no contour mapped. So we're talking about a 250 metre buffer.
Right. So the operative word there is manage in this instance.
Yes. So the principal issue is whether or not HAS R12 is the most efficient and effective means to achieve stated objectives. And for the reasons I'll set out below, my opinion is that the rule as currently drafted does not meet that test. So I've repeated the proposed rule from Appendix 1 to the 42A report. And I do note there too that there has been an attempt at a differentiation between some scale of activities there, with the 250 metres for well sites and 650 metres for production stations. Firstly, and as I've noted, there's a lack of clarity as to whether the rule applies to all significant hazardous facilities, wherever they're located in the district. So that's been clarified now, or only those facilities that are shown on the non-district planning separation viewer. I'm of the opinion the rule should apply to the definition, i.e. the non-plan viewer is information only, but at the end of the day, you come back to the definition, and that might have been clarified earlier today too by Mr. Wesley.
No, it was.
Excellent.
I mean, the viewer is a tool.
It's a tool. Secondly, applying a 250 metre buffer with non-complying activity status around facilities like RNP4 is considered inefficient and ineffective in terms of section 32 because it doesn't accurately represent the risk posed by those facilities, and it potentially constrains land that is not actually affected by levels of unacceptable risk. It places a significant burden on landowners, such as my client Seaport Land Company, located within this buffer, which is inconsistent with their level of effect. Non-complying activity status is also inconsistent with a relative degree of certainty related to that risk and reduces the integrity of the other rules in the plan where there are no unquantified risks. So we have rule has SR11 for sensitive activities within the known risk contours. It has exactly the same status as the indicative trigger buffer zone. So within an identified risk contour, the risk has been assessed. It's known, highly unlikely, unless there is some countervailing policy consideration or the risk posed, or including by reverse sensitivity, is substantially mitigated in some way. Consent wouldn't ever be appropriate in that location, and that's the strong signal sent by the non-compliant status. And in such instances, that is considered to be appropriate. Within the arbitrary buffer zone, a detailed risk exercise hasn't occurred. The risk is unknown, it's unquantified. There's an element of doubt, and the buffer is a trigger for case-by-case assessment. So there's arguably no need for non-complying activity status, as on the face of it, there's nothing to suggest that consent for sensitive activities would be inappropriate here in terms of strong risk data. A less onerous activity status, such as discretionary or restricted discretionary, would still provide a trigger for a case-by-case assessment, which is the intention, but without the signal above, which might not be merited. At D here, specifically relating to RNP4, there doesn't appear to be any effects-based policy or policy-based rationale for non-compliant status within a radius of 250 metres. And I go on there to touch on some of those things that Mr. Cameron mentioned about, you know, when you look at the area and the environment which it sits in, there really is nothing to signal that it's particularly dangerous. And an overriding concern, as indicated in paragraph 19, is that the NPDC has adopted and applied the equivalent rule from the STDC plan without any consideration for the different environmental, economic, social and cultural context within which it exists. Maybe slightly different if it is purely for the rural environment. But again, it does seem to just be a grabbing what South Taranaki District Council has done and applying it to the economic context. I touched on some of these points below. What might be appropriate and efficient and effective in the context of large well sites producing significant quantities of oil and natural gas in a rural environment is unlikely to be as appropriate. And more densely populated urban environments with shallower line producing wells with a completely different and lower risk profile. To Tracy, paragraph 30, the combination of non-complying activity status with a 250 metre buffer, which may produce for a significant hazardous facility, which may produce little or no risk within that area, provides an unnecessary burden and therefore cost uncertainty on parties who wish to undertake sensitive activities on their land. And perhaps my thoughts there, when looking at the 250 metre buffer around RNP4, when I thought it may apply in the urban environment, was there are existing residential dwellings in that area, and you know, how would somebody fit if perhaps they were extending their dwelling or something like that within the area? Are they going to be suddenly requiring a non-complying consent for that type of activity, because it would be considered a sensitive activity? And how well resourced would somebody in that situation be to actually work with a company like Greymouth Petroleum to to get the necessary risk assessment work done on a facility like that. It adds significant economic cost to any consenting process, potentially blights the use of the land for sensitive activities, thus reducing its value. And this is even more important in an urban area, or even if you're getting into more rural, there could be rurally zoned area, but more densely populated areas of the district than those sparsely populated rural areas around the South Taranaki Wells. To jump to paragraph 32, there would be social effects, and Mr. Cameron has touched on these as well, associated with imposing such a control in the context of a will like RNP4. May create negative perceptions for sensitive activities that already exist there within that buffer, and may lead to unnecessary concern in that wider area. And personally, I would know a number of people who would be concerned if they did jump into that non-planned area and suddenly see these large circles around facilities that potentially overlaid their local playground or their dwelling in some cases. And Mr. Cameron also touched on the cultural perspective, noting that 250 metre buffer around RNP4 would cover the entire of Otaka Pa, which is virtually the same size as the Seaport Land Company's parcel of land. That would be the main part of Otaka Pa. Otaka Pa actually extends right down into the area of Ngā Beach, and it's quite a significant area. Let's go jump to paragraph 35. And again, to proceed that a bit, while the intent inherent within this rule to protect sensitive receivers for potential effects associated with significant hazardous facilities and protect the facility from potential reverse sensitivity effects is appropriate, the benefits of the rule framework which gives effect to them must be commensurate to the degree of risk involved. And that is why we're proposing the restricted discretionary status. So I might just, I'll highlight there the other options we did consider for that rule. Just pick out some key points for you because I think we've covered most of this. I did originally think on the basis that R12 was covering all zones in the district, that if it was to stay non-compliant, you could just wrap it up into HAS SR11 and deal with them all in the one place. If it's differentiating between zones, then it's appropriate it sits in a different place. And paragraph 41, I outline the different options, and basically if the best solution is to provide a specific contour for all significant hazardous facilities. Failing that, then the restricted discretionary status for the activities within the 250 metre buffer is put forward. So I run through a 32AA evaluation of discretionary or restricted discretionary. Again, I'm happy to go through that in intricate detail, or I'm happy to leave you to read that later. Possibly the later. Bearing in mind we've got a planning student in the room and we wanted to keep on with the profession.
That's right. I understand section 32 is going to be rewritten anyway.
As a slight aside, I was talking to another fellow commissioner who's not part of our panel, wondering what a 5-month long hearing looks like 5 months on Monday to Friday for 5 months. And I said, well, I have to cast myself back to the old days where they didn't pre-circulate evidence and they read everything out, including everything from the start to the finish. And asked questions. So you'd hear about 3 people a day. 5 months. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. So I think we're familiar now with the relief being sought, yes. And I won't go through the conclusion because it would just be repeating what I've
just on that, just like where you put your paragraph 38 and then you said, you've interpolated and you said, but I think the best option is to provide a specific site and contour. Did you have them in a preference order?
I think ultimately the most certainty for everybody is that all of these significant hazardous facilities have a risk contour mapped and identified and modelled. Realistically, that's an extremely time consuming, and we've already heard the lack of experts to do that type of work. So the next best thing is this trigger for an assessment if you're in the vicinity of one of these facilities. And just
As
applying.
you've described in Nadia.
Yeah.
Status. Yeah. And then the distance isn't necessarily an issue, even though you've spelled that out. And I think that's quite compelling in terms of the Nottingham example. I think it gives you an extreme to sort of, and then lots of other types of wells and production sites will all be in different scales along the range to the very large ones.
That's right, and you've heard too that some facilities might be slightly above that 250
yes, that's right.
metres as well. So it is arbitrary. It's a matter of striking a happy medium, and I think rather than getting experts in a room to argue about just how big a buffer should be, is getting the framework around it so that it actually works well, and that the buffer is less of an issue. I can imagine there could be lots of arguing about.
Well, I did mention earlier the manifestations of riparian management, and you still find in districts where you have all the experts having a conference together in front of you, and none of them can agree.
That's exactly right. Yep.
Good.
Might just go to question.
Do it.
Yeah. Okay, two from me. And just to quote Cameron, given the clarification about the application of Hasbro to the rural zone only, why didn't we all go home early? Isn't that the solution in terms of the relief that you saw?
It is. I still think there's some very valuable lessons to be learned from the work that has been done, and probably in my next submission for Lamphro, I might just raise some of the further concerns that not applying this to the whole district might raise, and some inconsistencies that's going to develop within the actual plan.
Yeah. Okay. Look, that was a bit facetious, but
No, fair enough.
what I meant to say though is that really that clarification was critical. In light of the relief that you're seeking.
Yeah.
Yes. But some of the matters that were pulled out and looking at the issue as they apply to the rural zone will be useful.
It will be useful, and I think too, it's difficult taking this hearing out of the context of the wider zoning discussion we need to have about the Fort, is that Mr. Cameron's point about the sensitive activity, you know, the facility could be located in one zone, but your sensitive receptors could be located in another zone is potentially going to throw this up in the air a little bit. So I think it's quite important that Seaport's stance on it is known.
Just on that, Mr. Wesney, was the rule written from the receptor or the polluter's point of view in terms of the zone that it coincides with?
Sorry, could you just
the rule applies only to the rural zone. Was it in terms of the receiver of the sensitive activity being located in that zone?
It's both perspectives. So one from the receiver in terms of not exposing the occupants of the sensitive activity to unacceptable risk, and also from the operator's perspective that any future incompatibility will reverse sensitive issues arising.
Yes. Okay. Thank you for that. My only other questions that I had, Super, was in relation to the matters of discretion. And did I hear you or Cameron say that they're derived in part from the Auckland Unitary Plan?
They are, yes, and I can't quite remember. It's in the precincts layers, and I could send you the similar rule which sits in that unitary plan. I can't remember it off the top of my head. Adrian might be able to.
I believe it's the Wynyard Point precinct.
Yeah.
I should probably think it's not conflict of interest, but I probably that was one of the projects I'm really proud of that we've got Wynyard Prince Sustainable Development Framework.
Right.
Took all the learnings from the Hobsonville project.
Right.
Took them downtown. Yeah.
Do know that Wynyard Precinct is the area where there's being a managed retreat, specifically hazardous facilities, so
That's right.
it's slightly different. So.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Yeah, they're worded in a way that
transition.
reflects that transition, aren't they?
Transition.
Yeah.
But what I'm interested in is there been any tinkering with the matters of discretion, or have items 1, 2, and 3 been carried across?
No, I did tinker with them a little bit to make them appropriate for this site.
Right.
If it helped, I could provide you a markup of the different.
That would be useful.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And just finally, item 3 is a little bit broader. It's sort of a catch-all. What's the purpose of that?
To be a catch-all.
It's like it's a discretionary rule.
Yeah.
It is, I guess. Yeah.
You don't think of
It's a good one out.
what is the discretion to
Perhaps into discretionary.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good question. I guess what I was thinking is there were possibly things that even we might not know about at this stage that could come up as, and you know, if we're starting to embark on considering effects associated with hydrogen and things like that, there could be mitigations that we're not quite aware of or familiar of yet that could be a little bit outside of the box.
So the mitigations as opposed to additional effects. That's critical.
Yeah.
So additional as opposed to any other.
Okay. Did you prepare the submission, the original submission?
I did prepare the original submission, yes.
And were these matters of discretion identified in that?
No, they weren't. Actually, our original submission was that the rule should go hold us, just get rid of it. I will admit though, at the time I wrote that submission, I hadn't actually realised that it only applied to the rural zone. Okay. So that's probably just a classic example of the confusion that exists with the non-PMPR. We're just seeing, holy moly, there goes the risk contour for RMP4, and it takes in our entire site. And so we feel in submission on that basis.
Right, I'm just going to ask Mr. Cameron a question. He's still there. Yes. Mr. Cameron, there's not a scope issue here in terms of the RDA relief as falls within the umbrella of.
No, I think you've hit the nail on the head there, Commissioner McMahon. I think it's something that falls short of deletion, but still within the umbrella of the submission as a whole.
Thank you, Mr. Cameron. Thank you.
Yep. But my only questions were related to the matters of discretion. We covered that. Thank you. Mr. Cameron, did you want to make any final comments before we let you go?
No, I'm really in the Commissioner's hands. I'm happy to provide a very brief summary of my Google search of various recent district plans, or I'm equally happy to put that in a memorandum form and provide it formally through the Hearings Administrator, whatever you would prefer. I'm conscious it's 4:15 already.
Thank you. That would be very helpful in terms of timing.
I'll give myself possibly an extra couple of days to make it sure it's a proper job, but say by 5 p.m. Wednesday.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. Thank you for your assistance.
Thank you all. That concludes the submission for SLC today. I want to take my leave.
Oh, we've got Mrs. Hooper again.
I'm staying here.
I'm not suggesting at all that we're tired of you. Just acknowledging that you're staying on again with us. Just give us time just to find. Just, there's just a preliminary question, just a clarification. In terms of the submission and your evidence, this is on behalf of LandPro in the capacity of being a consultancy company, working with a number of clients in New Plymouth and other parts of Taranaki, is that correct? And
Yeah, that's right.
interested in the plan improvements
Yes.
and assisting clients, yes.
Yeah, so yeah, just maybe a bit of background. So LandPro is one of these multidisciplinary consultancies. So we've got a handful of planners and a handful of surveyors and a couple of contaminated land experts, and often working in New Plymouth on the receiving end of the current hazardous facility rules and use of the hazardous facilities screening procedure, and working with a variety of clients throughout the district and the region, and so sort of broadly over how potentially these rules could affect them and affect the way they do business, for better or for worse. So it's sort of prudent to make a few comments just in terms of, as ultimately the practitioners are probably going to have to pick up this plan and run with it and use it, what might actually be beneficial from a the bottom up perspective, and ensure there's as much clarity as possible to avoid costs and confusion and unnecessary delays, and it just makes life easier for the council and for us and for our clients. So I'll jump into it. Shall I jump in? I'll jump in a paragraph. Maybe just quick background.
Background to
Yeah. So original submission was around the appropriateness of the use of a non-district plan viewer. So that's probably what I'll discuss the most. Also to reflect what I've also been talking about in the previous submission, the 250 metre buffer. Mapping district plan does not appear to take into account any assessment of risk associated with that specific facility. So I think that's pretty much been covered off. And again, just to reiterate that the report required under rule has SR12 if you are within that buffer zone, does require the cooperation of the owner of the facility. And that was probably one of my biggest concerns, that working for customers who have been trying to build up these risk assessments and knowing the process that has to be gone through, to suddenly impose that on someone next door, the level of cooperation that would be required from the owner of the facility would be significant, and really it would provide them with quite a good way of saying no way. Let's just avoid this altogether and not provide that information, and therefore this activity won't happen with the 250 metres of our facilities. So that was what I had in mind there, which still is a bit of a residual concern as well. I would imagine if there's necessary expertise around the district, that could be potentially circumvented, but it could be quite a costly exercise. So I'll just touch on a few things from the 42A report, which I'll just whiz through quickly. So looking at the proposed new policy has SP13, which is avoid the establishment of petroleum exploration and production activities in the residential zone due to the risk to environmental and human health. Just a quick flag there was, I thought it may become problematic when it came to well abandonment activities, because hazardous substances are used in storage during this process, and they could be interpreted as exploration related, abandonment being inherent in the whole drilling and oil well process. So maybe some clarification in the wording there could be appropriate.
Just in terms of, can you say what normal, if there's such a thing as a normal, what normally happens in terms of that process of decommissioning and abandonment?
It sort of depends on the actual well, but and mind you, I had wells like RMP4, some of those really historic legacy wells which have posed a bit of a problem in the Motoroa area in particular in New Plymouth, and I'm aware that at least one, maybe two, have started leaking in the past, so they've actually had to move houses away and get a rig in and put that in over top of the well to re-drill it so they can properly plug and abandon it.
Okay.
And so involved in that process are there's the rig, of course, which
runs on big diesel generators. So there's a payload of diesel sitting on the site. Then there's the drilling, Martin drilling fluids, which again, depending on the nature of those, they do contain a range of hazardous substances. And just the different things they use downhole to plug and abandon, and large quantities of cement, quite often water, and also the stuff that flows out of the well needs to be.
So would they normally like put a sleeve on or something like that, or would they? Are they just putting material down under pressure, or just
they would
depends on
try and put a
circumstances?
casing down it so then they can get control of it, and they would cement down the sides of the casing, then the cement in the casing.
Okay.
And again, it depends on the well and how much integrity is still down there. So a modern well, if they decided to abandon that, is just a matter of filling it up with the right layers of concrete and drilling muds.
And then that process of decommissioning, is that like a formal process?
There is a formal process for a well to be considered decommissioned under the the regulations for the petroleum regs, I would say. Health and safety work. Yeah, health and safety regs. So
and then the abandonment, that means that's just the operator has left the building, but they're no longer there. So that's just a okay. But there would still be some residual responsibilities for the owner of the land and where the well is.
Yes, yeah, there would be. That's right. So back to Seaport Land Company, they have purchased land on which one of these historic wells is located.
Based on
one underneath the building. So part of their proposal is to plug and abandon that well in due course.
I think I've seen it. It was the most unusual thing I've seen in a long time.
Yeah. Some of the old wells were just plugged with a tree stump and a bit of corrugated iron.
Yeah, it's just
it's bizarre.
P13 is focused largely on the residential zone, though, isn't it?
It is, yeah, and that's probably why I raise those Motorola wells, because a lot of them are in the residential zone.
Yes, that's historic ones.
Yeah, so any really tricky abandonment activities are probably going to be there. Most of the other well sites in the district will be more modern wells. They'll have casing, they would have been properly cased and properly established in the first place. But I think that's quite a simple one to work through. I did just suggest an alternative is you could change the definition of petroleum exploration and production activities, but I thought that could be opening a can of worms in terms of the rest of the plan. So.
Just separate out the abandonment.
Yeah.
Interesting in terms of consents.
It could be interesting because ultimately it's something we do want to encourage in Motorola. So we don't want to put too many hurdles in the way of it actually occurring. It's quite a good thing. So I did a quick 32AA of that minor tweak to HASS P13, which I won't go into in too much detail. Proposed new policy HASS P14. I support that policy, but I have noted it doesn't follow through into the rules. Because if the contour line is still there on the district plan and hasn't been removed, then it will still trigger HASS R11. So I thought maybe adding a permitted pathway for, if it's in a risk contour, but the facility subject to that risk contour is gone, that might be a way of avoiding unnecessary consenting processes. So I've attached a bit of a potential markup there, but open to suggestions on wording of that. And probably a classic example, I see it not really relevant to hazardous facilities, but use the sites of significance on the current district plan. Some of those are marked in the wrong location. However, we've had, because the location is shown on the district plan, you end up consenting any earthworks within a 250 metre radius of the centroid marker, as well as where the actual location of the site of significance is. So that's the type of thing I'm trying to avoid with the new district plan coming through. And again, quick 32AA of that potential change. Then I get to paragraph 30, use of the non-district plan layer. And I do note the council's maintaining its stance on operating this non-district plan viewer. My first comment is based on the 42 report. The naming of this viewer, the non-district plan 250-metre separation view, is no longer representative of what the NPDC intends to achieve by its use, as it's intended not only now to, if I've read this correctly, to use this to track the significant hazardous facilities with no contour, to which the 250-metre separation applies, but also to track those for which a contour is supplied after the plan is operative. So maybe some clarification there, that is the intention, that as the dots and the radius get updated with the actual contour, the intention was that sort of between that and it getting into the plan, it would be used to store that information as well.
It could be used in that way.
Yeah, which would be really good. Yeah. So it's, the name of it might be thinking.
There's an irony there that it's a non-district plan layout in the district plan.
I know, there's
a contradiction in terms there that hasn't been missed.
So at 32, I'm still uncertain as to the appropriateness of this non-district plan layer and how it's going to pan out. And perhaps before I forget, one of the other things that with the clarification on this rural zone that pops into my head is at the moment, it's intended ultimately a risk contour will replace the 250-metre buffer. But how does that apply now for these significant hazardous facilities that are not in the rural zone? And currently you don't need a consent because they don't have a risk contour. But as soon as you develop a risk contour, they do require a consent under HAZSR 11.
So they require that risk contour to be brought into the plan by way of a
Probably-
scheduled process.
It probably would, yeah, as opposed to sitting in the non-plan viewer. So again, it's just the bits need to start lining up. And again, that potentially would discourage people from generating risk contours. Yeah, the likes of Graham.
Unless they get great certainty about where it applied.
Yeah, that's right. So let's just start a little flag that I thought I could make before I forgot. So again, I've looked at, in my opinion, there's potentially three options for addressing the identification of these significant hazardous facilities. All the information, so that's option one, all the information goes onto the proposed district plan. The non-district plan layer is removed, and for new or altered facilities, the definition is relied on. So that's just having the definition of the plan, and if you're within a certain radius of it, then you require a consent and not try and show this information spatially. Linking this to its logical conclusion, they could be managed in the district plan the same way as the SASM sites, and that or they'll have all facilities with a risk contour have the risk contour added to the district plan, which is in place now. And just to compare that with the sites of significance to Maori, those sites that have a known extent that is shown in the district plan, those significant hazardous facilities with no contour shown as a centroid marker in the same way that we are doing with the sites of significance which don't have a known extent at the moment. And then a possible option in the scenario is that if the SHF is updated with risk contours or removed or new ones arise, then it could be stored in an accessible GIS layer, just so that everyone is able to access the most up-to-date information about the said centroid marker or said facility. So it would just act as a bit of a repository for the updates. And but the district plan and its definitions would take precedence to all of that. And then, of course, the council would grab that at intervals and make the necessary updates to the actual plan. I thought that had quite a bit of merit because it is very similar to how we manage the SASMs and how we're intending to manage the SASMs. And then there's not this issue of the information being in two different places.
Just at 33A, Roman numeral 2, it just says the word offsets. Were you meaning setbacks? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, setbacks or the buffer. Yeah. So if this was a preferred option and the non-plan layer is not pursued, I've included in attachment one a possible activity rule applying to that could also apply to central markers those central wood markers shown on the planning maps that potentially they have been removed and no longer apply as well, in the same way as if risk contours are no longer relevant as well.
Is that the way in which the central wood markers for settlements would work?
That's the way I hope they will work. Yeah.
We yet to have those hearings somewhere. This has
I think they're early in the new year. Yeah.
February.
has Land Pro submitted on that?
Yes, we have. So, okay.
Good to have that analogy, actually.
Yeah, and I have spent quite a lot of time pondering how it could work, and just seeing already the difficulties working between the non-plan layer and the plan layer, and things in different places.
For the systems, there are a number of sites that has got quite specific areas.
Yes,
Mm.
others are just a dot.
Others is just a dot.
Various buffers.
So option 2, you could move everything to the non-plan viewer and have all the information in this location instead. It would achieve a flexibility which was clearly desired by the NPDC, and I think not just NPDC, I think the community does desire that flexibility and certainty in dealing with the most up-to-date information. It would mean there were no SHFs shown in the district plan, with all rules referring to either the contours or the buffers shown in the non-plan layout. Again, unsure of unclear the appropriateness of this in a situation where risk contours are developed to replace a 250-metre buffer that are larger than the 250-metre buffer.
Yeah.
And the ability to make those changes to a non-plan layer, which are in effect greater than what's been publicly notified in the district plan. I don't know how it sits if you suddenly plop something on a non-plan viewer that's quite different to what was publicly notified. You may potentially have that issue too if you were to make the decision that the buffers applied in the residential and industrial zones as well, and that notified was only the rural zone. And again, for options 1 and 2, changes to the wording of the proposed rules would be required. However, I think both would still be consistent with the objectives, policies and methods. It's more of a mapping and an information management thing than actually a planning thing in many respects, but it can have some planning implications. Option 3 is the hybrid option, which currently forms the basis. Pros and cons of this, the pros and cons of option 1 and 2 apply to option 3 in the same way, except you've got both sets of pros and both sets of cons. My concern with that is it's dispersed over multiple information sources, and the objective in the plan to keep people safe from significant hazardous facilities will not be achieved as effectively as it could be. This is the option presented in the 42 report and discussed further below. So the overview of the hazardous substances chapter has been updated to state the non-district plan layer can be updated to remove the buffer and update the risk profile setback from that site. So again, as we discussed before, that implies that both the non-plan layer and the plan layer will have risk contours on them, which could get confusing. So, and I strongly believe that all of the information about the facility should be in one location. My next bullet point under G, the policies are proposed to be amended to reflect that these facilities can be decommissioned. And if that occurs, then the risk contours in district plan no longer apply. With a non-plan layer, they would simply be removed, creating a bit of a dual process. They would just be taken out of the non-plan layer and wouldn't exist again, whereas with the risk contours from the district plan, they would kind of hang around until the district plan was updated. So again, we come back to one source of truth really, and current information. And number 34, in the event of the hybrid approach being maintained, I propose amendments to HAS SR11 as discussed above, so to put in that permitted activity possibility if the facility subject to the contour no longer exists. So I tried to calculate a 32AA evaluation of those various options. I don't know how helpful that is, to be perfectly honest, but that is included there. And really in summary, I haven't really reached a conclusion about the most appropriate option, but I think I am leaning towards option one.
Yes,
Yeah.
got that impression.
Yeah. I can see that the others would work, and as practicing planners in the district, we'd make them work, and we'd create a system to make them work, but if we can get it perfect from the start, that would be great.
Oh, you've given some food for thought.
Food for thought, yeah, that was the intention.
Yeah.
Um,
And you set it out well, so thank you for that.
And basically, the next few paragraphs relate to HASS 12. Again, I'll flag in it probably as similar to the issues raised by Port Taranaki in the evidence that a lot of the assessment is very oil well centric, and it is very easy to focus on that because that is one of the big issues with these facilities in Taranaki. But there are other significant hazardous facilities, and it was suggested that perhaps they splitting them into the petroleum exploration and production and other significant hazardous facilities could be a possibility. I'm happy to be involved in any discussions around that if it might be useful. It is quite difficult to consider that, consider producing oil wells alongside a galvanising plant, for example. They're quite different beasts. I don't think I really have anything more to add that I haven't already said in relation to HASS 12. Is hard trouble.
Just one from me, Super Z, page 12 of the marked up provisions. Are you still pursuing the insertion of all zones for HASS 12?
I think it is going to get problematic for them not to apply to all zones because of the issues we've already mentioned about the potential for cross-zone issues.
Yes. So you're pursuing it on the basis that the activity status is RDA?
Yeah, it was restricted discretionary, and
if it stayed at non-compliant, would you be pursuing the full zones, which is the rural production zone?
If it stayed at non-compliant, I think I would probably do it for the rural production zone. I think non-complying in the other zones where you do have more density of potential sensitive activities around it will just become too onerous.
Thank you.
That's all my questions. Thank you very much. Everybody for today. We've got a 9 o'clock start. We've got the oil companies, Bristol Gas, Energy Resources, Aotearoa, Generation, OMV, Todd Energy, Trust Power, Rainer Petroleum, and Taranaki Energy Watch. Quite a few tomorrow.
Big day.
It's going to be a big day tomorrow. I've got some tentative times next to these.
The times that have been requested. So
Oh, is it? Okay, they've
Yeah.
requested those times, but they've been very conservative, but we'll look forward to taking that time. Okay. Any questions from you? So unless we've got karakia again in the morning, so I'll probably close us with a karakia this afternoon. I'll just check with my, if anyone's still listening, if you give us a thumbs up, be happy for me to close our hearing for the day. Can't wait.
Stand up, everybody. Kia ora, Sarah. Uruhia te uru tapu nui kia wātia kia māmā te ngā kau te tinana te wairua ki te ara takata. Ko ia te rā e rungo whakairi ake ki runga kia tina, haumi e hui e tai. Kia ora, everybody.
Thank you.